Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, March 5th, 2019, and it is 9:31. Sorry for being tardy. And I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board members. Today with me are my colleagues to my left, Board Member Doreen D'Adamo. To her left, Board Member Sean McGuire. To my right, Board Member Tam Doduk, and to her right, our newest board member, Laurel Firestone. As for those of you paying attention at home, the composition of the board has changed since our last convening. I want to just take a few quick moments to make a few remarks. First and foremost, obviously, to thank Governor Newsom for the honor and certainly the privilege for serving as chair of the board. You know, it's not lost on me that the board in 2013 that the previous chair, Felicia Marcus, inherited is certainly not the board that I am now inheriting today in 2019. We've grown with the addition of the Division of Drinking Water. We've had a record of drought that focused all of California's attention on water and water policy. You look at the collective consciousness that's been raised around water. We have people now paying attention to and talking about atmospheric rivers and far more in tuned into their water supply and water issues in their communities than ever before, whether we're talking about drinking water or water quality. Again, I come in humbled and fortunate to be able to serve in this capacity, and certainly aware of all the challenges that we all collectively face as a state. And again, I'm thankful for just this opportunity. So thank you all. So now I would like to introduce the staff that will be assisting us today. We have our Chief Counsel, Michael Laufer, Eileen Sobek, our Executive Director, Jonathan Bishop, Chief Deputy Director, and Eric Oppenheimer, Chief Deputy Director. The clerk of the board today is Janine Townsend, and assisting her is Margie Popery. Yeah, sorry, Margie, I'm butchering your last name. Now we have to go through the usual emergency evacuation procedures. Please do look around you and identify the two exits closest to you. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to gather up our valuables and evacuate this room immediately. We are to evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is across the street. There's a Starbucks on the other side of the park, as well as a restaurant across the street that sells Pete's Coffee. Please obey all traffic signals. We're gonna, anyway, we obey all, Pete's is Pete's, Pete should really be giving us some sort of, anyway.
Let me remind the chair that Pete's is from Berkeley.
Where all great things come. Excuse me, sorry. Please obey all traffic signals and be careful. I also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please speak into the microphone when you come up. At this point, I don't believe we have any items for public forum, no public comments. And so we will move to our first item, which is consideration of the board minutes from February 5th board meeting, and I will entertain a motion for those meeting minutes.
Move adoption of the minutes.
I will need to abstain from that.
And so the three of us make a quorum, and so just vote. Second, aye.
Aye.
At that point, minutes are passed. The board will now consider the selection of a new vice chair. I would like to start off with entertaining a motion that I would like to propose, and I would like to propose Doreen D'Adamo to be vice chair. And would like to know if I would have a second.
I'll second.
And vote?
Yeah, aye.
Aye.
Then Dee Dee is our new vice chair. Now we'll move to uncontested items. We do have item number 3 and 4. On number 4, which is consideration of a proposed resolution adopting the proposed prioritization of drinking water regulations for calendar year 2019. I believe we have one public comment in support. Yes. And so The public comment is from Charles LaSalle. Would you like to come up and, since these items are uncontested, I just wanted to provide you an opportunity to still speak in support.
Hi, I'm Charles LaSalle. I work with Jennifer West at Water Reuse, California. I want to thank you for your inclusion of the implementation of 574 in your prioritization list. This bill is a bill that we co-sponsor with California Coastkeepers Alliance. This bill requires the development of raw water augmentation regulation by 2023. This bill also requires an expert panel on raw water augmentation be assembled to help advise the development of these regulations. While we are glad to see this on your list, we do wish to have a better understanding of how this work will be funded and how it will move forward. We are concerned that that if this is not started this year, you may miss your 2023 deadline. We look forward to meeting with Chair Esquivel. We received some news that we would get a meeting soon. And we look forward to working with you moving forward on this. Another issue I want to bring to your attention is for many years, Water Reuse California has been asking for an update to Title 22 for recycled non-potable water. We are asking for an update to Title 22 for recycled non-potable water purposes. The last time this was updated was 19 years ago in 2000. We are concerned that this is not on the priority list, and we really hope that you can consider these, and thank you.
Thank you for that. No, Janine, nothing further. So items number 3 and 4 remain uncontested. I would entertain a motion.
Move adoption of the uncontested items 3 and 4.
Thank you. Do I have a second? And any comment on the items from board members?
I'll second.
Great. And the yeas then?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, thanks. Okay, we'll move on to item number 5. Ms. Sobek, can you please introduce the item? Sorry, I was introducing them and sprung it on you now to introduce this one.
Yes, we're going to have a presentation, an informational update on the status of our underground storage tank cleanup fund and, oh, I'm sorry.
We're on number
I thought you said
5.
number 9, which
Sorry.
is why I was thinking, wow, we really rocketed forward, pardon me. All right, hydrologic update. This is going to be our best item of the day, I think.
Yes.
And so I think a lot has changed since our last update about a month ago. So I think that we'll just have the team go forward and present.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. Welcome aboard. Board Member Firestone, good to have you. My name is Vadim Demchik, engineer with the Division of Water Rights. With me today is Alessia Sikleri, and we're here to present item number 5, the hydrology update for the Bay Delta watershed. As was already mentioned, we had a remarkable February. We had wet conditions, combination with cold conditions, gave a lot of precipitation throughout the state, and it did cause some flooding as well. Here's a look at some of the precipitation numbers. Just a reminder that the shaded blue is the average accumulation that we would expect for the 8-station index. And there's some notable years here. As you can see, the black line is the driest year on record here for 19 inches of accumulation. We have the wettest year in green not too long ago, sitting at 94.7 inches. And as of March 4th, if you look at that blue line, we are now at 49.4 inches, 134% of average for this date. Oops. San Joaquin, we are sitting at 36.8 inches, 132% average for this date. In the lower San Joaquin, we are at 25.8 inches, 130% of average for this date. Here's the snow water content going from top to bottom is northern, central, and southern Sierras. Of course, these are good numbers. The state stands at 153% of average for this date. Of course, we're just under the Brown 2016-2017 season, and as you can see, 1982 and 83 was the record there in the green. Here's a look at our reservoirs. Most of California's reservoirs are at or above 100% of the historical average. Flood control operations are in effect, and you may have seen the releases, the amazing releases that are happening throughout the state as reservoirs are managing for flood space. Good news for Kachuma, 30% increase since the last meeting that we had a month ago. So we're now at 60% of capacity and 74% of average. Diamond Valley Lake, 89% of capacity, and San Luis is almost full at 98% of capacity, 114% of average. A few weeks ago, we were asked to look into the lower San Joaquin Valley to better explain some of the groundwater level changes that have been happening, as shown in this figure from spring 2017 to spring 2018. And so, just to provide a hydrologic context, this is the total inflow for water year 2017 for the Tulare Lake and San Joaquin hydrologic basins. And so as you can see, blue is precipitation on the valley floor, the yellow San Joaquin River Basin rivers, the gray is Tulare Lake Basin rivers, and these bars are above the average inflows within 1986 and 2017. And so this year, water year 2017, was the wettest year in, I think it was 3 decades for the San Joaquin Valley. And so they experienced a lot of water. Specifically, the Tulare Lake Basin had such high flows that the local managers actually diverted a lot of water from rivers to prevent local flooding. And in combination, we also had the Sacramento hydrologic region that also experienced a wet year for 2017, and so they had a lot of imports. So a combination of local water plus imports, a ton of surface water really, and there was a lot of groundwater recharge in terms of passive and active recharge. Of course, not every inch of the San Joaquin Valley floor is favorable for recharge conditions, but if you look at the Tulare Lake region, specifically the southeast portion and Kern County Water Bank area, those are definitely favorable regions for recharge. And this is because of clustered alluvial fans in those areas, and so you have favorable conditions for groundwater recharge. And so these districts in the Kern Basin and the southeast portion of the valley definitely had the most active recharge programs for that year. The Public Policy Institute of California conducted a San Joaquin Valley recharge survey for 2017, as you can see here. In all, it surveyed 46 districts, which reported volumes of recharge for 2017. And as you can see here, the top 3 recharge methods or recharge basins, in-lieu recharge, and unlined canals. So in summary, the southern part of San Joaquin Valley benefited from both positive and active recharge because of very wet conditions in water year 2017. Going back to drought conditions, of course, because of these major storm systems that have been happening, the drought is nearly pushed out of California with only a sliver of that drought in that top portion bordering the Oregon border. Colorado Basin drought conditions improved a bit since the last time we've met. A good chunk of abnormally dry conditions have been pushed out of Arizona. Extreme and exceptional drought, shown in those dark red colors, have been minimized to the northwest corner of New Mexico. There was also improvements in the snow water content for the Colorado River Basin. All subbasins are over 100% of the seasonal median. The 8 to 14-day outlook is showing that the probability will be below average temperatures shown in the blue color, not only for California, but for at least half the state, or the United States. Looking at precipitation as of March 3rd, the short-term outlook is showing no clear signal for the northern part of California and higher probability of above average precipitation for the southern half of California. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions board members may have.
Anything from my fellow board members?
Just want to thank you for including the groundwater information and follow-up to our request. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I think certainly groundwater is such a critical part of our hydrologic conditions that often don't get the attention that the surface water conditions do. And so it's really important, I think, to have that holistic view of, okay, what's happening below ground, what is happening in these wetter years? Are we seeing the sort of recharge that we all want? And starting to really track progress toward, again, bringing our groundwater basins into sustainability. So thanks for being responsive on that and continuing to include the Colorado River Basin and water supply and hydrologic conditions there, since they are so critical to California and sometimes forgotten about. So thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our next item, which will be item number 6, and is an update on water conservation. And I meant to make a note at the beginning that I'd like to move up item number 9 to be after 7. So item 9 was currently scheduled to be our last item and is a update on the underground storage tank cleanup fund. And so if that is okay with everyone, we will do that so that staff can be freed up. And thank you. Max?
Good morning, Chair Esquivel. Congratulations. Welcome, Board Member Firestone, board members. I'm Max Gomberg, Manager of Climate Change and Urban Water Conservation. With me is Yelena Hartman, Senior Scientist. We're going to give a brief update on where we stand vis-a-vis urban water production and a couple of other items.
Thank you, Max. We are bringing the informational item on urban water production for January 2019. And this is 56th month since the State Water Board started to track urban water production on a monthly basis, which was first initiated in the summer of 2014 under the Drought Emergency Water Conservation Regulation. And that emergency regulation contained a requirement of our largest urban water suppliers, 400 plus of them, to submit monthly reports on their urban water production. The emergency regulation also contained prohibitions of certain wasteful water uses that applied to all Californians. And for a period of time, almost 2 years, there were state-mandated water reduction targets for suppliers. And the unique thing about these conservation standards that were in place, that those were volumetric reductions. So total urban water production had to be reduced by a certain amount compared to a baseline year. And 2013 was designated as that baseline year. The emergency conservation regulation expired in November 2017, and with it, the statewide prohibitions are no longer in place, and the monthly reporting is no longer required. We do have a majority of urban water suppliers continuing to submit monthly reports on a voluntary basis. This chart summarizes the missing reports for each month since reporting became voluntary. And so currently, there's an error on the slide. Out of 409 reports, we currently have 343 reports for January 2019, so 66 missing reports. The slide should read 66 for January 2019. And what we see is that overall, we have an increase in number of missing reports over time. The white bars show what the initial missing reports are at the time we download the data to bring the monthly update to the board and to release data to the public. And the orange bars are smaller, which shows that over time, additional reports are received. And so although the number of missing reports diminishes over time, we do have an increase in this data gap that is building up over time. So if we look at 2018, we have about 20 missing reports for the early part of the year, and towards the end of 2018, we were at around 40 missing reports. But nonetheless, these 66 reports that we don't have for January 2019, that's 16% of suppliers. They represent about 10% of the urban water production volume. So we know these are a bit smaller suppliers. This chart summarizes statewide urban water production for the last couple of years, and starting on the left, orange dots are for January 2019. I will come back to those. Just want to set it up by stating that obviously we're in the part of the year when it's wet and cool, and the urban water production is at its lowest, and it typically doubles during the peak of the summer when the use is highest. For context, we show 2017 urban water production in the white line, and the dark blue line shows urban water production that we have for 2018. Solid line are reports that we actually have, and then dashed line is the estimate for the reports that are missing for 2018. And so then coming back to the open orange circle, that's the volume from the reports we have for 2019 for the month of January. And accounting for those 66 missing reports is this filled orange circle, and the production is between 2017 and 2018 level. The blue shaded area is the year that served as the baseline during the emergency conservation regulation. So it's the 2013 production for all 409 urban water suppliers. We have typically brought comparison to 2013. So for January 2019, water savings are 13.3% compared to the same month in 2013. So we're talking about savings of about 14 billion gallons. Obviously, during this time, the population in California has grown. So between 2013 and 2018, we had growth of more than 4% statewide. And we usually look at residential gallons per person per day as a metric that normalizes that water use by population size. So it gets around that issue of growing population. On the far right is January 2019. Statewide average is 63 gallons per person per day. This is for residential portion only. So it excludes commercial uses, non-revenue water, and industrial institutional uses. And it's the metric that we can relate as citizens. What's our average use as a person per day, both indoor and outdoor. So this metric corresponds to the 2018 water efficiency legislation, which has set standard for indoor use at 55 gallons per person per day. That is for indoor use only in the 2018 legislation. This average of 63 for January 2019 is both indoor and outdoor uses. And in fact, in January, when the use is lowest, we've had 100 of all of the suppliers that reported actually have that metric of 55 or below for combined indoor and outdoor use. So I will hand it over to Max, who will provide an overview of the key provisions of the 2018 water efficiency legislation.
Thanks, Jelena. So as you know, board members, there was major legislation on water conservation passed last year, and we're now on to the implementation phase of that legislation. And as you can see, the board has two major regulatory responsibilities within the context of that legislation, and one is a water loss regulation, which we're working on, and then we have a major outdoor water use efficiency regulation, which we're working towards. And we'll be briefing you on our progress and issues as we move forward. I wanted to spend a minute just talking about this year and what's coming up. So moving across here, as I mentioned, we have a water loss regulation we're developing. We've been holding informal stakeholder workshops on that regulation. We have one more on June 7th on our economic framework, and then we anticipate in July to release the full draft regulatory package, which includes the standards, an initial CEQA analysis, as well as an economic analysis, and to complete that regulation by July of next year. On the overall efficiency legislation, the board has specific mandates in statute to investigate certain things, which you see listed there, particularly around trees and wastewater impacts of efficiency standards. We're working on that. And then on the reporting piece, we've been meeting with stakeholders, both water suppliers, NGOs, and others, on how we're going to move forward on reporting. And again, we'll be sharing more ideas with you in the coming weeks. But fundamentally, I would say we're looking at the what and the when right now. What are we collecting, and when, on what frequency are we going to collect it? So we're looking at that. We do have direction from an executive order issued by the prior governor to make the monthly reporting, which is currently voluntary, mandatory. So we are looking at that. And then finally, on the wasteful water use prohibitions, as Yelena mentioned, those were in place during the emergency declaration period during the drought. Last year, we did produce a draft rulemaking, which is now on pause. So we'll be, again, talking to you about options for moving forward on that one as well. And I just wanted to also take a minute to talk about our electronic annual report, and to start by inviting Darren Palhemus, our Division Director for Drinking Water, up to join me on this. This is a major annual data collection exercise that we do out of the drinking water program, but it involves coordination between 3 different parts of the board, as you see there. And this is really critical data for everything from drinking water quality, our human right to water obligations, emergency preparedness, conservation, and the like. And so I just want to single out Kathy Favorite on my staff, who's done tremendous work on this, as well as Henry Huang from Division of Information Technology, who does all the programming, and turn it over to Darren.
Yeah, thank you. Darren Palhemus, Deputy Director for Division of Drinking Water. And as Max mentioned, this is quite an effort to get this out. Our tool to do this isn't ideal at the moment. We're hoping to improve that. So it takes extra staff work to be able to get that done. Max already mentioned Henry Huang, but I think he deserves mentioning twice, since he's the programmer that cranks through and actually makes this possible. So he's one of our DIT programmers, and deserves extra recognition. They don't often get that for this work. From my team, we have Reese Crenshaw, who took this on as kind of a side assignment, Samuel Newsom, who does a ton of the work for us in our office, Betsy Lichty and Steve Burke also spent a lot of time on it. So it was really a lot of work to get it out on time this year, and we look forward to continuing to work to improve it and work with all the people that do report its essential information, and we do want to make it easier for them.
That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, staff. Any comments from fellow board members?
I'll just say that I am really excited to hear about the progress being made on the electronic annual report. And it's, like you said, it's so crucial. And I think that it will be important to continue to make the progress that we're working on, make it a priority, and make sure that we're working with stakeholders to make sure that it's workable and collecting the information we need, but also not creating unnecessary burden on the folks that are having to fill out many reports. But I appreciate it. I think it's really essential information and is helpful to have this context, so thanks.
Thank you, board member. Anyone else? I will just flag on the reporting requirements and I'd like a clearer timeline on when we'll get those done. As we've seen, there's been an erosion of sort of the usefulness of the data because of us having to make assumptions for non-reporters at this point, and would really like to kind of get that off our plate already and just start to better institute, the mandatory monthly reporting again, and figuring out with stakeholders, what that looks like and how we best continue to get, which we saw through the drought, and then now hereafter, a really important management tool, I think, for Californians writ large as we continue to make conservation a way of life, as we say. So,
Absolutely, we'll follow up with you on timeline shortly.
thank you, Max. And thank you, Darren, and thank you, guys. I did say that we would make item number 9 go after 7, but if staff for number 9 are here now, I'd like to just get number 9 done as well, if we can.
Looks like we can.
Okay. Because then, I know we've budgeted, it looks like 45 minutes or so. If we can maybe cut that down, and then we'll take a break and then do the wetlands gathering. Does that make sense?
We have another info item, number 7,
Oh, sorry. one
which is,
second. I've gone all over the place on
which
mine.
is a presentation by one of our groups of stakeholders about
Yeah.
reactivating floodplains. in
Yeah,
Sacramento
well, that's
Valley.
why I was saying maybe we should just get number 9 out of the way now, and then we can do 7, go on a break, and then we would go to wetlands.
Okay.
If that's okay with folks, or if you'd rather keep the current order, I'm fine with that too.
I think that will work.
Okay. And if we can, but we'll just shorten this as well. It need to be a 45-minute item, I think. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today, and congratulations on being named chair of the board.
Thank you, and thanks for your flexibility of just having me move this around just for a quick moment. Thank you.
No worries. So I'm going to talk to you today, or we're going to talk to you today about the underground storage tank cleanup program and the underground storage tank cleanup fund. So I'm going to go first. I'm going to talk about the underground storage tank cleanup program. When I talk about numbers, it's going to be the entire case universe. When Diane speaks, she'll talk about cases that have active or that have cleanup fund claims. My name is Matt Cohen. I'm with the underground storage tank cleanup program in the Division of Water Quality. So I'll go through a background and overview of the program, talk about some of the successes that we've had. Then I'll tell you about some of our current projects, and then our future challenges. So to date, we've closed nearly 39,000 cases. That represents 93% of our total caseload. We've closed nearly 5,500 since the low threat closure policy was adopted by this board. And in the previous fiscal year, we closed 508 cases. We have approximately 2,760 cases remaining. Of that, 1,940 are with the regional boards, and 820 are with the local oversight programs. Those cases are funded about half and half. 1,560 have cleanup fund claims, and 1,200 do not have cleanup fund claims. Currently, we aren't getting a lot of new cases because the wonderful efforts of the leak prevention group. They really have been doing a great job. This slide will give you a little brief history of the underground storage tank program. The blue line represents cases open each year, or open cases each year, and the orangish line represents cases closed each year. You'll see that on the left-hand side, we pretty quickly ramped up in the 80s as station operators prepared for upgrade requirements. In 92, US EPA conducted an audit of our UST program and suggested that we should be closing more cases. In 94, 95, Lawrence Livermore published their report and suggested that we also close more cases. And the executive director, Walt Pettit, issued a memo directing more aggressive case closure. You can see we had a spike in closure rate on the bottom, and there's a reduction in the caseload on the top graph. But then in 1996, MTBE was identified as a constituent of concern, and that kind of slowed things down a little bit. To look at the history since 2000, this graph is closure rate, so it's a percentage of cases closed each year. You can see that through the early 2000s, our closure rate was fairly flat to reducing. Then in 2009, the board passed Resolution 0942, the actions to improve the UST program. We saw a spike in closure rate that started to fall off, and then in 2012, the board passed Resolution 1262, the low threat underground storage tank case closure policy. We saw a spike in closures from the closure policy, but you'll notice that that closure rate is dropping again, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But essentially what's happened is that we've closed most of the low-hanging fruit, and so now we're left with the difficult, or what we're terming stalled cases. So I think that this has been a successful program. There are a few things that I think have contributed to the success of this program. I think first and foremost, the dedication and hard work of the caseworkers at the regional boards and local oversight programs. The cleanup fund has provided resources to address the cleanup of these cases and the oversight. The GeoTracker database has been instrumental for case management and communicating with responsible parties and the public. It's given us the ability to really look at what our caseload looks like, what our universe looks like, and make adjustments to the program. The low threat closure policy has really moved the program forward in the last few years, as well as the certification for local oversight programs. So this provided more consistent statewide approach to case oversight. So this is some of the projects that we're working on now. We're working on recertifying, so the current LOP certification ends at the end of the fiscal year, so we'll be recertifying those local oversight program agencies. We're working on a new 5-year federal grant, so our federal grant also ends at the end of this fiscal year. We're continuously improving GeoTracker to help with case management and help make caseworkers' jobs easier. We're working on a stalled case initiative with US EPA, and I'll talk about that more in a minute. We're working to secure a statewide lab contract for split sampling, so this should help us seek out and find cleanup fund fraud. And then we're working to meet US EPA's closure targets. So US EPA has set what they call stretch goals, which are ambitious closure targets for the current fiscal year.
Are you going to go into more detail on what those targets are?
I can. It's not in the presentation. So they set the current target at 581. Last fiscal year, we closed 500. So it looks like right now we're close to being on target for 400. So we appear to be falling short and need to do some work to get closer to that goal. Does that answer your question?
May not know, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sorry.
You may not know this. How did they set those targets? Do they consider complexity? I mean, what were the factors? So
essentially, nationally, they set a target, and they distributed that target between all of the EPA regions, and then within each EPA region, they set targets for each state. They based it on well, they first came out and they based it on 2013 closure rates. And we sort of said that doesn't make sense for us because we're really, this is a mature program and we're dealing with a new problem in stalled cases. And so they kind of retooled it. I think their original goal for us was 8 something. And so they retooled it and came out with the 581 number. And so it's based on caseload, current caseload, overall percentage of the national backlog, and there's a little bit of closure rate involved. These numbers are, they acknowledge that they're stretch goals, that they're going to be difficult to reach, and so we don't anticipate big problems if we don't meet them. But we obviously want to continue to foster our good relationship with US EPA and do what we can to meet their goals. Yep. So this, we talked a little bit about stalled cases. We did an evaluation where we looked at cases in their existing status and how long they've been versus how long they've been in that status. We came up with this little matrix. We anticipate that we can close about a quarter of our caseload in the next 1 to 2 years. We think that we can close 50% in the next 2 to 5 years, and then there's about a quarter that we think will take 5 or more years, and that's kind of the universe that we think of as stalled. Some of those have unresponsive or unwilling RPs. There's complex site conditions. Maybe they're ineligible for funding. This stalled case universe requires more staff resources, and we at the State Board need to work to develop new business processes and tools to address this changing caseload.
Before you move off this slide, if my recollection of the low threat closure policy is correct, there was a requirement in there that for cases that were not closed under the low threat closure policy, that there be development of a, I think it was called a pathway to closure plan.
I'll talk about that in just a minute. We think that that's a very important piece. This slide just gives you a breakdown of there it goes. This slide just gives you a breakdown of the how those numbers break out by oversight agency. So how are we addressing stalled cases? We're working with the regional boards and local oversight program agencies to identify those stalled cases. We're working on identifying stalled case tools, templates, process improvements. We're working with the agencies to evaluate funding alternatives. We're talking about project plans for all cases, and so this sort of gets at your question, and we'll actually talk about it even more. But we think that it's vitally important that every caseworker more actively manage their case, that they sit down with the RP and the consultant and discuss, okay, what are the problems with the case, and how are we going to resolve those? What steps do we need to take? And developing that project plan or path to closure plan is going to be vitally important to getting these things to the finish line. And so we're working on trying to push that issue. And then obviously always continue training to improve consistent application of the program and policies. Federal EPA is helping us with stalled cases, so we have our stalled case initiative. Historically, we had a place-based contractor that supported the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. We thought that was a successful effort, so we thought we'd apply it statewide. Similar to Region 4, we now have a contractor that supports all of the regional boards, and what we do is we pick 20 stalled cases from each regional board. We met with them in person, developed individualized case strategies for each case, and then are following up every 3 months to make sure that those are getting completed, and we're providing assistance through the contractor to implement those case strategies. So doing things like RP searches, holding RP's hands through the funding application process, those kinds of tasks. I'm not sure where I need to point this thing to make, there it goes. So project planning, why we think it's important. We think that cleanup happens more efficiently. We learned from the expedited cleanup claim account that meeting with RPs and developing project plans decreases the time it takes to close cases and makes them more cost effective, and how we want caseworkers to work with stakeholders, identify obstacles, develop goals and milestones, and then follow through and follow up on those plans. And so this slide, we conducted an analysis of in GeoTracker, we have a path to closure plan where these project plans can be recorded. We conducted an analysis of those project plans, or those path to closure plans in GeoTracker, and we think that they need a little work. 31% of those look like they were sufficient. 32%, the closure date had exceeded. So they expected to close it by a certain date, and that date's exceeded, and the plan hasn't been updated. We think
But
that
in those cases, do we know why?
we don't. We need to figure out, and we need to continue to push the regional boards to make that a priority.
And do we know, I'm sorry, of those 32%, how many were regional board lead versus LOP?
I can get you that information. I don't have it with me.
Thank you.
Yep. We think that 22% don't have enough information to achieve the goal of closure, and then, 15% either don't have or have incomplete path to closure plans. So we think that this is a really important thing, and we're working with the regional boards to make it one of their priorities. So what are we looking at in the future? The removal of single wall tanks is required by December 31st, 2025. Currently, there are 3,166 single wall facilities that we know of, so that's tanks or piping, at 1,286 facilities. We anticipate that we'll get approximately 500 to 1,000 new cases out of that, and it looks like those will all come in 2025 as people put off removing their single wall tanks till the deadline. And this may become problematic as our caseload is reduced. You know, if we have 500 cases in 2025, an additional 1,000 cases may overwhelm our resources. So this is something we need to think about and plan for as we go forward. Also, in 2025, the cleanup fund is scheduled to sunset. After that, funding for the cleanup program is uncertain, and a sort of maybe little known problem with that is that tank owners and operators will have to find alternative financial assurance mechanisms. That becomes problematic because the alternative is the private insurance market, and we know from other states that that doesn't work very well. So that's something we'll have to think about and plan for in 2025. And then sort of the big question is what happens with the underground storage tank as our caseload diminishes. We think that regional boards will likely roll the tank program into existing programs like some already have. What do we do? Does it make sense to have an LOP-like program for site cleanup? And then how do we take all of the good things that we've done here and transition those resources and lessons learned to the site cleanup program and really move that program forward? So that is all I have. Do you have questions for me before I turn it over to Diane?
So I do want to just comment on that, and there is, we will be working with the administration and the legislature as we get closer to the expiration date on how best to address the issue of insurance and the concern of single-wall tanks coming on board and figuring out a path forward instead of a cliff.
Since I've give you such a hard time during your presentation, let's exact a little levity now. If we could go back to slide number 14. 14, please. Yes. So where is this road? Do you know? I would love to ride my bike down it. Not up, but down.
I don't know. It's a internet stock photo, but it does look like a fun road to ride your bike down, doesn't it?
Thank you.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the lessons learned and learning and efforts. This is a really mature program, so there's so much that we've learned through over the years and seen how, combining funding and then the coordination between the state board, regional boards, and locals, and third-party contractors. I think just the learning we can get from this for both thinking about site cleanup and also other programs, I think is really helpful. I really appreciate both that reflections as well as the outline of planning for the future and looking ahead about what to expect in terms of thinking about funding and staffing and efforts and how we're changing systems over time. So just really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Anyone else? Thank you, staff, and thank you for everyone's patience as well as I reorganized all this. I really wanted us to be able to take care of these staff items and make sure the board, we had our full attention there and be able to kind of have a break as well. Yes, sorry, Mr. Bishop.
The cleanup fund is still to go. This is a part of the
part 2. Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, fair enough.
I will blaze through it, I promise.
I will not wrap you up, and I will let you blaze through it. And again, appreciate everyone's patience because I think it's helpful for us to be able to get this out and be able to pivot to a topic that will be sort of less work intensive on the board side insofar as these issues, and then pivot to then a workshop that will be very board intensive for us. So I was just trying to think of a good pacing here. So again, thank you guys for your patience.
Sure.
And we'll move to part 2 of our presentation here.
Yeah, and we'll move quickly. So I'm Diane Barclay. I've been the cleanup fund manager for about 1.5 years now. Oops, not that quickly. And it's already been described that we're the important financial responsibility piece for the owners and operators of petroleum USTs. We do reimburse eligible corrective action costs when they have an unauthorized release or a leak from those tanks, and that's acting as the financial assurance. And one of the most important things I think we've done over the last couple of years is we've become a kinder and gentler fund. We've really ramped up our stakeholder meetings. We reach out to them. We are focused on customer service, not only externally, but internally. We have a lot of communication that we maybe didn't used to have in Fund 1.0 or 2.0. Maybe we're 4.0 now or something, but we really try to be responsive. And I think that's, we try to say yes, and if we have to say no, we try to say it in the nicest possible way because we have regulations that make us say no sometimes. So all that money comes from a 2-cent per gallon storage fee on the petroleum that's stored in the tanks, and that brings in $340 or so million a year, which is kind of amazing. We have the authority to spend 185 of that on reimbursements. We're currently not spending that much, so the balance is growing a little bit, but that's because we're down to the lower priority claimants who have had their paperwork sitting there for 20 or 30 years and they're having trouble putting it together. And the rest of the money goes to sub-accounts and administration. How do you get this money? Well, we give you a letter of commitment, and we do that. We did it 600 times last year. We're ramping up because we have a priority list of folks that want to get in, and the word is out that we're paying the lower priority claimants. So we're going to be doing about almost 1,000 of those. They're probably done 3 since I've been sitting here today over there getting these letters of commitment out, and we're going to have that priority list emptied out within 3 years because looking at our sunset, we need time for them to be able to pay them. So we've reimbursed $3.6 billion. There has been a problem in the past with fraud, waste, and abuse. It was estimated in the past at 20. I think that's kind of high. I'll talk in a minute about why it's not that high and what we're doing about that. We expect to pay out another $1.6 billion before we sunset at the beginning of 2026, and our balance right now is about $788 million. We have had 20,000 claims that have been received. We've accepted 16,000 of those, and we have paid. The work is done, the claim is closed, about half of those, 10,000. We still have almost 2,500 open claims, and the claims on the priority list, just looking at the numbers that like I said, they're changing as we speak. And we are starting to get more claims in for eligibility review because the word is out that the money's there. So a lot of times our stakeholders ask us, well, how are you going to have enough money to pay us? And we'd like to give them a cash flow model, but the model's only as good as the input, and that's kind of questionable right now. So we estimated about $400,000 a claim and came up with this model. We then tried to ground truth it by asking the stakeholders to let us know what they thought they were going to submit. And about 50% of them responded, and that was about $480,000 a claim, but we think we're right on track because everything they request will not end up being eligible. So it's looking like the demand will be met by the balance at this point. We do approximately 3,500 reimbursement requests annually. We get that many annually. We processed 2,500 last year. We've already done 1,600 this year. We make a lot of widgets over there. The pace is fast. And we, as of the last year, we've been processing those RRs, we call them, within actually 2 weeks. So if you're sitting out there waiting for your check, you're probably going to ask me, if you guys are turning them around so quickly, why do we not have money? And right about when we got things all together, we had this little bump in the road called Fiscal, and it's our new statewide accounting system. We are kind of a unique thing where we pay thousands of claimants. We don't just buy stuff. So it's been a real challenge for us trying to fit our program into this system. We have a huge workload. Every time they change something, it's multiplied by 2,500, and we have more approval levels in this system. But the other thing folks don't understand is we don't cut the checks ourselves. We have to send it to our fiscal unit and accounting and then to the controllers. So we are taking steps actively to minimize the effects of this transition. We are prioritizing all the claims. There is a priority built into the fund A through D, but we're also prioritizing school districts and folks who have really dire situations. We're reallocating staff to where the need is for the fiscal entry, and we're trying our best to communicate with stakeholders and all the entities involved so that things go as smoothly as possible. Oops. Whoops. This thing is sensitive. Fraud, waste, and abuse prevention. We got some additional authority back with SB 445 about 5 years ago, and we were able to be more of a deterrent, which is what we really hope. But we know that we are still getting some false, misleading, and inflated invoices, and we now have the authority. We have a great Office of Enforcement that helps us out. When we find something that looks kind of hinky, we send it up to them, and then we help them investigate it. We have certified fraud investigators there, and we have the ability now to do criminal and civil prosecution, some pretty hefty fines. We can disqualify folks from the fund, and we can actually ask them to take on the liability for our enforcement costs. So that, we think, is the best value there as a deterrent. We have disqualified 10 firms and 13 individuals. There have been some criminal actions and civil actions, and there is an email there that people can kind of blow the whistle and tell us, hey, please look at this. Some of the more recent ones were Caltech and some others that we've just recently completed. One of the backbones of what we do is a review summary report. It's kind of along the lines of the path to closure. If a claim has been in the fund for more than 5 years, we have a whole unit that looks at what they've done, what they need to do, and can this site be closed. We did 525 of those last year. We're going to keep doing that many. We had developed a backlog of appeals through, I'm not really sure why, maybe previous management decisions, but we had 240 of them or so a couple of years ago. And an appeal is when we make a decision on the reimbursement requests and the claimant doesn't agree with it. They usually just want more money. So we have currently, through our plan, we're down to 31 of those original 240 appeals, and they're kind of the gnarly ones where there's big technical issues or second releases or something else going on, so they take a little bit more time. And the good news is that we are receiving fewer appeals now, and we've streamlined our process a bit. We've made it more understandable, and the feedback from the stakeholders on that has been pretty good. There are some other accounts, like I said, we don't like to say no, and we are working with EPA and Matt and his program so that we can try to find funding for everybody. And some of these stalled cases, in fact, we have a summit with EPA coming up in, I think it's May or June, where we're trying to figure out how to get more cases into some of our other funds. And this one is emergency abandoned recalcitrant. That's where there's a legitimate emergency, or the RP is not doing anything, or they walked away. And then we also have an orphan fund where there's no financially viable responsible party. You know, it can't be your brother that was affiliated or anything like that, but it has to be an owner, someone who ended up with the property, or an agency. And they also have to not be otherwise eligible for our funding. Matt touched a little bit on our expedited cleanup account. That has been a real success. We found that it cuts about a year and $100,000 off of getting a claim closed, and about 23% of our sites that are working with that program, which is one of our staff forming a team with the consultant, the claimant, and the regulator, and trying to figure out how best to get this site closed. So that's working really well. And the program, one of them that we're most excited about, is Site Cleanup Subaccount. That's SCAP. That is our little piece of funding that we have for sites that are not petroleum related. This could be dry cleaners, industrial solvents, things that tend to be more toxic and not biodegradable. So we've gotten a good response with that. We have 60 projects under consideration, and we've already funded 62. We're about to go into our 1920 money, so we're using all the money. So that's really exciting to us. And Matt already talked about RUST, and we don't have much time. So the only thing I'll say about RUST is that it is in another branch of DFA right now, and it's going to be moving over to the cleanup fund, which we think is a better way to technically support it and administratively support it. Any questions?
So I'd just like to take a moment and point out that it might seem like under the FOD race and abuse, there's only, you know, a half a dozen cases there. Those cases are all very large. They cover multiple reimbursements, so we're not talking about one receipt there. And so even though there's only a few of them, they cover huge amounts of money.
Well, Caltech alone had, I think, 400 sites involved with it. So.
Any comment from fellow board members? I thank you again, both and all three of you and all the staff for their work on these two items. And you know, the fact that we were trying to be a little brief with them doesn't reflect openly or honestly on the thanks that I have for the work that you guys are doing. So we appreciate it. Thank you. So quickly check in with my fellow board members. We can move on to the next item. We could do a bio break, or like I said, we can simply move on. So that sounds good to me. All right, thank you. So the next item is now item number 9. Sorry, we just did item number 9. Finally, item number 7. How's that? Which is an update on stakeholder efforts to reactivate floodplains in the Sacramento Valley, and have been looking forward to this. So thank you all again for your patience. Good morning, Mr. Guy. Morning. You might have to push on the button. If it's green, it's good.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that good? All right.
Mic up, David, a little bit.
It's kind of
Oh. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you guys again for joining.
well, good morning, and first, congratulations, Joaquin, on the chair. And
Get it closer to your mouth.
is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, well, good afternoon or good morning, I guess. Thank you for the opportunity to to be here. We're very excited to talk a little bit about the floodplains today. And I guess is what we're really hoping is that you will join us in exploring kind of how we can reimagine our floodplains in the Sacramento Valley. And to do that today, we have a combination of science, water management, hydrology that we're going to present with the idea that we're going to hopefully paint a picture of some of the opportunities that lie ahead for floodplain reactivation. We obviously were very encouraged with the governor's state of the state and the specific call out to floodplain opportunities in the Central Valley, and that's in part why we're here today. We obviously think that a lot of this is a way to break down those binaries that he talked about and to really bring people together. One of the things we're very excited about is the partnerships that have emerged around reactivating the floodplain. These are the partners that are on the document that was part of the information item for the board, as well as I think is in front of a lot of folks. And so these are the partners that have joined together in this effort, and many of them are here today in the boardroom, as well as I suspect on the webcast as well. So let's start today with the science, and Jacob Katz will be our first presenter, followed by, we'll have some film that we'll show, and then Megan Hurdle from Audubon, and then Louis Bear from RD 108, and then Roger Cornwell from River Garden Farms, a great team here today representing this larger universe of folks who are very interested in floodplains.
Thank you, David. President Esquivel, members of the board, thank you very much for having us. And when David says reimagining floodplains, he might be selling it short. We're really reimagining how water flows across California's landscape. Reimagining and re-understanding, integrating a scientific knowledge to create better management. Management for agriculture, management for urban water supply, and management for a much more productive environmental ecosystem. And in order to do that, we have to look back. So the Sacramento Valley that we know, love, live in today is a tapestry of vast agricultural production. Historically, however, it was a shifting mosaic of different kinds of wetlands. Those wetlands really personify the Sacramento Valley. The names that are so familiar to us, Colusa, Yolo, Sutter, Butte, were all flood basins before they were counties.
Governors even named dogs after these, I've been told.
That means that, you know, a flood basin is essentially a puddle, a vast seasonal lake. And development of the valley over the last 100, 150 years, going back almost 200 years, has meant that we've, for the most part, drained those wetlands. We've diked the streams off from the landscape. We have, with 13,000 miles of levees, really effectively divorced the landscape from the river channels themselves. And this has had incredible effects. This fundamental change of how water flows across the landscape has consequences for our water security. When water doesn't spread out, it no longer sinks in. It has consequences for our food security, understanding that recharged aquifers are the bank account that really that supplies agriculture in California and really much of the world's food-producing regions. But I'm here to talk to you today about the incredible consequences that speeding water off the landscape has on rivers and river systems. And I'm going to be summarizing well over 2 decades of floodplain research done by the best federal, state, academic, and NGO scientists working collaboratively in the state to understand how rivers work, how floodplains work, how a river is really that interaction of dry land and river. And we'll do that with a single experiment that was conducted by CalTrout and the UC Davis Center for Watershed Sciences with support by DWR in 2016. So the picture that you're seeing is the Sacramento River just upstream from the I-5 bridge. This is just even with the airport. I'm looking down at floating cages there that each have 10 small juvenile salmon in them. Those salmon are in really ideal conditions for the river. The river's up, it's flooding, they're in a slow eddy in the river. And then just on the other side of that levee from the river is the Tule Canal. The Tule Canal is the way that water flows across the landscape during normal times, flows through the floodplain. This is in Yolo Bypass. And again, 3 floating pens, each with 3 juvenile fish in them. Just on the other side of the canal is the agricultural fields of Yolo Bypass. In this case, these are rice fields, and these are rice fields that are managed as wetlands in the off-season. After the fields are harvested, rice is harvested for human food consumption. Those fields are flooded to mimic the natural wetlands that were once there. And we also put those cages in these surrogate wetlands, or these flooded rice fields. And the picture of those fish that were all exactly the same size when they went into those cages 3 weeks prior to this picture, and to see the really dramatic growth experienced on the floodplain. There was some growth on the canal and very little in the river. And we can see why that happens. There's over 700% growth on those floodplain fish compared to their in-river counterparts. And that is due to incredible amounts of food that are available out there on the floodplain. In the river, there was a little bit of food, and again, these were under ideal conditions. If you're a small salmon out migrating through the Sacramento River, this was exactly the time and the place that you would like to be, when the river is full, when it's full of floodwaters. The canal had more food, actually 600 times as much as the river, but the floodplain was something that really opened our eyes. 140 times the amount of food in the river, that's 15,000%. You can imagine a increase of 100 or 200% on the bottom line for a CEO reporting, talking about productivity here, right? 15,000% more food availability really translates to vastly different outcomes when we're talking about creating fish biomass, creating robust populations of fish. And at the bottom of this slide, it might be hard to see, but is really one of the reasons why. If I can leave you with only one thing, it's this idea of residence time. And that's that the water in the river is moving by basically every 2 seconds. That in the canal, about half a minute. In those floodplain fields, we're talking about days. But historically, in those wetlands of the valley, in Yolo Basin, in the Calusa Basin, we would have been talking about weeks, if not months of inundation. This incredible engine of productivity that created 2 million salmon coming back to the valley is all based on this simple idea, a puddle, about time, right? So this isn't rocket science, but it is physics. We're talking about the energy input to the aquatic system, right? Where's that energy come from? It happens with the interaction between the floodplain and the river, and that only happens when you're allowed floodwaters to spread and to slow on the floodplain, right? Floodplains are the solar panels, the energy sources for rivers. And with losing over 95% of our floodplain wetlands, we've essentially reduced the energy input into our systems where we can only expect to have 5% of our fish species. That's math, and it's actually fairly simple math. What can we do about it? Well, in looking back, we can move forward. We can take the infrastructure that we've inherited and integrate 21st century understanding of bioproductivity into how we manage that infrastructure. In so doing, we can re-energize our aquatic ecosystems, right? So sunlight, right, gets and carbon in the air, combined via photosynthesis, algae and plants into sugar. The sugar, the fuel of aquatic ecosystems. That then is turned into bugs, and bugs make fish. But it doesn't happen instantaneously. No one would ever expect, no farmer would plant their seed one day and expect to harvest the next week. And yet we are designing a system that even as we start to think about floodplains, we aren't adequately bringing time into consideration, the ability to manage water out on those floodplains. And it's something that we can do very cost effectively and really ultimately fundamentally changes the ability to both create and manage a system for people and for the environment. So residence time really equals puddle power, equals this incredible bioproductivity that we have long squandered and that we have the opportunity now to bring back into the way we manage water in California. In so doing, we really will be a global model for the world's most precious resource. And we have a cartoon, even better than a film, to explain some of these concepts. Oh.
Can you help Janine? She's not running it. What's that?
Are you able to click it, Janine? The short film?
Animated piece.
The animated piece?
Right. Thank you.
5%. That's what's left of California's salmon population. Once the largest floodplain in the world, the Golden State Central Valley is a fraction of what it once was. Home to an abundance of wildlife, the floodplains provided everything needed for life to flourish. But in the 1800s, something changed here. People from all over the world began to settle in these fertile lands. We built cities, paved roads, and grew crops to support a booming population. Today, just 5% of the original floodplain habitat remains, which, to no surprise, has left us with just 5% of the native fish. However, not all is lost. Work is being done to reverse this troubling statistic. In a first-of-its-kind partnership, farmers, scientists, water districts, and conservation groups are uniting to recreate the floodplains. And their goal? To one day tell the tale of a triumphant return of California's Chinook salmon. The collaboration is producing solutions that are as clever as they are simple, and early results show great promise. Like all species, fish need to eat. But there's simply not enough food in the river to nourish juvenile salmon for their journey to the ocean. The river is too cold and too swift to produce a stable supply of bugs which fish depend on for nutrition. Malnourished, the salmon grow weak and are unable to avoid predators and overcome spells when there's no food at all. Few ever make it to the ocean. That's why this coalition is using farm fields as a solution. A place that grows food for families during the spring and summer, turns out, is the perfect place to grow food for fish in the winter. So how does it work? Rice fields are flooded during the winter to help decompose the remaining rice straw left over from harvest. These shallow puddles serve as a massive solar panel, warming the decomposing rice straw, turning carbon into algae and creating a fertile breeding ground for millions of bugs. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet for young salmon, serving up a delicious spread of highly nutritious floating fillets, something fish used to get before they were cut off from their food supply. By using rice fields to create these surrogate floodplains, our coalition is reconnecting fish with their natural food supply. Scientists and farmers are delivering the food to the fish by pumping the bugs grown on the fields into the Sacramento River. First, water is borrowed from the river onto rice fields. There it sits, breaking plant life down into carbon. Sunlight warms the water, forming algae, and attracting insects to feast and reproduce. This water, now dense with nutrients, is moved right back into the river, creating a vital food supply for young fish. This new food supply gives young salmon a vastly improved shot at survival. It's a win-win solution. Standing together, our collective efforts today ensure our success tomorrow. This is the new way forward.
Okay, with that, we're going to switch over to me. My name is Megan Hurdle. I'm the Director of Land and Water Conservation with Audubon, California. And Roger and I were just debating which cartoon figures we get to be in that one. I think it's clear I get to be the one woman in there. So that was a great animated short about how rice fields are creating surrogate floodplain habitat to benefit fish. But I am clearly going to lift your eyes upward, and I'm going to talk about birds, because birds also rely on the Central Valley, and for more than 2 decades, nonprofits have been working with farmers to figure out ways to create surrogate habitat to benefit them. So to give you a little bit of a perspective, birds like salmon migrate. So salmon are moving from the ocean into our rivers and streams to their spawning grounds. Birds do the same thing. They breed in summer and fall. Many of them then migrate either to their overwintering grounds, which are either in the Central Valley or places further south. And they migrate along flyways. These flyways connect us across hemispheres, across continents, across countries, and they really matter to have habitat at each of the locations. So in North America, birds are using 4 flyways. The one that we think the most about here, of course, is the Pacific Flyway. And the Central Valley of California is clearly located at the heart of it. So these birds are flying thousands of miles to come here to stop and rest and refuel before they head to different locations, or they're coming here to nest or overwinter, depending on the season and the bird. And so what we do here matters. And the picture of the bird that you see up there, that is not a Canada goose, that is actually an Aleutian goose, and it's a great story about why what we do here matters. This bird was thought to be extinct. I see, Dee Dee, that you're shaking your head. This bird was thought to be extinct, and they found a small population off the islands in Alaska. And so they put it on the endangered species list, and they started doing eradication of predators in the breeding grounds, and they protected the land here in the Central Valley, where 90% of the population overwinters. This population of birds has recovered, and it's been delisted. And I know we have landowners in the audience who worked on this. So this is one of the success stories that talks about why what we do here matters. And a lot of that work occurred on private lands. So you've heard it in the previous presentation in the video, we've lost all but 5 to 10% of our natural habitat. It's not just floodplain, it's wetlands, it's riverside forest, it's grasslands. So when the birds are coming here, it's a very different landscape. We've lost that in just 200 years, but we have an opportunity to work within the system we've got now to try to recreate some of that. And this is what results. So if a month ago you had gone out to the Yolo bypass, you would have had a chance to see it. Right now, doesn't quite look the same. It's doing a great job right now for flood protection. But the Yolo bypass is one of those examples where we work on farms to create habitat. So we still support huge numbers of birds here. We have the highest density of wintering waterfowl anywhere in North America. And you can see from this picture why we own that. So this map is from Ducks Unlimited, and it really shows the extent of habitat that still remains in the Central Valley of California. You can see our public wetlands, which are providing the backbone of the Pacific Flyway. And then if you zoom into Sacramento, the green here is the rice fields. So you can see the public wetlands that are protected in context of the rice fields. Rice fields are providing up to 2/3 of the food that waterfowl are eating when they come here. And this area is so important that it's been designated a site of hemispheric importance for shorebirds. And we've done that because we've been able to work within the system to replicate historic ecosystem function. So Audubon, with many partners, some of who are in the audience, like Natural Resource Conservation Service and the Rice Commission, have gone out and used the best available science to study what works with water timing and placement, and been able to take those practices to landscape scale. So I'm going to pass it over to Louis to talk more about some of those projects that he's working on now, but I wanted to leave you with a bird's eye view. So this is flooded rice fields. Those white patches, those are all snow geese, which is pretty incredible to think how many have piled in there. Using these rice fields, you can see why it mimics floodplain and historic wetland habitat. So we have the opportunity to find things that work for wildlife and people. There are tough decisions to be made with respect to water in California, but there are also opportunities for us to work together to advance projects on the ground. Thank you.
Well, board members, thank you for the opportunity today. My name is Louis Beer, and I'm the General Manager for Reclamation District 108. The reason I'm here is because we sat right in the middle of the floodplains, and so we're very familiar on the ground, and that's kind of been our role as a partner with the group you have here in front of you. So what I want to talk about is a comprehensive approach. And this is really, it kind of focuses on salmon, but this approach is to produce healthy juvenile smolt, making it to the ocean throughout really the time period when migration occurs. So not just a single slug and a single event, but spreading these fish out, providing them healthy rearing habitat, plenty of food, and seeing those numbers grow and reach the ocean in a state that that would tend to support a more resilient population. So when you have different circumstances in the ocean, we always have other fish arriving at a time when we have better conditions. So I want to categorize these for simplicity into the upper river, the in-river work, and then the large-scale floodplain activities. So the upper river is probably the most advanced and active of the actions that the Sac River settlement contractors have been involved with. We have a partnership with the Bureau of Reclamation, with Chico State, and with the Sacramento River Conservation Area Forum, where we've been trying to accelerate upper river work. That upper river work has included spawning gravel, as you see in the top right photo. Glen Cluse Irrigation District about 4 years ago added spawning gravel to at the Market Street location. Many of the activities on the upper Sacramento River are really a result of the fact that we're trying to rear our salmon below the rim dams, right? So we have Shasta and Keswick that have stopped these fish from migrating upstream. Well, now we don't have a more natural location where the habitat develops on its own, the side channels develop on its own, the complexity in the river develops on its own. It really requires us to insert ourselves and through management and construction activities, make sure we provide this for healthy rearing of those juveniles. So the bottom left is actually a River Garden Farms project, which looks at in-channel in the upper stream. It may not be obvious when you walk up to the Sacramento River in Redding, but that river is really a scoured channel. In many places, it looks like a concrete-lined canal. It's just bedrock on the bottom. There's no place for these juveniles to get out of the velocity and to hide from predators. So the predator balance is certainly out of balance. So River Garden Farms installed 26 of these structures. It's tough to tell in the picture, but those are 6-ton boulders, and they basically have 2 trees bolted to them, and those were placed in the deep portion of the river to provide that in-stream habitat. And then on the bottom right is the Cypress Side Channel Project. So this is a location where juveniles can get into shallow water off of the main channel, have more food, lower velocities, and can rear to head downstream. So in-river actions, so there's really 2 that I'd like to touch on. I think there's a very successful project that illustrates the types of things that can be done on channel, and that's the Bullock Bend project that was completed by Westervelt. This was actually an advanced mitigation project, but what it did is it took an old historic oxbow that was inside of the levied section, and this oxbow wouldn't actually wet up very frequently, if ever at all, because the land elevation was very high. So what they did is they came in and they lowered that land elevation by more than 10 feet in the pattern that you can see on the top right. You can see there's a notch on the downstream end. So this provides about 90 acres of habitat that's a backwater off the main channel. It allows the fish to get out of the velocity in the channel. It allows the residence time that Jacob talked about to produce food so that those juveniles can rear, can get larger, and make their way out. The other program here, the short was focusing on, and that's taking advantage of the 500,000+ acres of rice fields in the Sacramento Valley that you can't necessarily get fish onto, but you can produce food on those rice fields and then bring that food back to the main stem Sacramento River to help support those fish that are in channel. So finally, I'd like to talk about the larger landscape floodplain activities. And what we have here, there are a series of weirs and structures in our flood system that are designed to keep, frankly, they were designed at a time when our focus was on feeding people. And we wanted to keep land dry as much as we possibly could. So we designed a system that would keep the water in the channel, the fish in the channel. We weren't focused on the fishery at that time. It was on food production. The good news is I think many of these floodways still exist, and it's quite possible to adapt and re-wet those areas more frequently. And that's really what these projects try to do. And it's really, I think Jacob mentioned it, but updating our infrastructure to incorporate what we now understand about fish. And I apologize here, I see my dots and my lines got off, but the main point of this slide is that many of the blue areas that exist there today, these are large areas. The Butte Basin itself is well over 100,000 acres. The Sutter Bypass is well over 20,000. The Colusa Basin Drain, that area is well over 20,000 acres. So these are large areas that are still inundated, but the frequency in which those are inundated is very low, and the access for juveniles sometimes is not even possible. There are other interesting things that are happening here. You have the Feather River joining the Sutter Bypass, and it makes this lower Sutter Bypass really kind of an iconic or a stellar location to be doing rearing of juveniles. So I'll go into two examples here. So this one here, I'm showing in the top right a photo of the Fremont Weir. So this is the adult fish passage project, but it gives you an idea of the existing weir with a notch through it. And so the graph on the bottom is the Tisdale bypass, and the upper yellow line is actually the top of the weir. The lower red line is a possible notch elevation, and the green line is the water surface elevation in the river. And so you can see this is the 03-04 water year. The green line overtopped the Tisdale Weir for just a few weeks throughout that year. But if you were to install a notch like the top right photo, you would change the frequency in which you would inundate about 15 or 16,000 acres in the Sutter Bypass and Tisdale Bypass from 3 weeks to about 3 months. It's these sorts of infrastructure modernizations that could change our existing floodplains from very little use or only being used in the wettest years to being used in almost all of the years. So my second example here is the Colusa Basin Drain. So this is an existing structure, and it's an existing structure that also has a twin on the Sutter Bypass side, but I'll focus on the Colusa Basin Drain here for this example. The Colusa Basin Drain is unique in that there's only a levee on one side of the drain. The other side, there's no levee. So water spreads out for 3+ miles and can cover up to 15,000 acres. It very frequently covers 10,000 acres, like today. But what's unfortunate is that that's all from watershed runoff. There are no access for juveniles today into the Colusa Basin Drain. So there's no ability for juveniles in the Sacramento River to get out onto that floodplain and take advantage of that. What we're suggesting with this project here is that you could open the gates. This is a project that potentially would require zero construction. You'd certainly have to deal with operational issues and maybe purchase easements from landowners to do this. But you could raise those gates and you could start recruiting juveniles onto that floodplain. And you could do that anytime the Sacramento River was higher than the Colusa Basin Drain, which is about 50% of the time during the winter. So it's a really exciting opportunity. And like I said, at the upper end of the Sutter Bypass, there's a very similar structure. So this is my cheerleader slide, and as recommended by my group, I didn't bring my cheerleader outfit. So, but I really feel like the fish are waiting. This is exciting stuff that we can do. It happens at a time when we're not farming and when farms can work this in to their land use. I think we have a lot of landowners that are, some of which are represented here today, that are very excited about this as well. They want to get in and fix these situations. They don't want to fight about them anymore. And like to see us turn the top left photo into the bottom right much more frequently. So we need to focus on the possible, and we need to get to work. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. I'm not sure why they passed me the clicker. They didn't leave me any room for slides. But I do get the very last piece, and you'll see a video that was created out of the idea of this partnership. And before we see that last piece of the presentation, let me just dive into something that I think is very important, and what I represent is landowners that are willing to participate, that want to come to the table, that they're not about this fight, right? In the Northern California, in the Sacramento Valley, we've been very blessed to have the leaders before us really teach us on this fix it versus fight it. And that's something that we're very excited to continue. And we think we have a great solution working with this team that you see before you. We've developed relationships over the years to have the trust in each other to come and try new ideas and maybe make some mistakes along the way, but to try to figure it out and try to move the valley forward as a whole. But it's not just a few here. This whole project that we're talking about and our little animation piece that you saw is really about partners from north of the Delta, south of the Delta coming together to try to figure out solutions. We have San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority as part of that solution, bringing their assets to the table. We also have state water contractors bringing assets to the table. You know, I represent River Garden Farms, but behind me, I know that out in the audience is Nicole Van Fleck. She represents Montana Farms. You have Fritz Durst representing RD 108. That's another 50,000 acres. Maya Kempner is here from Conway, and that's almost another 22,000 acres that's represented here today that is willing to really roll up their sleeves and get to work. And that's really what I wanted to stress is this is an opportune time. This is an opportune place to really get to work and see what we can do. And with that, Janine, if you want to play our very last video.
This is just to build the suspense.
Contrary to popular belief, we did try a test run this morning and it did work. Yeah, we could.
While we queue that up, are there any questions from the board that you might want to have?
Yep. Any board members? Yeah.
So I find that slide with the beakers quite interesting. So can you talk a little bit about this issue of residence time and different approaches to take? So it seems that if you are able to move that food into a side channel where there's longer residence time, you could get more bang for the buck. But just like to hear, you know, obviously there could be different places where you could put the food.
Yeah, I think that it was Lewis that brought up the idea of a portfolio a portfolio effect. You want fish leaving the system at all different times, and that portfolio of fish kind of strategies is based solely on having different kinds of habitat. And we've been talking about this big change in the wetlands, in that idea of high residence time that allows basically carbon to cycle. It allows energy that is created for the most part on the terrestrial surface, on the land, to get into the water. And that can happen in a whole myriad of different ways. It can be such in a big water year when, as driving here today, Yolo Bypass is completely flooded when the rest of our flood system is up, that the fish can actually swim directly out into those puddles, those inundated floodplains, and get access to that kind of habitat. But during most water years, that's not the case. During most water years, our bypasses don't flood and don't flood for long. Those bypasses are designed to drain really, really quickly. Just like every Safeway parking lot, just like every farm field, our bypasses are designed to move that water off. So the ideas that we're talking about here can be applied in a whole bunch of different ways. In creating fields that won't ever be easily accessible to fish. You can grow food there, drain that food back to the river, put it back into the river in what I think of as a series of hotspots or a string of pearls. That intersection of the floodplain that's farmed and the river, where water can be piped back to the river, can be done in such a way where it does have a back bay, a little spot, a buffet for fish to stop. Fish that are stuck on the levee, in the riverside, can stop and get access to that food. We can also redesign our weir systems to allow fish to swim into those bypasses and other areas where this is possible more frequently. Side channels are another way in which that's done. Oxbows, using both farmed lands. You can grow food for people in summer, and in the winter, those lands are managed for native critters, fish, birds, but also wild marshes. All of that has its place. So the idea is really just to be able to spread and slow and sink that water back in any way we can, integrating it back into the system as a whole. Maybe others have something to add. Megan?
Go ahead. Okay, we appreciate that, and I think our video is on. Although I was about to quit. It's not hitting, it's not up below, it's just finished. 1 second. If there was ever an argument for a better budget for our tech.
For decades, rice farmers would burn their fields to get rid of the stubble left over from harvest. But in the 90s, regulation changed that. So we turned to flooding the fields. Essentially, flooding the fields does the same thing. It decomposes the rice straw. But what nobody knew, what none of us predicted, was the win for the birds. They'd fly over and they would recognize these flooded rice fields as wetlands.
They really are using this land as surrogate wetland habitat, which is really important because there's not much natural wetland habitat left here. We've lost 90 to 95% of it, and rice now provides up to 60% more food and habitat for waterfowl in the winter.
What we're learning now is that that same water on the floodplain has great benefits for fish. The infrastructure that we have today was designed and built for a purpose 100 years ago, without a lot of time spent on how it might impact fish.
Irrigation is the principal purpose for which man has developed the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers in the great Central Valley of California.
If you look back 150 years ago, before the gold rush, the salmon population was the most abundant king salmon population really in the world. We basically had free-flowing rivers that came down into this large Central Valley that was a big floodplain. And when the people started showing up, we had to control the rivers because we were moving in. Our cities were next to the river. Our agriculture was next to the river.
We've built a system that has made over 95% of these floodplain wetlands no longer accessible to the river and to the fish in the river.
We now have a system where we store the water behind dams. For good reason, right? We need it in the summer for irrigation. We need to protect our cities and towns from floods. But in doing so and in channelizing all of our rivers, we've changed the way the system works, and you see that reflected in the crashing numbers of fish.
The salmon and trout populations in California are completely dependent on human management at this point. They're not gonna make it without us giving them a boost and managing our water and our land resources.
I look at that and I say, here's real potential. Here's potential for small tweaks that result in revolutionary change.
Traditionally, environmentalists and private landowners have been at odds with conservation and resource management issues.
I think you had a lot of folks kind of fighting for positional arguments, and the drought really forced folks to say, hey, look, right or wrong, we all got to get together and get to work on fixing this.
We needed a couple of partners to take that leap with us, and River Garden Farms were willing to take a risk and try something different just to see if it worked.
We really saw people that we'd never worked with before and started working together to really manage the water resources here in California. And it was through that cooperation that we started to move forward with projects that we feel are very viable and that can help the ecosystem.
And without them, we'd be nowhere. We need somewhere to try stuff out. Everything needs to eat. You know, just like we do, just like the salmon do, the bugs need to eat too. The rice fields are a perfect place to grow them because there's a lot of leftover organic material that breaks down into little bits of nutrients that the bugs can eat. Today, we're actually working on an exciting part of the project, which is draining these rice fields and tracking the flow of the plankton in that water out with the water back to the river. The first thing we do when we show up today is pull a board out of the rice box and let a bunch of water flow out of the field. And our job is to sample along that trajectory for water quality and for plankton density. Cool. Looks good. We're sampling for lower trophic level productivity, so that means basically small crustacean life, essentially. So we got a bunch of large-bodied cladocerans. That's a good sign. That's like the prime rib of fish food. And then a bunch of small ones as well, which is another good sign. That means they're reproducing really well. They got a healthy population. Or good fish food, basically. Large-bodied cladocerans. That's what we're looking for.
Check out this sample that Jacob just pulled out of the field.
Is this what it's been looking like lately?
Mostly. Yeah, almost every field. But this, we had 3 weeks where we didn't get much growth out of this field here, and then it just exploded. The food's out here on the floodplain. We can grow that food here and get it back to the fish in the river. We can build a system that grows food for people in summer, but those same fields in winter can create habitat for ducks, for geese, for fish, create the raw productivity to make that system work. So now this is really a model for the 21st century for resource management and for California. To make this work, it takes folks like River Garden, those that have the vision, that do something that hasn't been done before, do it right, and really set a model for the future.
We can use our resources, our water, our land, and retime the way things have been to benefit the whole ecosystem. We can benefit birds, we can benefit fish, we can benefit all the critters that are out here by us remanaging how we use our resources.
These are win-win solutions. These are projects that work for farmers, that work for environmentalists, that work for folks to the south of the Delta and up here in the Sacramento Valley. that we are creating a new model, and that model is really all about understanding how nature works and integrating that knowledge into our management of it.
The new way forward is really figuring out how to make every acre of land have multiple benefits. Make it work for people and growing food. Make it work for birds who need winter or summer habitat. Make it work for fish. We've got to figure out a way to have multiple benefits and to use the limited resources that we've got as smartly as possible. And that's both for wildlife and people.
I think if we're going to have fish rebound, it's projects like this. And that this is where we build the foundation of that knowledge that we ultimately drive policy with.
We can continue fighting, to the bitter end, but no one's really going to win in that scenario.
I don't see any losers when we do it this way. It's a win for the fish, it's a win for the birds, and it's a win for people.
I don't know a single farmer who doesn't want to see more ducks, more salmon. We have the capacity here in the Sacramento Valley to demonstrate a model that has real global importance, that shows that you don't have to choose either or, that you can create a landscape that works for people, that works for the environment, that creates food for people in summer, that creates food for ducks, for geese, for fish, for all of our native critters the year round. And that's something that I'm just proud to be part of.
Thank you. That was certainly incredible. I first want to open up to my fellow board members.
Yeah, thank you. That was really an encouraging and insightful presentation, and I'm really excited about the future potential rice land has to providing habitat for fish. And I look forward to future conversations that we're going to have about this, coming up. Question for you about the science and where you think that is. I mean, Jacob, you pointed to a study you did in 2016. Where is your work taking you now? What do you think remains to be done and better understood to help move this forward and give us added assurance that this is the right way to go?
Well, thank you, Board Member McGuire. Just to be clear, the science is a real collective and community effort. We have the Department of Water Resources, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NGOs on the bird side of things like Audubon and Point Blue, TNC, as well as our fish folks, all working together. And so I think that the science really points overwhelmingly to this need to integrate more interaction, to integrate a portfolio of habitats, to understand that we have to grok how the system used to work and bring that in, to reconcile it with this water infrastructure that we inherited. A water infrastructure that was really built, in a different era, when we knew little about how rivers worked and even less about what fish needed. And so I think the science is really blossoming in a lot of ways. The Bureau of Reclamation has come in to fund much of this, but we're still at a point where it has yet to truly be integrated into the policy, into the models which drive much of our management. And I think that the science is incredibly important as a means for telling this story, but that the science itself is pretty straightforward. I mean, in any limnology book, they will open up and you'll see that residence time is completely tied to bioproductivity. But applying that knowledge to the way that we actually manage water, to the way that we build and operate our levees or bypasses, or the simple patterns in which Roger harvests and floods his fields. That's the real, the place where we have to execute this, to put that science into action. I think is the exciting part. It's where we are together, and it's where leadership from boards like yours and from the flood board and others can really take a pivotal part. When you encourage your staff and your colleagues to really say, well, are we mimicking natural pattern here? Is this something that makes sense Is this a way in which native critters can then better recognize the system that they evolved in, that they're adapted to? And last thing that I'd like to say is that I'm a fish squeezer. I'm going to take it from that fish perspective. But I think that it's really simple now when you see that a functioning river system means more robust fish populations, means a much more secure water supply. That our regulatory challenges around moving water around often have to do with an ecosystem that's in free fall. And that is not an obvious and necessary result of development. That is a direct result of an infrastructure built when we didn't know better. And so now there's a real chance to put that science into action and to create a system that really works much more profitably for all. If there's any specific questions you have, we'd be happy to answer them. I know it is 2 decades of science rolled up in 5 minutes, so yeah.
No, thank you. Thank you. That's good for now. I would like to follow up at some point in the near future and find out a little bit more, but that's good for now. Thanks.
So getting back to the string of pearls and the 2016 study and then anything going forward, would you envision maybe something more targeted on, as you indicated earlier, there's different places where this food could go, but could you share with us what the next round of study would look like? The one in 2016 was very targeted to the fish that you had in the cages. So what would the next study look like, and when do you anticipate the results coming out?
Well, it's happening right now, and the project that's undergoing right now is we kind of see 2 different ways of doing this broadly, which is getting the fish to the food. That's gates in our levees. That's levees 2.0. That's allowing water and fish to move out into bypasses and other places that can flood. And the other one is the fish to the food, is understanding that there's vast landscapes that will never be easily opened up to the river, but can still present some of their historic floodplain function. And that last piece, this fish food program, is really where we've been focusing over the last 2 years. And last year was our pilot year, and this year we've expanded that. Key partners are River Garden, RD108, funding from both MET and San Luis Delta, and now the Bureau of Reclamation. And the idea here is to move from a small corner of a field, a puddle, and start to implement it at that landscape scale. Because it was when farmers working with NGOs started to change their practices across thousands and tens of thousands of acres as far as flooding instead of burning rice, that you got this incredible response from the birds. And we mentioned one bird example in the Aleutian goose, but really in the early 80s, birds were at all-time lows. Now they're at all-time highs, and that's because of this landscape level response. So that the emphasis right now is on flooding a 5,000 acre tract of land that's in RD108, tracking the food growth that happens in that, but then watching as that water is all drained into one of the largest pumping stations on the floodplain, a pumping station that was built to drain the floodplain should the levees breach, but tweaking that to now deliver that food source, that long squandered energy source, back to the river at the Rough and Ready pumping plant. And in order to track that, we've put fish upstream of where that floodplain water goes into the river. We've put fish at the pumping station and then downstream, as well as on the floodplain. And we'll look at how those fish grow in those different locations as a means of really starting to understand how management will work, and management will work at a large scale. To kind of give an idea of what 5,000 acres is, if you're on flat land and you looked turned around in every direction, you can only see 7,000 acres. So it's basically getting to the point where the science is being put into action, and we're starting to get to work with Lewis and Lewis's tenants and staff to get an idea of how the landscape might be managed more effectively. The Rice Commission also is an important piece. The Rice Commission has really taken on the idea of productivity. They've been a fantastic advocate for wildlife-friendly farming when it came to birds, and now is really enthusiastically expanding out, working with the NRCS and others on how they can encourage their growers to create this kind of, to welcome the wild back in the midst of a managed landscape, how we create a system that really works much more better for wildlife and for fish. So they're also doing a lot of work.
So I just want to thank you all for your leadership, and many that are in the audience today. And it's just every time I hear about this, things improve, progress, and it seems like you have more partners. So thank you very much for that. But one last question, and that has to do with permitting and funding. These projects seem to be a little different from others, larger infrastructure projects that sometimes you can get caught up in some challenges, the road, challenges with funding and permitting. But could you speak to whether or not are you seeing issues with permitting and funding?
So, oh yeah, sorry. Thanks, Jacob. So there's a combination of challenges, I think, in delivering any of these projects. The funding often for multi-benefit projects, the challenge sometimes is we want to silo our funding, because when we approve the funding, we want to make sure it goes to that purpose, but then want us to implement projects that are multi-benefit. So that challenge certainly exists. The permitting challenge also exists. What we've experienced is that when we have partnerships and we have broad support for these efforts, we're able to navigate that. We participated in a couple of projects that were, $10, $20 million projects, and they had support from the Eco Restore program. They had a point person at the state that was able to oversee state agencies and just express the priority and kind of make sure that they were shepherded through the process. I think that was very valuable. I think certainly when we're doing these landscape type projects, we want to make sure that the overall objective of the state is expressed, that these are broadly supported. It doesn't make sense to me that there's the exact same permitting process for building a highway as for completing restoration. And that is something that I'd love to, and I represent farmers, but that I would love to see on the table for restoration projects is, here we are, we're trying to improve not just a single species, but we're trying to improve watersheds and wetlands, which is more of a system type of approach. To me, there needs to be some adjustments from our, everybody has the right to say no process. It tends to be a protective one instead of one that allows things to advance. Having said that, I'm very optimistic. I've seen what we can all deliver in a very short period of time, and I think we can get things done. But there are certainly some improvements that can be made in this type of.
Thank you. And for clarification, I think there are definitely improvements that can be made, and we can certainly do better at ensuring that these projects have, an easier path, we'll say. But I think it would be wrong to say that they currently go under the same scrutiny as, say, building a highway. I think that at least in our permitting systems, there is, and will be the subject of further discussion actually in the next item. So it's a timely moment, but also just want to make sure, and for public edification, it's not true that it is the same exact as building a highway, but the emphasis on it shouldn't be is certainly appreciated. So thank you, Mr. Bear. Any other board members with comment?
Yeah, just really quickly, because I think this was a great segue into our information item. But thank you all for the presentation. It was amazing. I learned a ton, and I really look forward to following up with you. This is an area that I have a lot to learn, and I really hope you will continue to talk with me. I think flood plains are, as I guess, in the face of climate change and the kinds of challenges that we already have acutely in this region, I would love to hear also more about how there may be indirect impacts and benefits around things like understanding groundwater recharge and groundwater supplies, and also quality, as well as just public safety. And I know, certainly in many of the urban areas where there has been development near these areas, it's just helpful to understand where there might be benefits to how we manage water using floodplains and what impacts might be to vulnerable populations there. But I think I mostly just want to say thank you. I really look forward to learning more and continuing to meet with you all. And I also just really do want to acknowledge the leadership that goes into putting these sorts of partnerships and projects together. It's not easy, and I think it's also the only way we're going to get things done and move forward. So really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could too, just I think to Laurel's point, and welcome to the board, obviously. Bottom line is, it's great having these discussions here in this room. Thank you for that opportunity. But there's no substitute for getting out and walking the fields, seeing what's going on the ground. And you all, folks in the audience, on the webcast, have an open invitation. Come join us up in the valley. There's nothing more that folks love to do than get out and walk fields and talk about this and wonk out on it. So, and we love ideas. So please take us up on that.
We appreciate
Actually,
that.
that's a great segue, because I was going to thank you and also say that I've been trying to get out there. Roger knows this. And hopefully third time will be the charm. And I look forward to, I believe you have a tour scheduled for the end of March. So I'm signed up, and weather
Fantastic. Yeah, March
provided,
29th. You're all
look forward
invited,
to it.
as is the audience.
Bring your boots.
Yeah.
Yeah, thankful for the opportunities that you have provided us to tour the valley. Most recently, we were just with you a couple of weeks ago, so we've taken you up on those offers, and we'll continue to have that strong dialogue with you and all stakeholders as we figure this out. We do have one public comment that we have to get to, and then I will close up with some comments, and we'll go forward. Melinda Terry, and Melinda, can you please let us know what the acronym is for your group? Sorry, thank you.
Yes, I'm Melinda Terry, the Executive Director of the California Central Valley Flood Control Association. We represent about 75 different local agencies responsible for levee maintenance and drainage, kind of from, I'd say, Chico down to Tracy, and it includes RD 108. And I'm sure for you, it's nice to hear good news and see progress in the right direction. So that was really nice. And I just wanted to also add that, the level of cooperation and coordination that you heard about to benefit fish wouldn't happen if the environmental organizations and habitat practitioners such as Jacob if they didn't also spend a lot of time really understanding how flood control agencies have to manage the water for flood protection. And I kid you not, the amount of time that Jacob spent on the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan was so much that we couldn't show up to one meeting, and he was able to describe the operation and maintenance issues that we would have. And so I think that's what allowed these types of projects to just move forward beyond just cooperation and coordination, but to that level of trust that you heard the gentleman at the end talk about. So we appreciate their efforts to really understand. And a lot of times these projects, they're doing those kinds of improvements to the flood system at the same time. So thank you.
Thank you. No, the partnerships are what make this all possible, and being able to understand one another's positions and roles in this. If you wanted to create a more sort of, between our water rights system and the way we manage water in this state, a more sort of Byzantine and difficult beast to sort of wrangle, I don't think you could do so intentionally. And I think to Jacob's point, we certainly are inheritors of sort of a mixed legacy here, one that has allowed us to be the 5th largest economy in the world, 40 million people, and just this incredible diversity and leadership that we see with all in our communities. But at the same time, so much of it was not really understanding what it was that we were doing unto ourselves here in the long term. And with climate change and continued uncertainties, I think when we first encountered this system, we're like, oh, it's so dynamic, it's so hard, we can't predict anything, we need to build the certainty into it. And now we're saying, well, actually that dynamism was a really important part to the resiliency of those systems. And so how do we really start to lean in, if you will, and respect that and find the ways to better manage it. But so many of us have roles and places here that it requires us to really coordinate and requires leadership, like the leadership that you all continue to demonstrate in the Sac Valley and have for decades now. And so we're fortunate to have you as partners and look forward to continuing that. So thank you again. And I think for this next item at this point, I apologize to those in the room. I think we're close to a lunch hour essentially. If we want to go ahead and just take a quick lunch, 30 minutes, 45, what do we think? 30-minute lunch. And let's reconvene, we'll say at 12:15. And again, I think it was actually really great to have this presentation before what will be a nice long session on wetlands policy and or wetlands definition and dredge and fill policy. So.
I
Mr.
do have one
Loffer,
quick
is there anything
question
else
for
I
the
should
board
say?
members as to whether or not they would like to at least tick off one of the closed session items over the lunch, the Kachuma item. If
yeah, let's do that. We will do the close Kachuma item over lunch, and we will reconvene at 12:15. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. We are now almost 10 minutes after I said when we would start, and Tam has taught me punctuality is really key in this. So, okay, thank you. And so we are now going to start on what is now item number 9, I guess, after, or no, it is 8. It is still 8. Well, I moved everything around, so no, it is still 8. It's fine. I will have Mr. Bishop introduce this item.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I just want to take a minute before I turn this over to staff to thank all the folks that are here, all the stakeholders, the staff, and the board members for the incredible amount of time and effort in the last few weeks, talking about every comma in this procedure. But I think it's been productive. The outcome of that, the staff will discuss a little bit, but mostly today is to hear from the stakeholders about outstanding issues. But I do want to remind the board that there's a document of clarification language, which is things that the staff believe don't substantially change the procedures, but help clarify for folks what is happening. The majority of the day will be a discussion of outstanding policy issues that folks still want to be made in the document. And then as we get to it, I will break in a couple of times to explain a couple of issues, and then I will summarize the afternoon, how we're going to address the different panels, and that at the very end of the procedures right before we get started. So with that, once again, I'd like to thank everyone. It's been a monumental effort, but I think it's come to some good outcomes. And I will turn it over to Anna Maria for the staff presentation.
Thank you. And yes, thanks again to staff for all the incredible work and stakeholders and fellow board members. Last time we had this workshop, it was obvious that there was a good amount of confusion and a need for a good amount of clarification, and also some policy discussions, obviously, that this board is looking to have. So, all that work and many, many hours and many meetings has paid off, I think, to really be able to clarify what was a lot of items that just needed to be clarified and weren't actual policy discussions that this board needed to have. And now look forward to then this more narrow set of discussions around the policy issues that are outstanding, some discussion amongst us as board members, and hopefully really narrow it down to a set of issues that we will then direct staff to go and work on and then bring to us in our final adoption hearing in early April. And it is an adoption hearing. So again, thank you, appreciate it, and I will pass it on to Anna.
Great, thank you very much. Today, staff has prepared a brief presentation. Today, we're going to describe the process that we have been undergoing since January 3rd. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the clarifications that we made to the January 2019 procedures. We're going to go over a few stakeholder requested policy alternatives and discuss our plan for hearing public comments today. So as mentioned, we released the proposed procedures on January 3rd, 2019. We also released the response to comments to the draft 2017 draft, as well as a staff report. We traveled to San Diego to hold a staff workshop on January 9th, and then came back to Sacramento and held a board workshop. It was at that time that State Water Board staff received direction to conduct further stakeholder outreach, make clarifications to the procedures where possible, as well as gather policy change requests from stakeholders. We held a number of different stakeholder meetings where staff explained what we believed the existing language said, and in some cases we provided clarifying language. In other cases, instances, stakeholders provided us with clarifying language, as well as submitted to us their policy change requests. It's important to note that we received more policy change requests than what was presented in the February 22nd documents. But during the stakeholder meetings, we tried to prioritize and work with our stakeholders. But if there is something that isn't discussed today, stakeholders will have the opportunity to come up and talk on that. It's important to note that we tried to use stakeholder language that was submitted to us whenever possible. And we have handouts available at the back of the room if people need them. When we go through these slides and talk about the policy topic numbers, the numbers correspond with the policy documents that were released on February 22nd. First, I want to talk about the clarifications to the 2019 procedures. I want to make it clear that the clarifications that were released on February 22nd represent staff's recommendation for board to consider. Also, I wanted to go over some examples of clarifications that were made to the procedures. We're not going to go through all of them, but we are prepared to answer questions if you have any. First, for the alternatives analysis requirement, we clarified that in order for a project to meet to qualify for an exemption, that project needs to also meet the regional terms and conditions of a core general permit. We also clarified that routine operation and maintenance activities is expected to conduct a Tier 2 alternatives analysis, which includes the consideration of on-site alternatives only. We also made clarifications to the compensatory mitigation requirements, in that compensatory mitigation may be required using any of the methods listed here in the slides, and this clarification is consistent with the dredge or fill guidelines. And next, Jonathan is going to talk on policy options 1 and 2.
So I wanted to take a minute and frame these first couple because they're a little different than the other ones. And they're actually, as I understand from this morning, there's likely a third area of agreement which the stakeholders will talk about concerning the habitat conservation plans. But we just received that this morning, and I'm not up to speed enough to describe it. At the January 22nd meeting, the board encouraged stakeholders to talk to each other, not just to us, and as a result, we have had some meetings of the minds. And the first one I want to talk about is associated with operation and maintenance for certain features. These are features that are designed for a specific purpose that might take on the characteristics of a wetlands and flood control channels and facilities. And so the stakeholders will describe this, but I just want to take a second, and we'll move to the next slide, and give you a preview. There's this is the language that they agreed on. You know, staff has looked at this. We don't have any concerns, serious concerns with this. It will, of course, be up to the board if they are interested in it. I would like to point out really quickly that what this does is it excludes from these procedures certain activities for maintenance and flood control that for existing facilities. It does leave some discretion with the regional boards on defining what are existing facilities under stormwater and on how they would regulate it. It doesn't remove them from regulation, but it does remove them from following these procedures. And I'm sure the stakeholders will describe that in more detail in the, when they get their opportunity. And if we go to the next, it was fortuitous that we had this presentation prior to lunch about the importance of rice fields for bird and fish habitat. The rice fields, by their very nature, are wetlands. They act like wetlands because rice grows in wetlands, and in such they would meet the definition of a wetlands under our policy. We recognize that that we need to address that issue because there are concerns, and I think that they have justifiable concerns that these are, even though they may call the characteristics of a wetlands and can provide habitat for birds and maybe production of food for fish, they shouldn't be treated the same way as a natural water body because they're managed to grow rice. There are 3 different options. The stakeholders will describe those options for you, but staff would like to suggest that we need to address this issue, and one of these options or something similar to that will need to be modified in the procedures to address this concern from staff's point of view. At this point, I'll turn it back to staff to talk about generally the other big policy options.
For policy topic 3, we received a lot of comments as to how a modified water of the state would be applied within the wetland jurisdictional framework. We received a request to limit the applicability of this provision to state that wetlands would be a water of the state if it was modified on or after a specific date. 2 dates that have been identified as possible options are 1949 with the adoption of the Drinking Water Pollution Control Act, or 1969 through the adoption of the Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act. We also received a lot of comments, requests specifically to provide more flexibility for the approval of restoration plans for temporary impacts. This language change would allow for the restoration plans to be approved by the permitting authority after an order is issued, but before impacts would occur. The last request revolves how an MOU would be approved. Currently, the procedures include a footnote that allows the water boards to enter into an agreement with other state agencies that also outlines alternative procedures, for the review and approval of dredger fill activities. These agreements would include a process of early coordination, provisions related to identifying project alternatives, and compensatory mitigation requirements. This policy request would require that the approval of these agreements be part of a public process and considered in a public meeting. And those were the policy topics that we wanted to present to you on, and Jonathan's going to go over how we're going to just go through the rest of the day.
Just really quick clarification on the public meeting component. That would be at the regional board level, right? I mean, just trying to think of our work lab.
Sometimes it will be at the state board level. It would be the permitting authority that did this. And I wanted to I wanted to mention for folks, we just chose a sample of those because we felt that the stakeholders will be describing these other alternatives in much more detail. They may touch on those also, but we weren't sure, so we wanted to give you a flavor. I want to talk for a minute about how we're going to proceed at this point. What we have done is we've taken each of these issues and we've grouped them, as you can see on the board, and then we've invited representatives of the different stakeholder groups that have raised concern about these issues to form panels. And so our proposal is that we will do each one of these I'll take, for example, rice. We will do we'll have the stakeholder panel on rice. Then we will open it up for if there are any other public comments that folks want to come forward at that time, and then allow the board to have question of the panels, of staff, of discussion among themselves, and try and close out that issue before we move on to the next. That means that you will see a number of the same people over and over because they want to talk about different things. But we're hoping that this would allow for the board to concentrate on a group of issues and not wait until the end of a long period of time to do that. I wanted to remind folks that even though you're on a panel, before or after your panel, you need to fill out a blue card for Janine. And if you're planning as a public member to talk about one of these issues, it would be helpful to fill out a blue card and indicate which one. But if you don't, we'll work through that as we do each of the panels. And then there are other policy issues that people have brought concerns about that weren't in the top priority. We have a time at the end for those to be brought up if we missed one that was really important to you. We did try working with the stakeholders to identify their most important issues, so hopefully we caught most of them. And as I alluded to earlier, I believe that that we will have another proposed agreement between the NGOs and the regulated community that'll be brought up today. And with that, I'll just finally say, brevity is good. We have a lot of issues to cover today, and folks have had the opportunity to talk to board members many times about many of these issues. Summarizing your concerns and how best to address them would, I think, be most useful. We also have copies of the language changes that people have submitted, and we can bring those up for each of the policy topics if that's important to any of the stakeholders. And given that we've had a request for someone to speak early, and so.
Yeah, I'll grant that request. And Mr. Gore, Bob Gore, if you would like to make a public comment to start us off here, and then we'll start going through the panels.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members for this courtesy and this opportunity. And we, as stakeholders, we'd like to thank the staff for their unprecedented and meticulous work and collegiality. In 1960, I was on a raft going down the San Gabriel River when I grew up in East Long Beach. Shortly thereafter, Interstate 5 was constructed and the river went away, as well as the wetlands. It's without a doubt, we need to protect our wetlands. And in this spirit, I've been asked to convey from multiple diverse perspectives of agriculture, business, flood control, cities, that with deep respect and knowledge, we will continue to work with staff to produce a clean document for your final consideration, which the chair has made clear. And also, with respect to what Jonathan has admonished me with some passion. That's all we've got to say at this time, and details will follow. We've worked out a very specific array of informational and non-duplicative remarks. Thank you, and I apologize.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gore. Just to reiterate what Mr. Bishop said, we'll take this by issue topic, and so as we move to the first issue topic, those that are members of the public in the crowd that would like to then comment on that issue topic, please make sure you get it to Janine, indicate that it is for this issue topic, and you will be able to go after the panel speaks. And are we going to leave the listing up there, or do folks have presentations? And it's in the back of the room, right, that people...
We have copies. We weren't going to leave it up because there are potentially other items that come up. So
that's fair. Well, and then again, so for those members of the public that are here in the room, please do look at the list, know which items you would like to be able to comment on, and make sure you get your items in.
Maybe just pop it up in between to help remind folks of the,
We'll try. It's
just where you can, in between the panels.
There's just, it's a lot, obviously, that we're going to be trying to cover here. So I just want to make sure everyone's organized and feels they know what's kind of going on.
I also have a list here, so if they wanted to look at when they come up.
Okay. If you have any questions, speak with Janine. Okay. And with that, let's go ahead and move to the rice panel, our first one. And I believe we have Tim Johnson from California Rice Commission, Tess Dunham from SOMAC Simmons and Dunn, Virginia Getz from Ducks Unlimited, Brandon Dawson from Sierra Club, and Kim Delfino from Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you, guys.
So while they're setting up, I was just reminded that the discussion about the MOU coming to a board meeting would only affect the state board, not the regions, because we're the only ones that are entering those.
Okay. Yeah, we're entering them, not the regional boards, so they would all come to us. Great. Mr. Johnson, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. My name is, and members of the board, my name is Tim Johnson. I'm President and CEO of the California Rice Commission. We represent the state's 2,500 rice farmers, as well as the 40 marketing and milling organizations in the state. Thank you for the opportunity today to continue to work with this board and your staff to resolve what is agreed to be an unintended impact on rice farming and the environmental practices we voluntarily pursue. Since the February workshop, we have met with your staff and worked to develop options for your consideration. We have two alternative language recommendations for wetlands, and we also have a fix to the dredge and fill. With regard to the wetlands definition, we offer our option A as our preferred solution. If not acceptable, option B would be workable. Finally, I would say that the offered language with regard to dredge and fill materials as it applies to rice is not no disagreement between staff and the stakeholder. I do, before I turn this over to Tess Dunham, want to state which item or which recommendation would not work. I want to state clearly, and really for the first time in my 23-year career, the failure to fix the impacts on wetlands definition on rice, or the adoption of the language in option C, would mean an elimination of our ability to grow rice and grow rice in an environmentally beneficial way. It really comes down to this. How am I supposed to tell my growers that the reward for 30 years of providing habitat on working rice lands, or the pursuit of innovative programs such as those you heard about just this morning for salmon and other fish, is rewarded with a blanket designation as a water of the state, or that the beneficial use designation of wildlife has been applied to their field? You heard from the group this morning. They'd like streamlined permitting for the big projects that they do. This, in our opinion, would add permitting requirements, certainly on the dredge and fill, the very activities that we're undertaking today. Just to give you a sense of my growers, one that was sitting in this room today, when I described to her the potential impact of not fixing wetlands designation relative to rice, we can't farm rice. We can't provide these habitat benefits. And I do want to emphasize the cooling and chilling effect that this would have on my industry, that after all of this time working so closely with stakeholders, this board and the regional board, to farm rice first and provide these habitat benefits is solely based on the fact of our ability to have trust and a good working relationship. This is potentially a watershed moment for my industry, and I want to emphasize that. I never come up here before and said that, but I do want to emphasize that. So with that, I would turn it over to Tess Dunham for several comments, and then I know Virginia Getz has some as well from Ducks Unlimited.
Thank you. There we go. Tess Dunham, SOMAC Simmons and Dunn here today on behalf of the California Rice Commission, and we do appreciate the time that staff has given us to talk about different options. As you know, in the policy paper, there are 3 options that have been presented. As Tim indicated, option A is the Rice Commission's preferred option. It's the cleanest. It basically clarifies that rice fields are not waters of the state. Now, it does not take rice fields out of being a water of the U.S. if they otherwise otherwise qualify as a water of the U.S. under the definition. What it does is ensure that we aren't captured in as a water of the state under the broad definition of wetland that is proposed within this policy. That is why we consider this to be the preferred option and the cleanest option to avoiding any inadvertent applications of water of the states. In our discussions with staff, they also indicated that, well, we don't know that we can do that. There may be some issues and problems and complications by saying that rice fields are not a water of the state. And they asked that we put forward another option that tries to address the concern of whether rice fields would be subject to permitting for what goes into the field versus what goes out of the field. I want it to be perfectly clear that we absolutely clearly understand that discharges from our fields continue to be regulated under Porter Cologne, and the changing and exempting rice fields as a water of the state does not change that application of Porter Cologne to what leaves the field. We are not asking for anything different. Our irrigated lands order continues forward. What we are talking about is within the four corners of the field. If the field is determined to be a water of the state under this definition of wetlands, what option B would do is clarify that there are no beneficial uses attached to that designation, thereby making sure that we are not subject to permitting an application of beneficial uses within the four corners of the field itself. Again, discharges from the field are still covered under Porter Cologne. The problem with option C, which is a version that was set forth by your legal staff, is it actually calls out and says, but we think wild would be a beneficial designated use to the rice fields. I want to note that, and I have conducted, many of you may not know this, it was done a number of years ago, I did a review and a report on reviewing the administrative record for the Basin Plan as it was adopted originally in the 70s and as it was amended going forward. I can guarantee you that nowhere when the basin plans were adopted back in the 70s that it was thought or anticipated that wild would be applied to within the four corners of a rice field. To now claim that that beneficial use designation applies by virtue of this policy and through a footnote that says, oh, we think wild would be a designated beneficial use, basically undoes 30 to 40 years of the basin plan. As Tim indicated, the rice industry has been subject to some form of regulation by the Water Board since the early 1990s, and nowhere in this 30 years have we ever had a conversation about wild being applied to the rice field itself. We have many other comments here for questions as well, but I know our time is limited and wanted to make sure we have time for all the panel folks, but here to answer other questions as well.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The floodplain presentation that you saw earlier this morning provides an excellent segue into my comments on the importance of rice lands to waterfowl and other wildlife. As you heard, more than 95% of the wetlands that historically occurred here in the valley have been lost. And currently, wintering waterfowl populations are heavily dependent on agricultural lands, primarily rice, to meet their nutritional needs. Rice lands provide food in the form of waste grain as well as invertebrates. They also provide important loafing habitat. Currently, about 68% of the nutritional needs of wintering waterfowl are being met by agricultural lands, primarily rice. And in some portions of the valley where natural wetlands are extremely limited, like the Sutter and American basins, it's an even greater percentage. Collectively, rice lands and privately owned wetlands provide 85% of the nutritional needs for wintering waterfowl. So it's clear that we need rice and we need private wetlands. Some of the same concerns that I've worked with the board and the staff over the last 7+ years to resolve for ecological restoration enhancement projects are now pertinent to the issues related to rice. We are hoping that you will work with the rice interests, take their concerns to heart regarding the definition of wetlands and the dredge and fill procedures and how they impact or could impact rice production, and really work to find solutions that will keep rice farmers farming.
Good afternoon, Board. Brandon Dawson, Policy Counsel for City Art Club, California. Thank you today for holding this. This is very important information, and we are super sympathetic to the rice growers' argument that they need certain wetlands to provide an industry. However, we ask you to reject any jurisdictional exemption for rice fields and focus only on the circumstances, if any, where it would be okay within activities within a rice field for being exempted from the procedures that are part of an agricultural operation that would not change wetland definition, wetland characteristics, meaning we ask you to reject options A and options B and focus only on option C. Under that option, we do think there is an edit that should be made. Currently in section 4D2C, there are 3 requirements that would be, There are 3 requirements for fields used for cultivation of rice, including wild rice, that meet all of the following criteria. Roman numeral 1 are or have been in rice cultivation, including wild rice, within the last 5 years as of the adoption date of these procedures. Roman numeral 2 have not been abandoned due to 5 consecutive years of non-use in rice production. And option Roman numeral 3 are not being converted to an agricultural non-use. We would ask you to actually exclude Roman numeral 3 due to the fact that if you are exempting Roman numeral 3, if Roman numeral 3 is included, then you would be exempting from the procedures anything that ultimately converts rice to, for example, orchards. And under that, then we would have the same problem where we'll talk about later for prior converted croplands exemption, where you could have someone come in, deep rip, and then ultimately change the ultimate characteristics of the rice land to the point where it's no longer a wetland, and then allow further development without a permit. And so we would ask you to consider option C more so than option A and B, and consider that a deletion as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kim Delfino with Defenders of Wildlife, and I'll make this quick because I think Brendan went over, but I just want to just say, first of all, we are very encouraging and sympathetic with the rice industry. We do not want to see rice go away. We acknowledge the value that the rice industry with the decomposition program and the flooding up, and then how it benefits wildlife and how it also benefits fish. The issue here, though, is that where rice is currently being grown are lands that were historically wetlands. And so the point that we're most concerned about is not that we don't want to see rice continue to be grown, is we're worried about losing those lands with their historical wetland features to becoming non-wetlands, either converting into orchards or converting into houses. So what we're asking for the board to do is to not subject the industry to new regulations in terms of how they operate within their rice fields. So excluding what's being proposed in any of the options, which is putting in fields that are flooded up for rice as an artificial wetland, we're fine with that. Putting in an exclusion from the application procedures, wetlands that meet all the following criteria, and then the 3 Romanettes. We're fine with Romanet 1 and 2. Those make a lot of sense. Romanet 3, though, is this issue about conversion into a cropping pattern that would eliminate all of the wetland features permanently from the landscape. We're worried about that because when you saw the maps today in the previous presentation, you could see how much these areas are important as part of historical wetlands. The only thing with respect to the footnote that's being suggested, the difference between options B and option C, I think one, we would reject option A. We do think that these lands were historically wetlands. We don't think that defaulting to the federal definition that rice would be okay because they'll be considered waters of the US. The problem is that right now, rice industry is asking the federal government to not classify these lands as waters of the US in the ongoing federal rule-making procedure that's been going on for many years before the Corps. So we do think these are waters of the state, but we do think, though, that with the right protections in place, that the farming can go on without being subjected to these regulations. Again, between options B and option C, the only issue that I see 2 differences in the definition. One is this issue that Tess raised about application of the beneficial use of wild. you know, I don't have a problem with the beneficial use being ascribed, but you guys can make the policy call on that. The other difference on that is that there's a sentence that was added about how it clarifies and makes sure that ag inputs that discharge to a surface water other than the rice field or groundwater may be considered a discharge of waste and are subject to waste discharge requirements. My understanding, that's simply a clarification of what existing law is. And I'm not, it might be good if Tess wants to respond. I don't know if they have a problem with that sentence, particularly in the footnote, but we think it's a good reminder that when water is being released out of a field into other waters of the state, it is subject to Port of Cologne. So again, you know, we want to have regulations that make sense and protect wetlands from conversion, but we don't want to have the regulations set up in a way that are overly restricted for rice. So it is a balancing act. It's a difficult one, and we appreciate the time and attention your staff has given to all the various viewpoints on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delfino. Open it up first to, Janine, do we have any public comment? Okay, I'll go ahead and take them. Are these the only two from folks in the audience on the rice issue? One more, okay. Well, do you guys want to go to public comment or do you want to start talking? We'll go to public comment. All right, first up is Jeffrey Volberg from California Waterfowl. And 3 minutes be okay?
Yes, in fact, I'll be very brief. Hi, my name is Jeff Volberg. I'm with California Waterfowl Association. Really, I'd like to associate myself with Mr. Johnson's and Ms. Dunham's comments, and also Ms. Getz's comments regarding the importance of rice to waterfowl, and as you saw this morning, to fish as well. I think there's an enormous development that is arising in the way we manage water in this state for multiple purposes, and I think that rice is the essential linchpin to that change. So with that, I'll sit back down. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Melinda Terry from the Reclamation District.
2 minutes of Jeff's time too. No, just kidding. Melinda Terry, Central Valley Flood Control Association. And we were not involved in the negotiations and the language you discussed, so I'm not up here to give a preference for any one of them. I just thought I would add something for you to think about since you have to make a decision in April, I guess, which is it's unique in the northern Central Valley that we have a large system of levees and bypasses. There are 7 bypasses, Yola bypass being the major workhorse of the state plan of flood control. This is a state system for which the state has given assurances to the federal government to maintain it. We lose federal funding if we don't maintain it to their standards. And of course, the bigger consequence is loss of life and property. And the bypasses, we don't have that because we don't allow that to occur in those bypasses because they are flood facilities. But something to think about when it comes to rice, the Yolo bypass, I think, is a good example. You have to manage vegetation in order to keep the design capacity for keeping floodwaters moving through there. And the system knows that because up at Sutter Bypass, which is north of there, they failed to enforce the flood easements, which required crop rotation to keep the vegetation from getting too large. Unfortunately, they now have a riparian forest there. And the flood board has done a study and showed how significant it's affecting the levees in terms of overtopping in climate change. You know, this becomes quite serious. So this farming and the rice farming is actually really beneficial way to make sure that we're keeping that flood design capacity available. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And last up, we have Arthur Feinstein from the Sierra Club. Oh, there's another card too. Sorry. Janine.
Hi, board members. Totally supportive of what has been said before. Just want a few comments. It's really important for documents like this to be internally consistent. And if suddenly the massive amount of waters that are rice farms, we've seen pictures of how much rice farm acreage takes up in the Central Valley are suddenly not waters of the state, then one starts wondering what are waters of the state. So to my mind, it's not a question of saying that the rice farms are not waters of the state, but rather how do you regulate them? And that's what we're suggesting. There are tools so that the regulations are minimal. You can exclude them from application procedures, et cetera, if they want to put in a new drainage ditch or something like that, or channel. You can give them exemptions for operation and maintenance. There are ways regulatorily where you remove the burden on the rice farmers, but you don't remove the fact that they're waters of the state, so that if they decide that they actually want to make a huge amount of money building housing, they can't do it because they're waters of the state. And we can ill afford to lose any of our wetlands. As you know, we've lost 90%. It makes sense, keep them waters of the state, but do everything we can regulatorily to ease the burden on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick comment, I think when it comes to excluding rice fields from water of the state, what comes to mind is just, what I know to be the fact that, waters of the U.S. is a subset of waters of the state, that waters of the state are more encompassing. So if there were still waters of the U.S., but not waters of the state, we start to kind of jam, what is that? And so, but I am also sympathetic and want to not, again, when we're talking about on-farm practices, I believe as well that we shouldn't be, this isn't where these policies and procedures are really meant to be focused on or really get us, again, because of the great benefit from rice. So we'll continue to talk here, and I think now is our opportunity to do so. So I would open up to board members as to how, given the three options, there is one more. Sorry about that, Carrie. My apologies. Carrie Fisher from California Farm Bureau Federation first, and then we can begin to sort of hash out how we feel about the three options.
You guys are just hiding my card.
Sorry about that, Ms. Fisher.
It's okay. Carrie Fisher with the California Farm Bureau Federation. And I'll actually be really brief, and I just wanted to concur with the comments made by Tim Johnson and Tess Dunham regarding option A. It is the clear and most concise option to really clarify what is in and what is out, by also, as previously stated, still puts in waters of the U.S. and also clearly states that this doesn't at all change existing law on how rice fields and any discharges from rice fields are regulated and effectively regulated under the various irrigated lands programs. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Fellow board members, what do we sort of feel about the three options that are before us here? Again, I think I've expressed my interest in addressing the issue. I have issues around option A because of this inversion that we basically create, where we have things that are waters of the state and the state that are not waters of the, or things that are waters of the U.S., or bodies that are waters of the U.S. in the state that aren't waters of the state, and it just doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't seem as clean. But open for discussion amongst us here, what I'd like to clarify for staff or how we might like to proceed.
I think I concur with the chair. I agree. This is an issue that needs to be addressed. We do want to be supportive of the rice industry and all the benefits, including the rice that I love to eat, to bear. I do have concern about option A as well. And perhaps, I guess my first question then is to Mr. Johnson. You made a very definitive statement with respect to what you believe the impact of option A would be. Perhaps you can expand upon that and help me better understand?
Sure, just for clarification, option A or option C?
I'm sorry, option A was the one that you liked the best, yes, so.
We wrote it, we like it. Yeah. All right. So as I walk through, and I'll just give you sort of, I think the level of impact for the 2,500 growers, right, many of which were in the room today talking about what they want to do, really building on what they've done for 30 years for wildlife. You're a rice farmer. Up until today, or in April, you were not a water of the state. You didn't have to think about or worry about that.
I'm sorry, I know I asked you to explain, but I'm going to interrupt you because
yes.
The way your explanation is going, I think is not helpful to me, so let me see if I can.
Please do.
and forgive me, I'm
Sure.
an engineer, so I tend to deal in facts and concrete. This is, I miss Felicia, that the empathy, you know, it's
We don't expect that from engineers. It's okay.
exactly. It's hard for me to understand. So I appreciate the concern, the philosophical concern with the designation. I guess
Right.
what I'm trying to understand is what is the practical implication, as a result of implementing, say, option C, how does it change, how did the regulatory structure, how does it affect the nature of the regulatory activities? I'm trying to understand the concrete result of option C,
Yes.
rather than the philosophical concerns of being designated, if that makes sense.
Sure. So what I'll do is I'll let Tess Dunham actually explain to you what we
Oh,
think
you're
the
gonna have an
impacts of
attorney
C are.
explain it.
And then what I'll do is I want to come back and talk about what I think the concrete results are in my community if we make rice fields both a water of the state and designated as a wild benefit. Because actually, at the end of the day, managing perceptions and growers' reactions to being regulated is at least as important, if not more important, than the practical application of the regulation. So with that, Tess?
And before you begin, Ms. Dunham, if I could ask you to also address what Mr. Johnson just said about the wild designation. That's not my reading of what's in the footnote, that it does not automatically designate it as wild, but if I am at least not understanding how you're interpreting it, then please clarify that aspect as well.
So, and we may need staff to explain part of why they have put in this, but first I think, they use the term other than wildlife as appropriate. Nothing in here explains to me what they mean as appropriate with respect to this wildlife designation. So as I understand it from why staff added in the wildlife designation language in this footnote is because they wanted to maintain some beneficial use in order to potentially bring an enforcement action if a grower hypothetically applied too many pesticides that harmed the waterfowl, which was the explanation and reasoning that was given to me, which is again is a policy hypothetical. There was no actual practical reason other than, well, we might want to bring an enforcement action and we need to have a beneficial use designation in order to do that. So, but with that, first of all, that's never been an issue. We've been farming for wildlife for years. I would never have heard of that being a problem. It's never been brought up in the 30 years of rice being subject to the Water Board's programs. And if there are impacts to wildlife, there are other laws, rules, regulations, agencies that can address this issue. If it's pesticides, you have the Department of Pesticide Regulation, the Ag Commissioner's impacts to birds and wildlife, covered by our Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife agencies. Pesticides have to be registered based upon impacts to wildlife. So it alone was a hypothetical rationale that we had problems with. But basically what it does is it puts the Water Board in the position of starting to say how you can or cannot manage within the four corners of your rice field with respect to the fact that it's now designated for wildlife. With that designation, the Water Board could start.
This is where you start to lose me.
Okay.
Your interpretation is that that footnote serves to designate rice fields as having wild beneficial uses.
Yes.
Stop. Let me get clarification from somebody.
So I'll pop in here, and I did not have the privilege of participating in the staff level conversations, but just as a matter of semantics and how this reads, I first of all agree with the discussion that Ms. Dunham had earlier about her review of the plans. I'm sorry you had to go through that test. I recall when you did that. While I won't speak to say that there is absolutely no wild designation that appears anywhere in the basin plans at this point in time on waters that could be currently used as rice fields, this language here does not do any designating whatsoever. Instead, what it leaves open is the possibility in the future that on a rice field, a regional board or the state board could make a designation of wild, and that would be the only designation it could make on those fields. It does not, as it's crafted, actually make a wild designation.
Mr. Johnson?
So it's a perfect segue to the discussion I have within my community. Come, please flood your rice fields for winter habitat for bird. Please come flood your rice fields for salmon habitat. We understand you're now a water of the state. Okay, what does that mean? What that means is that you're a water of the state. You're subject to potential and future regulation. If you look at the wild designation, which, by the way, other agencies will also look at, right? We're going to be asking a grower to put themselves in the potential for future jeopardy. That in the future, just as was explained, it may well be that the state or the regional board comes in and designates a rice field or a portion of a rice field. Let's just say the rice fields in all the bypass areas, about 70,000 acres from Colusa on down through Yolo County. And if I have to explain to a grower that they put themselves, by the practices that they're doing voluntarily, in the potential that they're going to have wildlife designation, we can't grow rice, or we can't do that practice during that season where we provide that habitat benefit, because what you can't impact, vegetation that wildlife depends on. You can't impact the food that the wildlife would rely on. You can't impact the water that they would use and can potentially consume. This would, and we've known each other for an awfully long time, this is going to take the equivalent of taking this panel that sat up here today, and you're going to take a kit fox and you're going to throw it in the middle of their field, and you're going to say, go do what you've been doing because it's okay. It's not okay. It's absolutely going to have a chilling effect on growers. I could have filled this room up today with people that were howling and had meetings all ahead of time. Didn't do that because we still have an opportunity to have some good productive dialogue, which we've always been committed to. I mean, I could have Charlie Hoppin sitting here right now telling you that he would not choose to undertake practices, either those that he's voluntarily doing now or in the future, because he has the potential impact in the future of being designated not just as a water of the state, but having wildlife benefit. We farm first. We can modify our practices and provide great habitat benefit, but we are not wildlife habitat. Even the experts on the panel today, very carefully, most of them, with the exception of Jacob, I don't consider his comments always careful, surrogate wetlands. Our rice fields are not wetlands. And a concern that we have with option C, which, by the way, is the same as option B, only with that footnote of wild, is going to put us in double jeopardy. We're willing to accept that the state board may, in fact, decide that rice fields are a water of the state. But we need to be able to answer the questions for growers, and what does that mean? And if you have a designated beneficial use, one now or in the future, as wildlife, I am telling you with certainty, our growers will absolutely reevaluate the habitat that they provide. Some may still choose to do it. Maybe some of the more active and progressive folks, but we're not talking about just those 10% of the industry. You want this done on 500,000 acres of rice, right? DU wants these practices on all of our acres. We've got to make this straightforward for growers. That puts a huge burden in our way.
Other board members?
So I'm actually comfortable with A or B, but in light of my fellow board members' possible support for B, I'd be fine with that. And just want to add that on C, bringing something up like this late in the game, I think is also a challenge. And I appreciate that you didn't fill the room, because I fully would expect that on something like this, and knowing the DNA of a farmer, we want to encourage these practices. And there, of course, is a fear over regulation, whether it's founded or not. And in this instance, just opening the door would instill that fear. I do agree it would provide a chilling effect, and we want to move in the direction where we get more of this sort of partnership that we talked about today, not less. So I am uncomfortable with C.
Can I? So
Yes, of
Kim
course.
Delfino with Defenders of Wildlife. I just want to make very clear, from the conservation community's point of view, making sure that the jurisdictional exclusion doesn't occur is probably our biggest issue. the beneficial use issue was something that actually kind of surprised me when I saw the drafts come out. And my understanding is that the reason why that language went in there is because there's a pre-existing board order that applies the municipal use, beneficial use, to all waters of the state. And so part of the reason was the rice industry wanted to make sure that they were not going to be subject to the MU designation, which we understand. But I also want to just point out, though, with respect to the exclusion from the application procedures, those 3 Romanettes, I don't want to lose the point that we have, which is we are still very worried about these lands converting out of rice entirely into a non-wetland crop that eliminates all wetland features. So it wouldn't be, we're not saying we don't think it's okay to rotate rice to tomatoes to alfalfa as part of the normal cropping pattern, or even to fallow as part of transfers in the future. Perhaps if there's voluntary agreements that finally get put together. But what we are concerned about is lands that have been historically wetlands that have now become rice fields start to convert out into almonds or other crops that require you to deep rip out and destroy the hydrologic features of that area and then convert into houses. That is not meeting we only have 10% left of the wetlands in the state of California, 5% within the Central Valley. These are rare occurrences of what we have. And so we just want to, we're not saying you can't do that conversion, because that's not what the application procedures are. What we're saying is that if you choose to convert and destroy the wetland features of your land, you just have to go through an alternatives analysis and do compensatory mitigation like anybody else out there. That's all we're saying. Doesn't prohibit you from doing the conversion. So I just want to not lose that other piece of the argument, because I know that there's been back and forth over this issue about waters of the state, beneficial use, but that is another important component to us.
Yeah, I would like to just provide an opportunity to rebut that comment. While I certainly understand the concern, I also represent just rice farmers, and if folks have heard me joke directly and indirectly, I don't particularly have a great love for almonds and walnut orchards in the valley. So what I'm going to say is going to have the following, I hope, impact on you. First is if we start you start as a board picking winners and losers in crops. That's exactly what you're being asked to do. Some crops are okay, but other crops to rotate to are not. I think that you have a significant timeliness issue. If you took 10 or so years to get this far, it probably would take at least that long to figure out which crops provide beneficial, some other wildlife beneficial uses or not. Huge, I think, precedential action. The second is, again, it gets back to equity and fairness of rice. Do I want to see all the acres of rice planted now? Absolutely. But I also have a very real understanding of the following. A farmer doesn't just farm rice. He farms a farm. He has a business. His business tells him that he's going to have a mix of crops that's going to provide a certain amount of revenue for the farm for that year. Sometimes farmers decide that planting a crop that is a 15-year or a 30-year crop is in fact in their own best interest. So in this case, you would be taking that same rice farmer, instead of incentivizing them to provide these kinds of practices on their farm, you would be incentivizing them to do the following: not plant almonds. And so now your 1,000-acre farm, instead of being all rice, maybe it's 800 acres of rice, but you're profitable, you can continue to manage your farming operation as a whole. 200 acres went to almonds because that's the most profitable crop for the next 10 or 15 years based on their assignment of capital, all right? But the disadvantage would be is now, as Kim pointed out, it would be fine for that farmer to go in and do some mitigation, but you're not talking about a little bit of mitigation, right? You're talking acre for acre or more mitigation. That farmer, because of the virtue of the fact that where they farm or the crop that they farm, would now not have the same opportunity to have a successful business as any other farmer, because they can't afford to mitigate an acre of almonds. It's not profitable enough to mitigate that acre of almonds. So again, you're taking, you think River Garden Farms just farms rice? I promise you they don't just farm rice.
I've been there several times.
Yeah, lots of trees, right? And they're doing really awesome stuff on their rice fields, right? But just because the farm as a whole is a viable business that has a mix of crops. And so, again, I know it's not intended, but that in particular requirement that you couldn't go from rice to just a couple of crops would have a huge impact on the very farmers that stood up in front of you today and said, look, we want to try a different approach, right? We want to try working with you. Again, that is in the context of the fact that that may be the only positive thing that I've ever said about an almond ever.
That's appreciated, Mr. Johnson. Board Member Diodamo?
I actually think this conversation is going to be teed up again when we talk about the ag issue. And so maybe, I mean, not to discourage comment on it, but it seems that, because it can be kind of confusing between 4F and PCC, and it might be better to just take it up at that time.
Any other board members have any comment that they'd like to make before we move on to the next panel then?
Yeah, I just want to generally say that thank you for the panels. This is very helpful, and I'm generally also comfortable with either options A or B that are on the table right now. And I'm still trying to grapple with the exclusion from the procedures that we're discussing here, so I agree. If we could bring that up again with the PCC discussion, I think that would help put all those pieces together for me.
May I just note that it's really important to keep in mind that the reason that specific language needs to be included within the option B or option A, but more option B in particular, it's not enough for rice if that language is addressed in prior converted cropland, because that doesn't cover rice. So I just want to make sure that it's very clear that that's why it has to be called out separately when we are dealing with rice.
But we'll make sure to also be talking about this issue when we talk about prior converted croplands, because the issues are the same. But we need to make sure that it's addressed in this part of the.
I think it's the 404F is really the more applicable issue here because rice is not prior converted cropland.
Yes. Yeah. But if you have comment on just the options or, your thoughts, by all means.
I mean, I would agree with the chair that I think that A is a bit I think that an exclusion from water of the states goes too far. But I also am concerned that, we need to make sure that we're protecting and incentivizing wetlands and the need for rice to continue, and so that we're being practical on making sure that there's not unintended consequences. And it sounds like there's a lot of concern over that with C. But I want to understand better the D3 kind of converted to non-agricultural use, just so I feel like if we can get to that when we talk about prior converted cropland, even though it's separate, that would be helpful. Yeah.
So I would also suggest you don't have to get all answers today. Then you should hear from people about their concerns and issues, and then you should direct staff to dig into it and explain the ramifications in more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. That's an important reminder. Today is a workshop, so we're not actually going to vote and have to make a decision. I think the good part on this is that we all agree on the outcome here that we want to see, and that is not to burden rice growers with following procedures and policies that distract them and otherwise disincentivize the tremendous work that's being done on rice fields in the state. The question is, and I know it continues to be what we grapple, is how we do that in a way that gets us to the outcome without having unintended consequences on all sorts of other things. And this stuff is difficult, so I really appreciate, Mr. Johnson, your time and the panel's time today to help us kind of start to talk through this and we will have further discussion on the ag panel, particularly on the 404 issues. So.
Thank you for your closing comments. So we agree. We appreciate that there's consensus that we address this issue, and we do just need to figure out how that's best done.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you. So next panel we have is, hold on, let me pull up my. This is the operations and maintenance panel, and so please come up Chelsea Haynes from the Association of California Water Agencies, Marilyn Coffey from Nossaman and Associates, and Kim, you can sit where you are. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you're going to be tired of me by the end of the day.
And the real framing issue here again is a policy options document, item number 1. Does the board want to provide a procedural exclusion for certain operation and maintenance activities? So that's what we're framing up here. So,
And can I just make a quick comment? Since we have agreement, hopefully we can talk about this in less than an hour.
yeah, was anyone timing us? What was that on the first panel?
Trust me.
We were at an hour?
Trust me.
Okay,
I
yes,
want
we
to do
need
this
to-
very quickly. So I've been nominated as the opening speaker and maybe the quick opening speaker. So first of all, I don't actually think, I think it'd be better to have questions being asked, but the point of this is that the stormwater, flood control, and groundwater recharge interests met with the conservation community to talk about how can we address their concerns with respect to the application of these procedures to their projects. And we arrived at consensus language that is very focused. So we wanted to make sure that we made an addition to the footnote of what it meant to be created by modification of water of the state. That just simply says that a wetland does not become a water of the state simply because you put water on it. Okay, fine, we get that. Then we went into putting in some additional clarifications about routine operations and maintenance. So we included emergency operations. We limited it to public agencies, water utilities, and special districts. And we focused it on artificial existing waters of the state. So this is where you already have projects, currently existing projects, that have created an artificial water, and they are currently used and maintained primarily for, and we limited the purposes, so you'll see the various Romanettes, and I'm not going to read them to you because you can see what they are. And then we also limited it to preserving the line grade, volumetric, and flow capacity within the existing footprint of a flood control or stormwater conveyance facility. The point of all of this is that we wanted to try to keep this as narrow as we could, acknowledging that it's not perfect, that there are still some questions associated with what do some of these things mean, but that'll be the regional boards who will then, have to sort of sort through that based on their regional issues. So I think that's covered, and I really appreciate Aqua and the agencies working with us, and I'm hopeful that this is satisfactory.
Yeah, so we're available to answer questions. Just want to thank the board for the additional time to be able to work through this collaboration and to arrive at some sort of consensus, I think is important on this issue. So, and thanks to staff for the ongoing communication and diligent work in working with us to clarify intent and then work through some of these policy changes.
And just one last quick point, a reminder on the policy reasons that this exclusion has been sought. The first is that the activities that are being addressed by this exclusion are public health and safety related activities, really all designed around maintaining capacity and function of these naturalized types of facilities that provide habitat and other purposes. And the second is really somewhat similar to what you heard from the first panel. These types of naturalized facilities that do provide habitat while serving another purpose have been long encouraged by State Water Board policies, everything from the storms and recycled water policies to current MS4 permits. So that was really the underpinning of the policy impetus, and we greatly appreciated the staff and NGOs for recognizing those policy concerns.
Thank you all for your incredible work on this, to be able to have consensus and have this collaborative process actually have one of the items kind of taken off our plate, and so far as I'm concerned is great. But board member comment on this particular issue?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, let's move on then to the next panel. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, let's not. I forgot. I'm getting ahead of myself. I thought we were going to be able to get through this quickly, and we do have a number of public comments still from folks, which is still good. Let's start with Mark Strudley from the Santa Cruz County Flood Control District, and he will be followed by Fiona Sanchez of the Irvine Ranch Water District. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. My name is Dr. Mark Strudley. I'm the flood control manager for the County of Santa Cruz. And I want to tell you about the Pajaro River that we maintain between the borders of Santa Cruz and Monterey counties. They were built by the Army Corps in 1949, and we are required by their operations and maintenance manual to maintain conveyance standards in that channel. And we obtained permits through the years to perform this maintenance, which became increasingly difficult over the years and caught us in a rather unfortunate situation in the mid-90s when the Pajaro River flooded. And it flooded primarily because the maintenance was not performed in a timely fashion, and that was due to our inability to secure permits that we were trying to obtain. The consequence of that flooding was that 2 people died. $95 million in property damage ensued. We were also sued. Both counties as well as Caltrans were sued and are still paying off that debt, and it continues to exert considerable strain on our resources to maintain that system. Our ability to obtain permits to continue to maintain these systems has become increasingly difficult. We're strongly in favor of the 4D1C operations and maintenance exclusion in support of our capability to maintain that system for life safety and protection of public property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fiona Sanchez from Irvine Ranch Water District.
I'm actually pretty much going to waive my comments other than to say thank you to staff for working with us, to the board members also for allowing us the time, and also especially to the NGOs for working hard with us to reach consensus on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Melinda Terry from the Reclamation District, and she will be followed by Adam Harper from the California Construction and Industrial Materials Association.
Good afternoon again. Melinda Terry, Central Valley Flood Control Association. And as described earlier, due to the proximity of the flood control facilities that we have that are next to the tow drains and canals and ditches and the bypasses, this language is really important to our ability to continue to operate and maintain. And as I said earlier, it is unique here because the state has responsibility similar to Santa Cruz having that responsibility. The state does for 1,600 miles of levees. And between the 86 and 97 levee failures has paid out over $500 million in damages that occurred. So it does become problematic when you can't keep up with it, but we do lose federal funding when we don't keep up with the maintenance. But with that said, I think this is really an example where the NGOs who worked with us so hard on the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and learned some of our maintenance issues, I think this really helped this effort. And we are late to the table, so we really appreciate our sister agencies throughout the state who really helped work this out, and for you making the time for these extra workshops and these negotiated deals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harper?
Chair and members, Adam Harper with the California Construction and Industrial Materials Association. One, I want to thank the board for providing this language. We recognize the importance of it. We wanted to call out one issue that is created with the amendment of the existing language to 4D1C. Essentially, that section had been written as a broad section that applied to anyone that may have the other subset criteria that they were maintaining. For example, a surface mining operation and a sediment retention pond would be exempted from filing a notice under that section for maintenance activities. So while we recognize the importance of this language, when you start listing conducted by public agencies and you limit it, you in effect exclude the people you don't list. So we would suggest that you either find a new way to construct that language or take the existing section, which is a C on lines 480 through 482, and recreate it as a new item D or something like that cites appropriately. So the previous people that were taken care of in the existing language don't get untaken care of by this change. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for that critical flag. And then last, I think on this item, is anyone else expecting to speak? There's one more. Janine, I don't know if I have his card. Just double check with him.
Just ask on that on that question, on that issue that you brought up, was that does that change for any of the stakeholders that have been working on that? Does that suggestion change things?
Yeah. These were, I mean, I'll be really honest, this was kind of a bringing everybody along and working through the intricacies of what people are concerned about. So the limitation of this, because of this issue of public health and safety, that we limited it to the specific facilities that were in discussion. And so, yes, it was very focused. And so, yes, it would change it. Yes.
Board Member Diadama?
Yeah, Ms. Delfino, you've been just terrific, not just with this group, but a number of other stakeholder groups. And so I would just ask that maybe in a sidebar, you have a conversation to see if there's maybe some splitting hairs on these type of projects that would be consistent with where you're coming from. I just don't know what all types of projects are envisioned.
Yeah, and just to be, I mean, definitely we will talk to see what the actual issue is. I would just note, though, that, you know, they're under artificial wetlands, 3D, it talks about greater than 1 equal or acre in size unless it's being used and maintained primarily for. And then, so I guess I'm not understanding what their problem is. So I think we'll just have to talk to them. Thank you.
Yeah, it'd be great for you guys to chat. Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Firestone. Scott Malloy with Newland. Okay, so you were my last card. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Malloy. I'm with Newland. We are a master plan mixed-use community developer throughout the United States. And I have a project in San Diego that we got approved recently. It's a 2,000-acre master plan community, and we have to make substantial off-site road improvements. And one of the improvements that we have to make is we have to realign and widen a road that is an arterial in the area. Today, along that road, there's about a 10-foot wide ditch that's filled with ruderal, non-native vegetation, weeds, like eucalyptus trees, weeds, other undesirable species. As part of the improvements to the road and the off-site improvements, we have to basically recreate that drainage channel today as a new 100-foot wide naturalized earthen drainage channel. I've had some initial conversations with the regional board about how that potentially could be used as compensatory mitigation for our project, because we want to basically landscape it, vegetate it with riparian and wetland native vegetation. So today you have a 10-foot wide ditch that provides zero biological benefit to the area, and we're going to create a new channel that's wider than this room. And the way I read this language, I wouldn't be able to use that as mitigation. So if I can't use that as mitigation, and this is about 5 acres in size total, because we're talking about over half a mile of road and 100 feet wide of drainage. So if I can't use that as mitigation, well, then I'm not going to spend $50,000 to $100,000 per acre to landscape it and create this beautiful drainage channel. I'm going to do the minimum necessary that I need to do to satisfy my requirements, right? Because I'm not getting an additional benefit for turning it into this beautiful, beautiful wetland riparian drainage area. So the issue is, because it also has to function as a flood control channel, the county flood control district will need to get in there probably every 10 years and probably remove some debris that may build up in certain sections of it so that it continues to function correctly. San Diego Regional Board has worked successfully with other agencies, with the County Flood Control District and other cities in San Diego with these exact types of naturalized drainage channels that function for drainage purposes, but also function as wetland mitigation. And so that's all I think we're asking for, and I would assume that the stakeholders would also agree with that. We're not done building flood control channels. We're not done widening and fixing existing flood control channels. And so I think the not providing that exclusion to new ones that are created and allowing that to serve the dual function for flood control and mitigation, I think is you're missing out. on some key opportunities to create a net positive outcome in a lot of places in the state.
Thank you.
So
I'll
let me
Mr.
try and
Bishop.
clarify.
Yep.
Nothing in these procedures would prohibit him from getting compensatory mitigation for part of it. It would require him to file the application permits for creating a new flood control channel and for impacting existing waterways. So I think there are two issues. Clearly, the procedures as they are written and our intent is that if you're going to go out and create a new flood control channel, you have to follow all of the requirements. I think that that's true for federal and for state waters. There's nothing in here that would said that he can't get mitigation if he does that in an enhanced mitigation approach. There's also nothing in it that says that the maintenance of this can't be conducted with a permit from the regional board. But he will have to apply for the permit.
That's fair. Is that a helpful clarification? Don't want to get into too much of a back and forth, but
Yeah, I'm not going to do the maintenance as the developer. The county flood control district is going to do the maintenance. So do they have to file for a separate permit to be able to go in and maintain this area?
Yes, and they have to do that now. And it would be a water of the U.S., and they are always required. You can ask these folks. They're required to do the permitting of that.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I mean, that works then. I guess my concern again was the way the draft language works is that these new areas they're not exempt from that sort of emergency, public safety maintenance and repairs that will
there may be some clarification there as well, Ms. Delfino.
Well, no.
Or Mary Ann Lynn Coffey, perhaps more
Go ahead, Mary
appropriate.
Lynn.
So we do have two different issues going on. This provision does only exclude O&M of existing facilities. So to the extent that there is some discussion about creating a new flood control channel that would offer habitat and perform a flood control purpose, this provision has no application to that situation. What the procedures would require, as Mr. Bishop correctly asserted, is you would have to go through the permitting under sections 4A and 4B to get that. And then there would have to be an additional action. Once that's turned over to flood control, there would have to be an additional action to get O&M coverage for those in the future. His point is relevant, actually, not to this item. His point is relevant to your discussion in a few minutes of alternatives analyses, and it's relevant to compensatory mitigation. Right now, it's not clear that there would be any streamlined considerations that would apply to the creation of that channel. So one thing that the board will be asked, I know by others, and I take his request the same way, is you'll be asked to consider providing a lower level of alternatives analysis for those kinds of facilities that will create habitat and serve that multi-benefit kind of purpose. A second thing that may be an impediment to that type of flood control facility is the area mitigation requirement. If you require a compensatory mitigation floor of 1-to-1, don't consider functional lift, there's less incentive to do the big wide channel with all the habitat in it.
Yeah, and
So
we'll get
applicable
into
to
that
those, but
discussion
not
here
to
then.
here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sure.
Ms. Coffey. I think we spent a little too much time, I think, already on this item, only because we have a lot to, I'm sorry, not to cut off the further discussion. You should feel free to chat with folks during the break. I'd like to move over now to our next panel then, Alternatives Analysis Panel. Thank you again. I think, yes, Ms. Delfino, remain comfortable. I would like to invite Clark Morrison from Cox, Castle, and Nicholson up, Keith Garner from Shepherd, Mullen, Caitlin Koala, sorry, I'm going to butcher that last name, Karen High from Citizens to Complete the Refuge, and again, yes, Ms. Kim Delfino. I have listed here an unidentified local government representative that is here or is not here.
That would be me.
That's you. You're the unidentified local representative that is on my list. You are now identified. You, sir? I'm sorry. David Lehman from?
Sauce County Public Works Director.
Stan County Public Works Director. Thank you.
Of the County Engineers Association, Water Resources Committee, and Flood Control.
Well, thank you for joining us. And who will lead us off on this panel?
Clark Morrison.
Clerk, Mr. Morrison. Okay. Your mic is not on, I think. There's a green button. There's a move it closer to you. Is it green? If it is,
I got green.
There you are.
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. Thanks to staff for putting together the structure for this workshop today. On behalf of business and industry, our thoughts on the alternatives choices are as follows. Not surprisingly, we like A and B. We have insisted from the beginning that the nationwide permit program ought to be respected and that it ought to be applied consistently at both the state and the federal levels. And so we're recommending against the adoption of sideboards, but that we should just have the exemption itself. But I will talk about the sideboards in just a second, and I do want to comment on item B here very quickly. One of the things that we commented on during the staff workshop was that the exemption for uncertified Corps General permits only was applying to waters of the U.S. and not waters of the state, which creates a problem when you have mixed projects that have both. And so this language here in B would address that problem so that the exemption for uncertified Corps would apply to both state and federal waters so that you have consistency in the applicability of the program. I actually think that's more of a clarification, as much of a clarification as it is a policy change, so we're strongly recommending item B. With respect to the sideboards, again, we would prefer not to have sideboards on the nationwide permit program or other general permits, but if we were going to have sideboards, we generally like the ones that you have in item C here. 0.5 brings us up to the limit of a number of important nationwide permits that are relied on by industry. Right now, the way the sideboards are written is you wouldn't be able to use them for any Tier 3 alternatives project. You wouldn't be able to use them for any impact to a wetland, and that greatly reduces the ability of the exemption to have any usefulness. So we like the 5/10. We like the elimination of wetlands. We think the exemption should apply for wetlands and other waters. And we do appreciate the limitation on the habitat for rare, threatened, or endangered species. We think that habitat ought to be actual habitat occupied by endangered species and not just areas that might be suitable for an animal if you were to put one there. So in our view, that was really more of a clarification than a policy change, but it's been reflected here. So if we do have to have sideboards, we would take the ones in item C there. Are we doing it one question at a time, Jonathan, or?
No, what we were going to do is go through the whole set of these, and then because they interrelate too much, is what we thought. That was our proposal, at least.
Okay. So then moving on to the rebuttal per presumption. We were a little bit confused by options A and B because the choice presented is really, are you removing the rebuttal per presumption for state and federal types of features, or is it just federal features? And but then the features described are a little bit different in A and B. So I talked to Phil Wiles a little bit about this before the hearing, and I think what we would prefer would be a combination of A and B so that the permitting authority, you start with A, so it would be the permitting authority shall not apply the presumption set forth in the dredge and fill guidelines 230.10 to, and then I would say any feature that the Corps does not classify as a special aquatic site. I think that makes the issue more consistent with federal law. I don't think we had an intent to exclude mudflats from the rebuttable presumption, and mudflats are a 2-parameter wetland, so we're comfortable with simply saying that it doesn't apply to areas that are not special aquatic sites. And so if you combine A and B that way, I think that would remove, to some extent, business and industry's objection to the 2-parameter wetland definition in the first place. It doesn't entirely limit it, but it mitigates the impact of that expanded definition. So a combination of A and B, and I can repeat that later if people need clarification on that.
Yeah, actually, can you just repeat that one? Can you just repeat that really fast? What your
Pardon me?
Can you repeat that? What your recommendation is then of that combination?
So the recommendation would be to use A, except that instead of having the phrase non-vegetated wetlands, insert the phrase any features that the Corps does not classify as a special aquatic site. And that insert is from item B.
So we can all label something. Should we call this option C or modified A, or just some label that we can reference back to?
Sounds wonderful.
Modified A.
Okay.
And then on item 6, we would object to this because what it simply says is that if you're exempt from the alternatives analysis, the regional board can require one anyway. That's the effect of this language, so it just entirely eliminates the benefit of the exemption itself, and we're actually not quite sure why it's proposed. We thought it maybe meant something else, but I clarified with Phil beforehand that it did mean that the regional board could simply require LEDPA proof in another way.
So that's not the way we understand it. And so what we understand is that this is actually a restatement of what's required, that they must show that it is the least environmentally damaging. It doesn't mean they have to do an alternatives analysis.
What would you do then?
So right now, what our discussions with the regional boards, and I'm sorry I can't look at you because you're people are the way, and I'm not meaning to be rude, is that that they look at the impacts and ways that could be addressed with the applicant. They don't require a formal alternatives analysis. They look at ways that they can reduce the impact and they can avoid and minimize.
So is another way of saying that, Jonathan, that the regional board can always require a tier 1 level of analysis?
I'm not going to try and figure that out, but we can at this moment, because I'd have to talk to folks, but that might be the way. There may be other ways to word that. This is, so.
Tier 1 is avoid and minimize.
Yeah, I wonder, I think maybe we need more clarity on what the language is intended to do. The way I read it is it eats up the exception. If you're suggesting that maybe this doesn't prevent the regional board for asking for minimization measures rather than pure avoidance through an alternatives analysis, that might be something different.
So let me make sure I'm clear, because is your concern that they could, that the regional board could ask you to look at other ways to do it, or is your concern that the regional board requires a formal alternatives analysis? Because I think those are two different things.
Well, I don't know how, it's hard for me to understand how you demonstrate that something is the least damaging alternative unless you compare it to other alternatives. I mean, that seems to me it is an alternatives analysis.
So my question is that we understood, and maybe we're wrong, that a large part of the concern that people have is that alternatives analysis under the Army Corps' requirements is got lots of bells and whistles, and it takes a lot of work to do that. What we were clarifying here is that even though you're not required to do that large report with lots of pieces, that you are required to look at the least impacting alternative.
I think that necessarily means an alternatives analysis.
Well, okay, so that's what you think,
yeah.
And so we should talk about it some more, because.
Right, I think that if I'm in, I guess we do need to talk about it some more. I guess my response to that would be, we do have language in the procedures already that allows the regional board to adjust the level of rigor of an alternatives analysis based on the complexity of the project. And that should really get at that issue. The way this language is written, I think, is it has the potential to just eat up the exception. Because I think if you're going to demonstrate that one alternative is better than another, I don't know how you do that without an alternatives analysis. It necessarily is an alternatives analysis. So I guess we're troubled by number 6. I'm not sure it's necessary, and I think that we already do have the sliding scale of rigor built into the procedures. But we can certainly talk about it further after the workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Yes.
So Clark and I are kind of tag teaming the building and industry comments. And I will just say that we've conferred before, fully support his comments today, and I'm happy to answer questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Caitlin Kalua with California Coastkeeper Alliance. I do like koalas. I will not take offense. No.
As someone with a difficult name, I just share your pain, that's all. And yours isn't even that difficult. I'm just a little inept at times.
No, thank you. So I'll lead off from more of the NGO perspective comments for today, focusing mostly on issue 4 before us, in that we're deeply concerned with the new alternatives analysis exemption that was essentially added to this draft policy in the latest iteration that was released in January. And so that's where our position came in, that we're strong proponents of option E, that is on page, I believe, let's see, I think it's squeezed up there at the top of page 8. I almost didn't see it, so I just want to go ahead and highlight that our position is that we would like to see this exemption entirely removed from the policy. It was not part of the drafts up until this last January, so just flagging that it is a new and, as you can see, very cumbersome exemption that was added to the draft procedures. And alternatively, if we don't pursue option E, we are then strong proponents of option D, of particular sideboards that are then ensuring that certain waterways, headwaters are protected under this policy, even with this exemption. As we'll go back and forth on this panel, there's the whole range of perspectives here that options A, B, C, from our perspective, directly adversely impact regional boards' decision-making. It is essentially prohibiting, sorry, I'm going to back up, in that from our analysis, a number of regional boards do already routinely require an analysis of alternatives for projects that could that would meet the requirements for the uncertified core permit, and that these regional boards would no longer be permitted to do so with this exemption. So as was discussed in our last board workshop on this topic, there are a number of projects that would fall under this exemption, primarily in headwater stream areas upstream out of the Central Valley, and that is something that we are deeply concerned with. That's where option D, I guess you could say, is birthed. So flagging that as background for those who are new to the discussion today. And going to reiterate the fact that the inclusion of this exemption from our perspective directly undermines the wetlands policy mandate that projects avoid adverse impacts to aquatic resources of the state, and that this mandate to first avoid, then minimize, and lastly compensate is a critical component of this policy, and that we should not be compromised, as it strengthens protections for state waters and our aquatic resources and wetlands beyond the procedural requirements of CEQA. So that's something we do feel strongly of. And given the intent of the State Board that this policy gap fill potential federal rollbacks and protections of these wetlands, we see that this exemption does undermine the purpose and intent of this policy to this point. So generally speaking, we strongly support option E, simply remove this exemption. Alternatively, to pursue option D with these protective sideboards. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to speak briefly because Kim's going to deal with the rest of the items. But with respect to the nationwide permits, I just wanted to clarify that there seems to be a misconception that they are not required to avoid and minimize, and that is incorporated particularly into the pre-construction notification nationwide, and that there are a number of them that have no size limitations that would trigger the requirement of PCN. So for example, Nationwide 29 for housing developments may authorize up to a half an acre, and that could well happen under the nationwide permit process. However, the applicant is required to, for example, in Sacramento, demonstrate that the proposed channelization or relocation of perennial or intermittent for activities that impact them, they have to justify how the proposed channelization or relocation would result in a net increase in aquatic resource functions and services. That's a form of scaled down alternatives analysis, and I wanted to emphasize that with respect to the nationwide permits, I think that a number of regional boards are doing this type of scaled down request for information. It's not the full-blown, let's look at redesigning your entire development, but can you avoid impacts to sensitive waters of the state? Another example of that would just be the question of whether you can utilize bioengineering techniques for bank stabilization as opposed to riprap. So it's not a full-blown, detailed bells and whistles alternatives analysis. It's just ensuring that waters of the state, aquatic resources, and beneficial uses are protected.
So just to put a finer point on what Karen is raising here is that, of course, we were not pleased when we saw that uncertified general permits suddenly got added in as a new exemption, because that is actually a significant number of projects that have now been added to the list of exemptions that are already in the current policy. So that's why, obviously, our preference would be that that would come out, in that general, projects that fall under that wouldn't be exempt. However, D, which lists out 3 different kinds of additional sideboards, I think Karen's point about pre-construction notification is actually really important. If you were going to adopt an additional sideboard, that would be the one we would prefer, because it captures, as Karen noted, those variations within the nationwide permits that, frankly, if you're going to adopt the nationwide permit uncertified, as an exemption, you should adopt the additional sideboards that the various districts have built in because of regional issues. So why would you provide less protection than the federal government at this point in terms of utilizing the uncertified general permits? As to the suggestions that Clark has made with respect to the additional sideboards that have showed up in the text, not surprisingly, we are not supportive of those changes. And let me give you some explanations. First, changing from 0.2 to 0.5 is actually a big deal. The analysis for 2 reasons. One is projects that impact 0.2, my understanding is that they are covered under the board's general order, WDR, that was issued in 2007. So suddenly, projects that would be between more than 0.2 and less than 0.5 are just exempt, and they don't even have the same level of protections that are 0.2 under the general order WDR that was done in 2007. 2, the board staff did an analysis looking at this very issue of what would happen if you move the 0.2 to 0.5, and found that it would actually double the number of acreage that would fall into the exemption. So this is not an insignificant change that's being asked. And again, we think that, frankly, you shouldn't even have this exemption in here, but certainly we wouldn't be asking that you change 0.2 to 0.5 to double the acreage of what would fall into the so then the other issue is waters of the state, habitat for threatened and endangered species and rare species. Clark, I appreciate why he's asking for this change to make it occupied habitat. I do not believe this is simply a mere clarification. This is actually significant. The question is what do you mean by occupied habitat? Is it that it has to be there all the time? It's a very undefined issue, and folks will say, well, we're just trying to be consistent with what the Supreme Court just ruled on the dusky gopher frog case. Well, the Supreme Court didn't say that unoccupied habitat suddenly wasn't critical habitat. It actually kicked the issue back down to the lower court and said, you need to figure out what habitat means. What we're talking, if you limit this to only occupied habitat, you're essentially saying that where critters suddenly aren't there for whatever reason. It might be it's perfectly good habitat. They're not there because there's some seasonal issues, climate change for that season, who knows? But it's perfectly good habitat that could be occupied. Suddenly is now not afforded the protections under an alternatives analysis. That to me is a very significant issue, and actually I think is broader than what's currently being protected under, say, other federal and state laws. So I actually think this is a big deal. I think it's been limited already to say that it's only waters that are occupied, so it's already a fairly limited area, and so we would strongly object to making that change. Habitat is habitat, whether something's there 100% of the time or not. So I just think, and it's also really hard now, suddenly the board has to step in and determine what's occupied and what's not occupied. I just think you're going down the proverbial rabbit hole on that one. And then of course, we'd strongly object to deleting the word wetlands out of it, because then you're pretty much like, what's the point? If suddenly now wetlands are stripped out. So moving on to, so I guess just to put a fine point on it, we'd like you to strip it out. If you don't strip it out, add pre-constructed notifications to the sideboards. That would be our request. Moving on to policy option 5, the elimination of the rebuttable presumption. I'm still trying to figure out what Clark was saying, but I think our point here is that we think there is value to having a rebuttable presumption, and the reason is that you do want to be able to look at offsite, that the rebuttable presumption is the availability of offsite alternatives, and we actually think that there's value in having that rebuttable presumption there, and we don't really want to have it removed, and we don't think there's really a good reason to remove it. And then on policy issue 6, we're fine with the, not surprisingly, we understand what staff's saying, and we're good with the policy option 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Lehman, Stanislaus County Public Works. Transportation's late to this. I got to be honest with you. It took a lot of us road guys by surprise, and I'm going to read off real quick. Crows Landing Road Bridge is a seismic safety project. I'm going to read you off the permits we're pulling for this thing. Army Corps of Engineers, 404 and 408, because we're on a regulated levee. Central Valley Flood Protection Board, U.S. Coast Guard, because we're a navigable river. California Fish and Wildlife Streambed Alteration Agreement. San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. State Lands Commission for the lease, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the construction general permit. And now we would get a WDR. And so we're having a hard time understanding what the value is of this extra permit on some of our more complicated transportation projects. And then what we're also concerned about is, our categorically exempt projects, chip seals, asphalt overlays, we're cutting swales on the sides of our roads within the road prism. There's just a lot of stuff that goes on that, that we do as routine maintenance, and these are clearly not waters of the United States, but are they going to be waters of the state? And so that just it concerns us, and so just here to make a pitch that let's try to keep it simple if we can. We're already subject to a ton of regulations every time we're out building something. Thank you.
Appreciate those comments. Mr. Bishop, did you want to respond?
I don't want to dash his dreams, but if he gets a 404 permit, he has to get a 401 WDR and WDR from the regional boards. There's nothing in this procedure changes that.
Right, but I do appreciate the discussion on transportation. So even though the terminology may not have been correct, I would like to better understand the impact. So I know there are certain nationwides that are available through the federal process that we're not availing transportation projects to, local transportation projects. I think we've got the MOU for state transportation project, or for Caltrans, correct?
So the MOU doesn't relieve them, it just changes the order in which things are done because of their process changes things, and it lays out that their CEQA analysis that they do, actually, if they bring us in, and that's what the MOU is about, is bringing us in early, can provide the alternatives analysis up front and not at the end of the project. There are nationwide permits that we don't certify, and the reason we don't certify them is that because of permitted impacts, they need CEQA, and we have not done CEQA. We're willing to work with folks that want to help us do CEQA for those projects so that some of them might be able to be brought into nationwide.
Right. So back to my question, though, what nationwides are available for transportation projects at the federal level that we do not recognize because they're not certified?
I can't answer that question off the top of my head, and so we can look into that for you.
I think one of our concerns is getting stuck monkey in the middle. I mean, we're already having problems with Fish and Game, California Fish and Game, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and now it's Army Corps of Engineers, and maybe the state water boards are battling. I mean, it's already tough enough to permit a vital safety project. Now, this is a seismic safety project. The bridge has been here for 100 years in the same alignment. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, we appreciate the fact that Caltrans is getting an MOU and you guys looking at it early. We're doing the same CEQA and NEPA. Caltrans is the NEPA lead for transportation projects. FHWA has delegated that to them. It's just, it's when it comes time to permits, I mean, are they engaged, or is the State Water Board staff going to be engaged soon enough that we're not conflicting with each other, and it's not the Army Corps of Engineers and the State Water Board staff battling with each other, and it's like, listen, we'll do what you guys want us to do, but you guys need to figure it out.
So
and we're dealing with that all the time on transportation projects, where you got Caltrans and the Army Corps battling with each other over NEPA lead. So now we don't need it on the CEQA side either. So it's one of those things where if we're consistent with each other and we say, okay, so if the Army Corps is waters of the United States, and let's stick with the waters of the United States definitions, because we've been living with those for 40 years.
Well, I think what we're trying to fill is a larger leadership role when it comes to the protection and promotion of those wetlands here. So, you know, defaulting to what sort of the default sort of federal role is I don't think necessarily, that's not the brass ring I think we're all looking for here. We want to be able to more comprehensively protect and address our wetlands. I don't want to go too far afield here. I think we want to stay pretty close to the text, because we can start to get into very big picture philosophical discussions, which can be helpful, but the closer we stay to the text, I don't know if Mr. Bishop has any sort of follow-up to that last comment you had.
I would really like to encourage you to work with the regional boards. Where we get the best outcomes of these projects is where the applicant invites the regional board in at the same time as they invite the Army Corps in. If they wait until they finalize the 404 to invite the regional board in, there might well be a difference of opinion at that point, because they haven't been brought in early in the process.
That's a good point, and I think it reaffirms, I think, the need from all of us to have early and often contact, particularly at the regional board level. And when you have project managers like yourself, that I can sympathize with the frustration of feeling kind of caught in the middle of, you know, what is not an easy landscape on the regulatory side, but we're trying, that's why we're having this discussion and trying to make sure that we proceed forward in a way that actually gets us the outcomes I think we're all really trying to identify. I think Board Member Firestone, you had had a moment. Sorry, I should look over your way more.
Oh, I actually just had a question. You were talking about the pre-construction notification. Can you just, and maybe this is just help me understand what the scope of what is the scope of projects that
there are 50 nationwide permits, so it's everything from operations and maintenance, or maintenance outfalls, there's road crossings, there's bank stabilization, utility line crossings, commercial and institutional developments. It's a wide range. Everything, lately they've adopted small dams for, I think, energy production or something, and living shoreline. So it goes everything from the coast to interior waters.
Chairman
Oh, and
Escobar,
so
could I
the-
respond to that as well?
Yeah, and
If she's
Oh, I'm
was there more you
so
wanted to add?
you just wanted to know what the pre-construction?
Yeah, I mean,
nationwide?
I think I wanted to understand more and around the sideboards that adding D and then little e around projects required to submit pre-construction notification to the Corps. What sideboards that protects that otherwise aren't there?
So I think it's important for the regional board to have the opportunity to at least ask for scaled down information in terms of citing for housing developments or commercial or institutional developments, especially as they might impact headwater stream areas. The concern was if we remove the sideboards that protected wetlands, that could impact areas. Vernal pools are protected in areas like Sacramento and Los Angeles districts, but they're not protected in the San Francisco district. So we'd have concerns about how these various wetland types are protected, especially with the proposal to remove wetlands from the sideboard.
And is the I guess, can you all and both just explain to more around so the headwater streams, and so E, F, and H, which you're proposing in D, or which were proposed in D, are they each covering distinct and different things, or is something covering the majority of the sites that you're concerned about?
Right, so when this language was proposed back to staff, it wasn't actually proposed as, let's take all three. It was kind of like, here's three options that you could choose from. And the reason why we had the watersheds identified in the freshwater conservation blueprint and the headwater streams is there's a concern that this exemption will what's the right word? Heavily impact headwater streams. But I think what we think is probably, but there's been issues raised about the clarity of that. You know, what do we really mean by headwater streams? How do you define that? Is everyone comfortable with the freshwater conservation blueprint or not, even though the Water Board was involved in the production of that? So that's why I'm focusing in on the pre-construction notification, because I actually think that that would be an additional sideboard in and of itself. So not doing the other two that we suggested and just that's much clearer in terms of what do we actually mean. And the point of why we need a pre-construction notification is those were requirements that were put in to various general permits to address specific concerns that specific regional offices had about how to address a kind of what was previously a sort of one-size-fits-all approach with a general permit. So it's the nuances that were built into the federal general permits that we would be picking up here by adding this additional requirement as a sideboard. Is that the right way to explain it?
The purpose of, they didn't have the prior pre-construction notification requirement until the 2000s, and that, or maybe it was the early 90s, but because nationwide were just generally assumed to be minimal in impacts. But as more and more challenges came into the nationwide permit program at the federal level, the Corps drew back a little and determined that there were some suites of these nationwide permits that could have the potential to have more than minimal impacts. And they left the discretion to the local district or division engineers to impose additional requirements to protect the aquatic environment. But again, the assumption built into these PCNs is that the whole reason they have to notify the Corps is because the impacts, regardless of size, could be more than minimal.
May I respond?
Yes, yes, you may, Mr. Morrison.
I'm jumping out of my skin here. Just first, a point of context, and then maybe a couple of specific points on the PCN. We're not talking about an exemption from permitting requirements here. We're only talking about an exemption from the requirement to do a formal alternatives analysis. You still have to file an application. You still have to get a permit. You still have to mitigate. You're still subject to sequencing requirements and no net loss and all the rest. It's simply an exemption from having to do a particular kind of analysis. So I just want to put that in for context. With respect to pre-construction notifications, all that means is you have to, that's basically an application to the Corps. And we're already doing that with the regional boards under this. Nobody's saying you don't have to submit an application. The other thing about pre-construction notifications is that those are required for almost 2/3 of the nationwide permits. So putting that requirement here would really eviscerate the exemption. It's already narrow enough. I'm wondering whether part of the problem here is the perception that that using the exemption here entirely eliminates the need to talk about avoidance or minimization. And I wonder whether the environmental NGOs would be perhaps less dissatisfied with the option B, option C sideboard modifications if it were made clear that perhaps a tier 1 analysis might still be required in those circumstances where you would otherwise have an exemption. Because a tier 1 level of analysis, simply having an illustration of what avoidance and minimization measures are built into a project, is not great heartburn for anybody. It's really when you get into tier 2 and tier 3. So, you know, right now, the way the sideboards are written, notwithstanding the numbers that were put together by staff, I can't think of a nationwide permit I've worked on in the last 5 years that would qualify for an exemption under these sideboards. It just, you know, it eviscerates the exemption. And so I wonder whether these changes in 3 would be, or in C would be more acceptable if the exemption were limited so that you would still have to do a tier 1 analysis and demonstrate avoidance and minimization. It would get at the point that Jonathan was making a few minutes ago. So we're not off the hook for having to demonstrate that there's some avoidance or minimization built in, but you just don't have to do that formal analysis.
So I think that's a great suggestion. We'll continue to talk about that. I do want to point out that we went back and looked at 3 years worth of permits, and we did come up with, I can't remember the number, I think it's in the 40% range that would qualify for these alternatives under these sideboards. So they may not be the projects you worked on, but we did do that.
Yeah. Well, and maybe if we can get that information out to stakeholders somehow, that so they can.
We have.
Oh, we have. Okay.
Yeah, they're actually.
WRA did an analysis and they came up with significantly different numbers.
Yeah,
and
using the same database.
And that was at the staff workshop, and I think it would be helpful for us to have that information because did you, as I recall, staff put out the information about staff's analysis, and there was initially some question regarding the assumptions, and then once some of the stakeholders, I don't recall who worked on this, had that information, then you came up with your own analysis. So I think it's important for us to better understand. I'm particularly concerned about impacts on housing, although we want to protect wetlands. So, you know, trying to look for balanced solutions here.
Keith, why is that project? So you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was Keith Garner with Shepherd Mullen. WRA is a biology firm that many of us have worked with for a number of years, and they've helped in reviewing prior drafts of the comments, including relatively detailed analysis based on FOIA information for core nationwide permits in the 2017 draft of the procedures. When the January draft was issued, staff was gracious enough to give us access to the data that they used, and the short version is that they did run a separate analysis, and I spoke with Paul afterwards, and Paul had asked if we could share that information, and it's my understanding that that had been. If it's not been received, we can certainly rectify that now.
Okay.
I actually believe it was submitted with the coalition comments in the last round.
Okay. Great, well, we'll track that down. Any further comment from?
Yeah, I have a
members? There is still public comment that we still need to get to this item, and we have a number of other panels, which isn't to try to tell you to hurry up or anything, just by all means.
Okay.
On more.
Thank you for that. So my question is, and where I've had some confusion actually, is whether or not all projects are required to include avoidance and minimization analysis in their applications, because my understanding is that they do, although it's not explicitly stated. And so I think that, Clark, to your point, I kind of agree that, that the tier 1 analysis would make sense. And if in fact that's true, that avoidance and minimization measures are required to be included in every application, then I think it also addresses maybe the LEDPA question as well. But anyway, if you could just help me understand that, that would be appreciated.
That's my understanding also. Would you agree, Clark, that avoidance and minimization is a separate requirement from alternatives analysis?
Yeah, alternatives analysis is a methodology to get at whether you properly applied sequencing. Sequencing says avoid first, then minimize, then mitigate. And sequencing is part of the basic standards for permit issuance under this program. And so we're not saying that by using this exemption that the boards have to put their blinders on to avoidance and minimization. We think it is built into the basic standards, but we think a tier 1 analysis is the most that you really need in the case of a nationwide permit, because the fills are fairly small. I personally believe that the tier levels at 0.1 and 0.2 are very low and somewhat anachronistic, because in the context of regional HCPs, we're trying to encourage situations where you're not creating postage stamp avoidance areas, and instead you're trying to create mitigation in areas of larger preserves and so on. So I actually find it to be a little bit anachronistic. But we would really request that exemption remain. We like the sideboards and C, but if we were to agree that you would still have to do a tier 1 analysis to get at sequencing, which is the basic standard, then I think we'd probably be comfortable with that if we could get some of these concessions to make the exemption actually meaningful, because right now we don't believe it's meaningful.
Okay. I think there's some space for consensus there, which is heartening.
Can I just put in a comment, though? I mean, we can talk about this tier 1 component, but I think that we would not see that as and also weaken the other sideboard provisions that are in there, because we actually think those are important protective measures. So I'm happy to talk through this issue about the tier 1 application, but I just want to be clear, like for us, I don't think we see that as, oh, and by the way, now we want to weaken the additional sideboards.
That's appreciated, yes.
And I apologize, because I know you're trying to move it along
okay.
and don't want to open this up to an entire
discussion.
But so based on my limited work on the issue of occupied habitat, I thought that when you do surveys, the whole point of doing surveys is to determine whether or not there is occupied habitat, not 100% of the time, but just to do a survey to determine over a season to determine whether or not species are present. And so I'm thinking there's a way we can thread the needle on this issue of habitat as well.
Well, you could call it suitable habitat. I mean, I think the issue is what do you mean by occupied habitat? It gets conflated with this conversation about critical habitat, because again, what the Supreme Court said was, we're talking about what kind of additional manipulation you would have to do to that landscape in order for it to suddenly become useful for the dusky gopher frog. That's not the issue here. What we're talking about is lands that are suitable habitat, maybe, and I think that's a better way of capturing this issue of trying to protect. And remember, we're not talking about a ton of, this is habitat associated with waters of the state. We've already destroyed 90% out there of our wetlands. We're talking about the last remaining fragments. These are really important pieces of land associated with hopefully the future recovery of species, because frankly, I don't really particularly like having to deal with listed species either. I would like to have them taken off the list so I don't have to worry about them anymore. But if we are only taking the most narrow view of what habitat is, then I think we are really limiting our options in terms of eventually getting to recovery for a lot of different species, especially, particularly with these wetland-dependent species. That's just how I look at it. So if you want to change it to suitable habitat, great. I think occupied habitat, we're going down a totally different rabbit hole that I think is very difficult.
May I respond quickly? Thank you. Suitable habitat just means that you could put an animal in an area and it could survive. So if you were to say suitable habitat, that means really any stock pond in the Central Valley, because tiger salamander can live in any stock pond. It means any drainage in Northern California, because a red-legged frog can live in any drainage. It means virtually any vernal pool, because a shrimp could live there, regardless of whether they're there or not. It seems to me that if you're going to use habitat as a test, there has to be an actual impact on a species, not an impact on an area that a species could inhabit if you put it there. So suitable is sort of the other end of the spectrum. During the staff workshop, we debated what habitat meant, and maybe it meant how it's defined in CEQA, but CEQA doesn't define the term habitat. Our preference would be to simply not use the word and just say if there would be a significant impact on a rare, threatened, or endangered species, that would implicate the sideboard. I mean, our view really is that we have two Endangered Species Acts, and we have the Section 1600 program, which protects all fish and wildlife resources. It seems a little odd to us to add one here, but if you're going to do it, in our view, it would have to be where there's an actual impact on a species, not an impact on a feature where an animal could live if you put one there.
And I think that there's a wide, and in between is, where we're all actually living in terms of what we're talking about with endangered species.
Well, and I think somewhere in that in between is where we're trying to land on this policy to make the right call and hopefully do so. Any other comments? I don't want to cut important discussion short. All right, we do have continued public comment on this item, or on this sub-item of the item. So I'd like to invite Mike Lyons from Audubon, California to come up. After him will be Nick Cronenwet, I think, of the California Association of California State Association of Counties. Yes, I was just naming off a couple of people. There are a number of folks speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Lyons with Audubon, California, and we just heard a lot of back and forth about this issue of habitat or occupied areas, and so I won't belabor that too much, but I wanted to note that there wasn't any mention really of birds, who are an extremely mobile group of species that may appear or may not in a particular habitat area, but that we know depend on those areas at different times. And so I think trying to capture and protect habitat is essential for many species, including birds that are highly mobile. The other thing is that protecting habitat aligns with the state goals around climate adaptation and resilience. And so the wildlife corridors and the notion of how the state is going to change over the next 100 years in order to achieve our biodiversity goals require us to try to protect these important habitat areas. So I understand that this makes things more complicated, but I would argue that actually having a requirement on occupied and then defining what that occupied meant by different seasons, and then having people argue over the science about who did it, whether it was a consultant that maybe wasn't trusted or an academic or somebody else, opens up a can of worms that actually makes everything more complicated. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, Nick Cronenwet on behalf of the California State Association of Counties and the County Engineers Association of California. Just generally want to thank the board and staff and all the stakeholders from getting together on this issue. It's obviously very complicated, and we really appreciate the depth and level of consideration here today. Just wanted to say that, one general point in terms of getting these permits, as Dave kind of mentioned, I think the county engineers as a whole are really want to comply with, a variety of different restrictions and hurdles that they have to meet in order to get certain policy goals. But a big part of that would help if they were done in a timely manner. So, we really support efficiency and timeline provisions potentially for future water-dependent projects. Looking at ways that similar to the 1602 streambed alteration agreements, where we could put a timeline. I'm going to be getting these through the process. And the reason being is that public safety really is at the core of what county flood control engineers do. So we do really support those kind of provisions. And then also also, lastly, from the transportation side of things, local governments actually maintain about 80% of the transportation network here in the state. So looking at ways that we can get that SB1 money out that we just recently won at the ballot box to help improve California's roads in an efficient manner would be really helpful. So just having that consideration here too today would be really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Laura Eisenberg, you had indicated you have a presentation. Would it be okay to maybe just provide public comment and forego the presentation, or are you feeling strongly about your presentation? How many minutes would you like? Let's make it 3. And Ms. Townsend, you can pull up. And Ms. Eisenberg is with the Rancho Mission Viejo. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Curley-Eisenberg, and I'm here again on behalf of Rancho Mission Viejo, a 25,000-acre ranch located in South Orange County. As I previously mentioned, we've been owned by the same family since 1882, and the creed we live by is take care of the land, and the land will take care of you. This picture here is one of our protected vernal pools, which is occupied by both the San Diego and Riverside Ferry shrimps. Previously, I had indicated to the board the level of effort that RMV has gone through to obtain certain entitlements. Those entitlements are a special area management plan from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, a habitat conservation plan from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, a master streambed alteration agreement from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and a general plan and zone change from the County of Orange. I previously mentioned that we've been implementing our approvals since the year 2007. That's 16 years of planning and entitlement and 12 years of implementation. I thought it would be helpful to pull these 2 graphics from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers LA District website to explain what a SAMP is. You can see by the diagram on the left that the SAMP is the intersection of permitting, watershed management, and aquatic resource protection. On the right is the process that it takes to get a SAMP. I can tell you from personal experience, it's not easy. It takes a lot of time and a lot of money. In fact, there are only 2 approved SAMPs in the LA Corps district. One is ours and the other one is in the San Diego Creek watershed. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers summarizes the benefits of a SAMP as, in exchange for assurances of being able to implement permitted activities over the long term, proposed permittees are able to make long-term commitments to aquatic resource protection and management over a large geographic area with a focus on protecting higher value aquatic resources. And the vernal pool that I showed you is an example of that. We've been implementing, as I mentioned, our plan for several years now. These are some quick statistics. The acres involved, the money that we have been spending, and a quick before and after picture for our Arundo removal project. We previously asked that we be exempted from the alternatives analysis. The language that's in the current permit is shown on the screen here, and our question is approved for use. What does that mean? How does one go about getting approved for use? Does that involve public review? Again, we feel that there's no reasonableness in the proposed regulations for requiring us to repeat regulatory processes that took us 16 years to obtain and we've been implementing for 12 years. We had previously provided the board this set of red line edits, and we respectfully request that these be included in the final that you propose to adopt on April the 2nd. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your time. Next up, we have Melinda Terry from the Central Valley Flood Control Association. I kept saying Reclamation District here, but and then last we'll have Arthur Feinstein from the Sierra Club, and then we will take a much-deserved break, everyone. I'm sorry for running us like this, but I'll get better, I promise.
Thank you again, Melinda Terry, Central Valley Flood Control Association. I apologize for coming up every time. I feel a little bit like poor Kim sitting for all these issues, but she's put in a lot more work. I did attend this workshop today for the purpose of really strongly supporting Policy 1, which you heard earlier. But since it's clear that you're going to be giving additional direction to your staff, and I thought it would be worthwhile to make some points on some of these others. But again, we are late to the table, so I have to admit I don't understand all of these different policy issues and what's in them per se. But the thing that I'll leave you with an alternative analysis is that we've dealt with operation and maintenance, but we also often have new flood risks that are identified. And so climate change is a good example where we're going to have to raise a levee. Well, when you raise a levee, now you got to widen the base. But we may have new areas that suddenly come up and we have to construct a new levee. We completely understand we have to mitigate those, but we often don't have a lot of options on where they're going to go, or in the case of raising it, it's obviously in place. So we just would point out that if you could consider looking at maybe the Tier 2 provisions are a sensible way to have some on-site alternatives analysis in those types of circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to reassure you that for projects that can't inherently be moved, they don't require analysis of moving them.
Okay, that's good.
Love hearing that.
Mr. Feinstein, and one more comment afterwards.
Hi, nice to see you again. I just want to talk about, I was going to talk about the habitat occupied, but I think my colleague Mike really did a good job on that. But I did want to talk about the rebuttable presumption. And the idea that we would not do that is sort of staggering to me, because that's the basis of our regulatory process. It always has been. It's the basis of alternatives analysis. It's assuming that there is another site, and that's why you look for avoidance. If you didn't have to assume that there was another site, then why bother to avoid? Because you don't have to look for it. So I just think, it's really the basis of the 404B1 guidelines. And then to say, well, but waters of the state shouldn't be mandated to follow what waters of the U.S. have to do, especially if they're unvegetated. Then you create a ranking of what's a good wetland and what's not a significant wetland under the state law, and you're not doing that. You're saying this is what is a wetland under state policy, so it should follow and have the same kind of regulatory procedure that all wetlands, other wetlands have. So I hope you just dump this one and move on to ones that make a little more sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 3 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Actually, there are no further comments at all.
Oh, I gotta get it in all today.
No, by oral. There is no written comment.
Get it in all.
Yeah, absolutely today. Yeah. Okay. Oral comments are done. They were done in 2017.
Oh,
I mean, written.
I told you we were late to the table, didn't I? Thanks.
Okay. So I've been getting comment letters still in our comments box. So I'm just gonna assume to mark them in late, or not even mark them in late, just send them to Autumn, you, Michael. that. Okay, John Hopkins. And then I was getting some from, I'm getting them in my email box. To me. Yeah. Not that often. So they're probably thinking I'm taking them. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that that's what you want me to do, is go ahead and stamp them there still. Okay, no problem. All right. Okay. Hi. Oh, okay, it's right here. You want to throw it out then?
I'll just hang on to it, and then if they don't.
But then I'll take you off the list.
Yeah,
You
take me
end
off
up
the
not.
list, yeah.
Well, I want to take you off the list just in case you end up going
Okay,
up.
because I think they're next, right?
Okay, everyone, I would like to start on time here so that we can continue on what is still a meaty agenda. This is for the next, okay, thank you so much, Janine. Yes, these are done. These are done too. These are all done.
Kim has changed.
We can't do it without her.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I forgot about that, sorry. You may want to remove the nameplate just so the public doesn't get confused. Not that the public would be confused, that is all. Thank you, everyone. I was remiss, and I apologize, there was one more public comment card for the last item on alternatives analysis. Laura Pennenbaker with the with the California Transportation Commission.
Yes, and I apologize
Sorry about that.
my card didn't get in a more timely fashion, but I am here on behalf of the California Transportation Commission, and the commission works in partnership with Caltrans and regional and local transportation agencies to allocate funding for the delivery of multimodal transportation projects all over the state. And I wanted to thank your staff as well as all of the stakeholders that have been involved in crafting the policy solutions that you guys are considering today. And I'm very encouraged by the discussion that's been included with respect to transportation projects. With respect to alternatives analysis, I did want to let you all know that we do support continued discussion and incorporation of the options A, B, and C, as we feel that these will allow our transportation agencies to continue their good faith effort to analyze, avoid, and mitigate their impacts while still delivering these critical transportation projects that they have promised to the taxpayers, via SB1, will be delivered on time and on budget. So thank you for your consideration of that perspective in this.
Thank you so much for your important comments. Next panel is on compensatory mitigation. Who would like to lead us off? Mr. Morrison.
Hello, Keith Garner is going to take the lead for business and industry on compensatory mitigation, but just a quick question for Jonathan. We do have consensus language on habitat conservation plans, and I guess, do you want to do that separately, Jonathan, before or after the general presentation on the items? How do you want to approach that?
Why don't we end on a good note, and so we'll do the other ones and then have that.
I think that's a wise
It'll be a pleasure to be the good note for once.
They're all good notes. Continue.
Keith Garner from Shepherd Mullen for the Building Industry Coalition. Just very briefly, I do want to add my personal thanks to the board and to the staff for the process that's been followed. It's been incredibly transparent and helpful and collaborative. We have been involved with the procedures for many years, including the last set of comments in 2017. I think we've had a consistent theme dating back to our last written comments on the procedures, as well as here on the panels today. And a lot of that is trying to make sure that the regulatory program that's adopted is consistent with other regulatory programs, and particularly the program in the core. We've had some discussion about filling the gap, and that's generally a concept that we are in favor of. To that end, I want to briefly address, and I will make this brief in light of the timing considerations that we have, question number 10 under compensatory mitigation. This is the one that deals with the one-to-one mitigation requirement. We, probably comes as no surprise, we do not support option A. While it's good that it reverts back and incorporates some language dealing with functional assessment, it still clings to what we feel is, Clark's word, anachronistic proxies of using linear feet or acreage. The Corps and the EPA, when they came out with the mitigation rule in 2008, moved away from that and encouraged the use of functional assessments instead of using linear feet and requirements or acreage requirements. Option B, I'm not sure that we fully understand that, and so there may be some discussion that we have. We do support the exclusion for advanced mitigation. We think that's sensible. It's not quite clear what's happening with temporary impacts, but our position is that temporary impacts, which in other forum have been described as projects that are essentially self-mitigating, we feel that those should also be excluded. Turning to, I think it's number 11, dealing with financial securities. That's not an issue that we've raised, but I would just briefly say that I think the coalition would support that option. Option 12, dealing with the watershed plans, we've tabled and will be the happy ending for this panel. And number 13, dealing with the timing and flexibility for compensatory mitigation plans. I don't believe this was one of the building industry's requests, but I would just say that this is another that we support. My understanding is that public agencies in particular, I think other panelists and other speakers have addressed health and safety concerns that they may have to make on mitigation or some of the work that they have to do, and if their hands are tied, that they're not able to begin that important work until a mitigation plan has been approved. That could be problematic.
Good afternoon, Mike Lyons.
I don't think your mic is on, Mike, sorry.
There we go, sorry. Mike Lyons with Audubon, California. And I will touch on items 10 and 11 briefly, and then pass on to Arthur to discuss number 13, and then, as we said, we'll end with number 12. And I just want to start with a note briefly that, you know, as we've said many times already, we're talking about 5% of our habitat, of wetland habitat left. And despite the state's long-standing no net loss policy, we continue to lose wetlands in California. And even those where mitigation occurs, it often has much reduced functionality. And that's the studies that are cited again and again in the state board staff reports. And there's copious science on that fact. The lastly is that the compensatory mitigation is really our last line of defense in this process. At first to avoid, then to minimize, and lastly for the compensatory mitigation. And we don't want compensatory mitigation to sort of be the easy out where we can skip on some of these other things to get there. And so I think it's important that we note that even with a one-to-one, we're not really, and they've had these policies in place for a long time, we're not actually replacing our wetlands at the rate that they need to be to avoid no net loss. And so along those lines, on item number 10, it's actually our recommendation that the language be kept as currently in the draft, that both of those recommendations, A and B, not apply. And really, again, to go to the notion that if our goal here is to achieve no net loss and to ensure proper functionality, and that we have statewide consistency, we have at least a minimum baseline across the state for regional boards to work with, and then to avoid, frankly, the burden on regional board and local stakeholders to try to fight over what these individual projects may mean, then the one-to-one is essentially the baseline that we should be kept with that language as written. On number 11, we were a little surprised by this language, and I guess we'll hear more from some of the agencies, but what this seemed to us is that we know that in other circumstances, for example, under the California Endangered Species Act, state agencies have to get the kind of financial obligations that are in the current draft language. So we don't necessarily understand this need for these other options. And so our concern is that if these financial obligations aren't adequately secured up front, but instead rely on some kind of promise, frankly, the language is fairly vague about what a formal commitment or execution by the executive officer would mean. We're really concerned that that will result in a lack of real funding showing up down the line. And I mentioned earlier that compensatory mitigation often fails to meet its promise, both in acreage and in functionality over time. And one of the number one reasons for that is that there's not long-term maintenance of those projects or monitoring or oversight by the important agencies. And so this is actually asking us to sort of trust those or other agencies to make sure that those long-term promises are met. So we just prefer the language as written in the current draft as opposed to changing it.
So I guess my life was made easy by an agreement on 12. So I'll go on to 13. And this one is, why are you doing it? It's sort of saying, yeah, we really want you to replace wetlands and mitigate for the wetlands. But go ahead, do your project. You promise you're going to do something to mitigate, but we don't know exactly what, but go ahead and do your project. It's sort of crazy making. If you don't know what the mitigation is and you approve the project and you allow the project to actually go forward, because this actually allows for earth moving and the discharge of dredge material, before you even know what the mitigation is going to be, it's like, what's the incentive for the person doing that to come up with a useful project? They're just going to come up with something. And the regional board will be faced with either a long fight or taking something that's being offered without them really being able to insist on, this is what we want to see happen, or else you don't get your permit. It's, oh, you've already got your permit. Let's see, where's our leverage here? So we're just asking this to follow the usual procedure that everybody else does, that before you get a project, operationally, before you do your dredge and discharge, you get your permit, and you you get your final approval for your mitigation, so you know what you have to do before you do your project. Otherwise, it just makes no sense whatsoever. Sort of makes a mockery of the process, and don't know where it came from, but I hope you just eliminate this, because again, makes no sense in terms of a regulatory system to give the brass ring before you even have to pay your admission. So that's pretty much 13. We hope you just go back to what's actually written in the draft. And for 12, I guess I'll let Clark discuss that. I guess I do want to say that this is a compromise language. There are things that certainly troubled me in terms of accepting. NCCPs, at least, are looking at a broad range of impacts. HCPs can be rather directional, don't look at all issues necessarily, but we have been working collegially, and we're willing to accept this. But again, you know, just to demonstrate that we can actually work together, and which we hope is reciprocated.
I think the good part is all collectively we can work together, and this is all evidence of it. And
Dave Lehman, Stanislaus County Public Works, again, on behalf of County Engineers Association. We do feel that, you know, for the counties and cities, we are beholden to the people of the state of California. We are a political subdivision of the state of California also. And there is chronic shortage of funding for flood control. And in the state of California, and tying up resources via bonds and securities prevents us from doing the good work that we need to do. And as an example, in 2017, the San Joaquin River was about 30,000 CFS. So again, it's San Joaquin River Bridge, Crow's Landing, and it strip mined all the vegetation out from underneath the bridge. And that is one of our on-site locations when we go to construction in a year. And the river will restore that. We're going to purchase credits from river partners, they're just down the river from us, and they're doing high quality habitat restoration. We're going to let them do the restoration for us, and they're responsible for maintenance per the terms of their bond funding. So in that specific example, it will get restored and then maintained. But some of these things, you know, the rivers, when they flood, they wash stuff downstream. And the stuff that was underneath the bridge was placed there by Mother Nature anyway, and the habitat will get restored again. Trees will grow again under that bridge. So, I mean, some of this with on specific narrow corridors over waters of the state, you know, we didn't plant the vegetation under the bridge, you know, the birds did. And it'll come back on some of this stuff. It's high quality habitat, and nobody's down there. But I think as far as the financial securities go, we would advocate that we leave it with modified language here, because stormwater funding is already very short in this state. And it's if we tie up resources through bonding, that's money that we can't use for other critical projects that need to get done also. So if we do it on an O&M basis going forward, it's a lot smaller than leaving a bond for $3 million for 30 years worth of maintenance or 10 or whatever it is. So it ties up our capital that's already limited. And that's on behalf of the water agencies and the county flood control district. So that's what we would advocate for.
May I?
Of course, yes, Mr. Lyons.
No, that's fine.
No, so first of all, you'll always find, I think, a partner in us to help you try to find more funding for these kind of projects. And I will be the first to agree that in many areas of the natural resource, including floodplain and the rest, we don't adequately resource them. And that actually, your point actually is the source of my concern, which is that in California, we have a lot of lofty goals around biodiversity and biological protection. We don't fund natural resources well in this state, and we certainly don't do it for long term, and we've almost become entirely reliant on bond funding, broader bonds, like statewide bonds. And so if we are being asked for the last 5% of our wetlands in the state in the Central Valley to rely on the good intentions of individual agencies, and I believe in those good intentions, but they don't always have the capital to execute on them. And so then we're putting those resources further at risk down the road, and it's not fair. We should be able to resource all of these things better. We're the 5th largest economy in the world. But we don't. We haven't traditionally, and we're now at the last line of defense for the last bits of the wetlands. And so that's why we're asking for greater security for this particular resource.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons.
And not just greater security, just reasonable security. Just to follow up, and I mean, this is a great example. Nature will restore it. Well, I mean, we can't always rely on nature to take care of what's been impacted. That's why we have a state water board and regional boards who require things to be done, but relying on public entities and public governments, which often run short on promises, means that often you will not do what you're supposed to do, and not intentionally, but because you can't. And so,
thank you, Mr. Feinstein.
I know so when it comes to Contra Costa Flood Control District and all the other flood control districts statewide, they do not have the money to replace the infrastructure that was put there before. And we're talking about putting its health and safety, at risk. That's what we're talking about. So we're taking money from replacing a failing box culvert into habitat restoration. We're not saying the habitat restoration isn't important. We're talking about we just don't have the money to fund the infrastructure that got built 50, 60 years ago and replace it. And now we're talking about life safety issues. And we're not saying that habitat isn't important, because it is.
I'd like to think there's a world we can do both. Board members, comment? I have public comment I can go to as well.
I just, again, a lot of this for me is clarifying, because I wasn't at the board workshop before. So in number 10, is the intent of number of A to allow some flexibility on an exceptional basis? Like, can somebody talk more about why that's necessary, and also why there's concerns about that one more time? I think I haven't fully understood the need and concern.
Anyone from the panel?
Well, I'm not sure that I see the need, so that's why I'm not to answer your question.
Yeah.
This may be a rare issue of agreement, although I think where we're coming, our ultimate fix is a little bit different. We don't support option A either. We don't like the requirement for a one-to-one linear foot replacement or one-to-one acreage replacement. Our preferred approach is to focus rather on functional assessments and functional benefits that come with the mitigation package. We think that's a more robust way of analyzing impacts and also offsets that occur through mitigation projects.
And on the contrary, an acre is an acre. And if you're looking at how many critters a certain piece of land can support, Even if you have a very rich one, there's a limit if you have a small acreage. If you have a larger acreage, you're going to be able to sustain larger. If you are looking at flood control and you're looking at an area that ponds water and helps reduce flooding and increases groundwater recharge, an acre is going to be more than a half acre or a quarter acre, no matter how rich that quarter acre or half acre is. So acreage actually and stream length actually does make a difference. And again, part of the issue that we're looking at is simply a loss of acreage around the state where we're down to 10% of what we used to have. If you start cutting it in half each time, you just end up with almost no wetlands at all.
Thank you. I'm going to move to public comment. Antonio Alfaro from the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and then after him we'll go Stephen Haas from Baldwin and Sons.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Antonio Alfaro with the Santa Clara Valley Water District.
Speak more clearly into microphone. Sorry.
There.
Yeah, it can sometimes be.
Has
Yeah.
a life of its own.
Thank you.
We'd like to acknowledge the staff's willingness to add a policy change 11. That's one of the issues that is really important to the district. I think I'd like to address some of the concerns that were raised. The way that this currently works is that state agencies will ask for an endowment. The local agency is then required to set aside a large amount of funding in perpetuity to fund that operation, that maintenance of the compensatory mitigation. What we're suggesting here is that first we ask that the local agency be provided the opportunity to provide a different form of long-term financial assurance, something that the locally elected board could act upon. The language then provides the ability in the event that the mitigation fails or the governmental entity is not doing what it's supposed to, for then the regulator to come back and require an endowment at a later time. What we're asking is that the endowment is for a local entity, another governmental entity, is not the appropriate mechanism to go to first. That's it.
Thank you.
Wait, I have a question about this because I do think that there's a challenge because there's very limited resources and operations and maintenance is never adequately funded. It's not easy to fund. And over the course of time, there's other really pressing, important needs that need to be filled in limited budgets. And I think that that can undermine the whole point of this policy if we don't have adequate financial support for operations and maintenance. But I want to understand more about the, what kinds of, I understand the need to be able to look at alternative ways of ensuring that there is financial security for that operations and maintenance. I don't read this as very, maybe I'm missing something here, but it seems very much just, the board director commits to it, and not if there were a policy or some more. So yeah, can you tell me more about what that means?
So an agency may set aside funding in escrow that would, maybe for a 5-year period that would have the funding necessary to keep up with that mitigation. That money would then go towards that mitigation on a yearly basis. The agency would then fund that on a continual basis. If that funding would ever to fall, down below that 5-year amount, then there would be an issue. Somebody, the biologist, the manager of the mitigation would then identify that problem and alert, the regulator that this agency is failing to provide the funding of that mitigation that was agreed to in the permit. A lot of times the regulatory agencies are proposing escrow endowments at this time, and then through the negotiation process, they figure out some other form to be able to provide for the financing of the mitigation. There's a lot of examples that they'll do a mechanism to fund the mitigation with an insurance policy on the back end. They'll do various other options.
Yeah, and I think that would be helpful. Just, I guess in general comments on this is I find that a really important component, but I also feel like it's important to allow flexibility as long as there really is security there in terms of alternatives that are available to local governments and agencies to make sure that we can really rely that it's going to get maintained.
Yeah, and I think that, in practice, if you require a local agency to set aside $1 million, $5 million a year for the next 50 years, it's going to amount to a lot of money in endowments. That doesn't leave, that puts aside a lot of the public's funding for other projects that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you do want to speak on this item, wrap up and get your cards to Janine, please. Stephen.
I am not Stephen. Is this on? I'm not Stephen Hess. He's going to follow me. I'm Jim Whalen.
Okay, Jim Whalen.
I'm in your cards.
Cards.
Again, it's Jim Whalen, J. Whalen Associates in San Diego. I'm a practitioner and a public official in San Diego, as I think I mentioned before. First of all, congratulations to you for being the chairman and for you to be the new member. And thanks very much to staff. This has been one of the best regulatory processes I've been in, and I've been in lots of them, and it's because of the way the process has been conducted. And in the spirit of collaboration and improving consistency, I want to offer a little different angle. I want to share the results of the meeting we had with Dave Gibson, the regional water board manager, for people who don't know, in San Diego. And we wanted to see how discussions here play out in real life. So I'll quickly go through them. The first one that we talked about was passive restoration of temporary impacts. They're good with that. They did say, though, they want it done in a year. So if it takes longer than a year, then they're not willing to go along with being passive restoration. On the section where mitigation is expressly allowed to be either in length or acreage, Dave is okay with that, as is his staff, as long as there's some flexibility inherent, because he said no impact, no mitigations is the same. So you need to be able to take into account some consideration of length on a case-by-case basis. We're okay with that, because as long as we have the acreage option, that can work for us. The third one is on the hierarchy of mitigation approaches. The Water Board agrees, although they say it depends on the type of impacts. Given the imperative for no net loss of function and value, which we're hearing more and more about here, clearly to them, reestablishment, not restoration, will be the highest value mitigation, because you're trying to return things that are gone. Now I'll just touch on the policy alternatives. Unfortunately, we're going to have to go to the airport, so I don't want to steal the thunder on the pre-existing watershed plans, but I have to support something. For policy change 10, you can get less than one-to-one mitigation if your mitigation is done in advance of the impact. And if it is, then you've taken out the temporal loss factor. And we'd like to put that in front of you to think about it, because one-to-one mitigation is certainly a good start point. But if you have a mitigation setup that's done well in advance of the impact, you've taken out the temporal impact factor. So we'd like to support option B or some kind of that. And one thing that we did run into that we didn't get to consensus with the San Diego board was there is no mitigation standardization, such as with the Corps, where you have the mitigation calculator, or in City and County of San Diego, where you have a table. We would like to hear some more talk and maybe get to closure on standardization. On policy 13, just as a note, for all of our projects, we all abide for all of our resource permits with the 2008 EPA mitigation rule, which includes financial assurances, monitoring, permanent management, and funding for that. So we don't think you will ever see a permit issued without having at least a conceptual mitigation plan approved first. So way without having a mitigation plan addressed in concept. And finally, we do support the new language that the group was producing this morning. We're very proud of our multiple species conservation planning program. It does consider aquatic resources as a targeted element of those plans. We all have watershed management plans approved, and we believe that we can get to the end point. Where Dave left that, oh, and one other note is we think that Section 7 consultation should be in the mix, because on certain circumstances, they can do exactly the trick. And Dave's comment on that was they agree that they're useful, but they want to analyze them and decide at the end if they do the job. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Good afternoon, and congratulations as the new chair. My name is Stephen Hass. I work for Baldwin & Sons, San Diego developer. I do have experience, though, in the public sector. I spent 17 years working as a regulator and as an executive leader in the city of San Diego and the city of San Jose. Now I've spent the past 13 years, almost 14, working for a private developer, and of course, almost 8 years on a planning commission. So I have an interesting perspective on a number of these things, sometimes a little bit confusing perspective, perhaps. I'm going to try to tie into some of the comments that the board members have made and staff has made today, so you'll see some connections there. One is that we have to balance everything. As a city regulator or as a private developer, we have a lot of people we talk to, and many of the people we talk to are single interest. I mean, in some ways, this board is a single interest. But what am I trying to do? I'm trying to build housing, or I'm trying to achieve other goals that a community may have, that a city may have. And that's why I get concerned sometimes when I hear about, well, we need to put a lot of power in one organization's toolbox that can influence everything else. So we're trying to balance all of those things. I think it's very important. And certainly in the past, in my experience, when, as was mentioned earlier, I've got to get a 401, a 404, a 1602. I have to do all those things. My experience in the past is it wasn't that bad. About 90% of my mitigation plan satisfied everybody, and I only had to manage 10%. But when I started hearing comments that, and I don't want to put words in any of the board members' mouth, but maybe the Clean Water Act isn't doing as good as we want, and we want to use the state's regulations. I can understand some of what is driving that, but what I need to know is that I have the same type of framework and certainty when I move forward in that process as far as what's a definition of a wetland. I know what that is with the Corps. I'm not sure what's the definition of a waters of the state of California. I also know pretty well what types of mitigation the state, as far as Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Corps want from me. I'm not sure I know that anymore from the regional boards. And so I want to give you a couple examples of two projects I worked on that were referenced in the past, maybe a few factual comments about why I think they work, and then what I'm working on next. First was a project where we did a 1-for-1 linear foot replacement, 4,000 linear feet. What we gave and created was much better than what we took. We didn't get any additional benefit for functionality and values. We also put $1.5 million endowment on that in perpetuity to maintain that. And there is a conservation instrument over that, and we have a land manager. The next project was actually one in San Diego. This was where we didn't do linear foot, but because we were trying to achieve other goals, through a rather twisted process, our mitigation ratio was 13.5 to 1. It cost me $1.5 million on less than 0.2 of an acre of impact. And now I'm working on a project that's going to have over 30,000 linear feet. And yeah, I'm afraid, I'm very afraid. Because I need to know what that's going to look like at the end of the day. Just to conclude real quickly, because there's a lot of other things I could cover. The comment about
very quickly, please. I'm sorry, we do have a lot still before us, so I'm trying to.
You're welcome. Okay,
I don't mean to keep things curt, which is fine. You had a moment still. I'm sorry, but we'll move on to the next speaker. Kim Delfino, Defenders of Wildlife, MVP.
So this is Kim Delfino, Defenders of Wildlife. I'll be really quick. So on the policy issue 10, I just want to reinforce that the question was asked about the functionality. It's difficult. There's been a lot of studies done about, when you replace acreage that's been impacted with other acreage, you're not, generally speaking, those studies have said that you're actually at a functional deficit. But I think really what option B is looking at is more like assessing the functionality acreage that's already there for mitigation. Again, it's difficult. So I think that what the staff was recommending as just, and I think this goes to certainty and uniformity across the regional boards, is at a minimum, we will require 1-to-1 as the floor, and that is sort of the baseline. And I think it's a good suggestion, particularly given all of the lessons we've learned going through the federal program and seeing what the impacts are. On the issue about the financial instrument with the public agencies, I actually don't think that the language that already is existing, the unamended language, precludes things like escrow accounts. I'm nervous, though, that the new language that's being asked of is really vague. It basically just says that there'll be some kind of financial commitment, an undefined financial commitment by a board. So that could just be a resolution. And then the second Romanet, which is even more troubling, that I think Board Member Firestone focused on, which is you could just simply have a CEO agree to something without even running it by their board, which I think is just nuts. And then policy issue 13, this issue about the final compensatory mitigation plan, this is a really important issue because it's not just the issue of, you have a conceptual plan or a draft plan and you're still able to proceed with your dredge and fill activity. And there's this concern about, well, maybe you're never going to get it done, or there's just going to be an endless amount of back and forth between regional staff and the person who's now done their activity. But the other issue is how is staff even really going to know at the end of the day when they issue the final order that the impacts have actually been adequately addressed if all you have is a draft of a compensatory mitigation plan? I think that's a really significant issue. And also, on a final note, is frankly, this approach seems rather inconsistent with what's being asked for out of temporary impacts. Because under policy option 14, which we'll get to, it says that a restoration plan has to be, for temporary impacts, has to be approved before initiating the impact. Yet, but for compensatory mitigation, we're asking for a different standard. I think that's wrong. So I just wanted to raise those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delfino. Up next is Mark Strudley from the Santa Cruz County Flood Control District, and after that will be Melinda Terry from the Central Valley Flood Control Association.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Dr. Mark Strudley. I'm a restoration geomorphologist by practice. I happen to be a flood control engineer in function right now for the County of Santa Cruz, and I'd like to speak on the compensatory mitigation requirements, the policy item number 10. We are always acting in a way nowadays outside of our Army Corps projects to complete multi-benefit projects that have functional lift, that are usually ecosystem restoration projects that have flood control benefit. And so for us to embark on a new project and be faced with the potential to have a 1-to-1 floor for compensatory mitigation seems to deny the intent of those projects. And the grant programs that was mentioned by the panel up here, that unfortunately a lot of our funding for projects like these comes from bonds, and those bonds are primarily geared towards multi-benefit. So there's an implicit need for these projects, and that's how most of our projects are going to flow ever since IRWIMP and even before that. So to deny a minimum or a minimum floor, or to require a minimum 1-to-1 floor, seems contrary to how our projects are designed. If, on the other hand, for existing maintenance projects, if we are not successful in convincing your board of accepting the exclusion language for O&M projects, we're faced with dealing with projects that may not be multi-benefit, that were designed 50 or more years ago, where we have limited funding to maintain those facilities. We're literally caught between a rock and a hard place, the rock being a concrete structure that we're required to maintain, and the hard place being the city that's positioned right next to it. And so in going through our operations and maintenance of those facilities, and specifically talking about, say, vegetation maintenance, I mentioned to you earlier the Areola v. County of Monterey lawsuit that we lost from 1995. That case law requires us to conduct that maintenance to comply with our O&M requirements, regardless of our ability or inability to secure permits. And that's the case law that we must operate under, as well as every other flood control district in the state. And so that puts us in a very precarious position where we really have no other place to conduct a lot of mitigation. And the vegetation that removes usually self-mitigating. You can take it by many different metrics, but the willows that we're trying to maintain for that O&M requirement, they sprout up right back every year. I can't speak exactly to the biological function that may be lost as you go through that process, but we are stuck in a very precarious position, and I would argue for accepting a reduction in the one-to-one compensatory mitigation rule. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
We were expecting Melinda. Unfortunately, my name is Dave Burhen. I'm an attorney at Burhen & Guest in Los Angeles, and I'm officially here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Flood Control District and the Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Melinda unfortunately had a 3 o'clock, so she nominated me. But before I start, first of all, congratulations to our new chair, new vice chair, and new member, Board Member Firestone. Welcome. It's good to see you and see all of you so engaged. I also want to follow up on what Mark just said, and I'm focusing on this issue of less than a 1-to-1 ratio for certain kind of projects. Again, I am hopeful, and from the tenor of our discussion today and the excellent assistance we've had with Art and Kim and the NGOs and the flood and water agencies on the exclusion language, I think we're agreed on that issue. But with respect to new projects, there is support for, and this is, again, the comments of the Central Valley Flood Control Association, we support amending the procedures to allow less than 1-to-1 mitigation on an area and linear foot basis, where a particular water-dependent facility will be designed to have multiple benefits, including not just flood control benefits, but also habitat benefits. In other words, that provide the functional lift to aquatic resources that Mark was discussing within that watershed. Express provisions allowing consideration of such benefits that a future facility is designed for to provide is not only consistent with the Clean Water Act currently and those regulations, but also ensures that agencies are afforded appropriate credit for incorporating habitat and other aquatic resource benefits into the designs, which, again, is a very important policy consideration. And that's all. If board members or staff have questions, I've been asked to refer them specifically to Scott Shapiro, the Downey Brand firm here in Sacramento, who is general counsel, or also our friend Marilyn Coffey. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Scott Malloy from Newland. After that will be Nick Cronenwet from the California State Association of Counties and County Engineers Association of California. Hello again.
Good afternoon again. My name is Scott Malloy. I'm with Newland, and I want to echo the comments made by Jim Whalen and Stephen Haas. In fact, Stephen, Jim, and I have worked on projects together, specifically the one that Stephen referred to. And I want to also say that an acre is not an acre. You have urban infill sites that may have, marginal, heavily degraded, isolated wetlands and riparian areas, even just basically drainages that are natural, that are not connected to anything. These are sites that in an undeveloped state are typically overrun with, homeless and other unwanted activities on the site. And yet I can tell you with personal experience and from experience with a lot of people I work with in my industry, that these sites are essentially treated the same way as a greenfield site with 6 or 10 acres of wetlands in terms of the permitting process. And that's crazy. We have a housing crisis in this state, and we need to develop these urban infill sites, and we need a fast-track, expedited process to get those sites approved. And they need permits to do that. So I also want to talk about this issue about whether we can go out and impact the resources without bonding for the mitigation site and without an approved conceptual mitigation plan. I have no experience with that. I have the opposite experience. I have to go get all of my permits, 404, 401, 1602, and habitat loss permit, or participate in an MSCP plan before the city or the county will issue a grading permit to impact anything on the site. And that includes bonding for the mitigation site, getting an approved plan, mitigation plan, and getting those permits. So, and lastly, I'll just kind of leave you with a big picture concept. in the building industry, we kind of have a joke. We like certainty with flexibility. But I'll give you a great example of that. The California Building Code. California Building Code has very specific, clear standards that you have to meet, but there's different ways you can get there, right? And every few years, every cycle, we negotiate the changes and debate on whether this change or that change is good or not. But ultimately, I know very, very well when I need to go get a building permit what I need to do to satisfy the conditions, and I can get a building permit in 4 to 6 months. This process, so far at least, I'm not seeing that certainty with flexibility. And I'll give you maybe another example, the underground storage tank regulations that you have. I have personal experience with that on a family property. That process went very smoothly and works very well. So that to me is a model that you have of how to do that here. And so I would kind of just leave you with that thought, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. My smile was because it was actually one of our items earlier today, so thank you.
Yeah, Nick Cronenwet, again, on behalf of the California State Association of Counties, County Engineers. Just want to stand behind the comments of Dr. Mark Strudley. He did a really excellent job highlighting why we think that issue 10 is important and being able to do less than one-to-one. Yeah, it's very important, and the flood control areas that we maintain are really good habitats for a lot of different creatures. So thank you.
Thank you for your brief comments. Up next is Hal Holland from Westervelt Ecological, and he will be followed up by Tom Thompson from SWCA Environmental Consultants. And I think that is the end, as I understand it, of public comment for this panel. So if that's not the case, you need to tell Janine right away. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity and the thoughtful discussion on the variety of issues. I want to focus specifically on the topic of functional assessments and acreage on item 10. I'm not very much interested in the minimum or the one-to-one, but it really is the distinction of an acreage-based. Westervelt Ecological Services is a large-scale private mitigation provider. We do advanced landscape level mitigation, and in just over the past decade in California alone, we've done over 12,000 acres of habitat preservation, and specifically we've done over 600 acres of vernal pool restoration and preservation, and 2,100 acres of a variety of floodplain, seasonal wetland, riparian habitats. And as the board members have noted, there is a very limited amount of California's wetland resources remaining, and in many cases, those are degraded, and you really want to incentivize applicants to go in and restore those degraded habitats. And when we look at an acre for acre basis, it really disincentivizes that. And I want to give you 3 examples. We have a vernal pool restoration project up north of Chico on a 400-acre site where we restored 40 acres of vernal pools. And in many cases, some of those vernal pools had been disked through for years, and they were seasonal wetlands without providing much in the way of functional benefit. After restoration, very shortly, we had a variety of native forbs as well as endangered fairy shrimp coming back into those vernal pools. Another example is in the Sassoon Marsh, where we've converted a duck club, which is a wetland but of a low functional value, back into tidal marsh, and connecting 400 acres of tidal marsh back into the system to be able to provide food source for Delta smelt. And then in the third case for high-speed rail, we've been doing a mitigation project on the Kings River, which has a very limited remaining set of riparian habitat. And we found a 50-acre site that had been historically floodplain, but due to dropping of groundwater level, all that remains is highly degraded seasonal wetland. And through extensive restoration, we've been able to bring that back to fully functioning riparian habitat. In all these cases, we were working within degraded wetlands. And so if we get away from that and only go for an acre for acre basis, you're going to discourage people from going in and restoring some of the critical habitats that are remaining that we really need to do a lift on.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Tom Thompson. I'm a wetland scientist with SWCA Environmental, and I'd like to talk on item 10 and specifically option A, and as was just heard, talking about functions and values assessments. We have several that I've been doing wetland delineations for about 10 years in California, and we have a lot of under current regulations and pending both for waters of the U.S. and waters of the state.
That was left over from the previous speaker. Sorry about that.
Excellent. We have several jurisdictional streams under the definitions for the U.S. or the state that are actually considered manipulated streams, and they are flood control stormwater devices. I deal with a lot of earthen ditches a lot as well that are graded on a recurring basis by municipalities as required under O&M. But at the same time then, what you're telling my client is that if they want to do a temporary impact to culvert to put a power generation tie-in from a solar field to the substation to provide power to the consumers, that's the same thing on a one-to-one basis as impacting a natural stream. And that's why a lot of us support option A. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and perspective. I'm debating, looking to my fellow board members. Do we move on to the next panel?
Before we do that, we have a consensus
yes,
that
I
I
forgot.
put to the end so that we would have a happy ending.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Yes, give us our happy ending.
I won't comment. Very quickly, the language on watershed plan, we had some concerns that the language that allows HCPs to be used as watershed plan for mitigation purposes, the definition was a little bit tight, particularly for HCPs that are already in existence or in preparation, where they're not solely focused on aquatic resources, but for which aquatic resources is a goal. So for example, Contra Costa County, Kit Fox is a big part of that HCP, but vernal pools are also a big part of that HCP. So we proposed language that would allow that kind of an HCP to serve as a watershed plan where it has an aquatic resource element, even if aquatic resource isn't the specific goal of the HCP. So language is intended to do that. We made a couple of tweaks, one relative to the goal language, one allowing it to be approved if it's in substantial compliance with these requirements, and one basically an assumption that if you have an existing plan that has aquatic resources in it, that it will be used as a watershed plan unless the regional board finds that it doesn't substantially comply. So we thank the environmental NGOs for their flexibility on that, and we think it's good for everybody. And we've worked on this language specifically with a bunch of different HCP folks, so they're on board as well.
Yes, there's the language. Any comment from board members on compensatory mitigation, or at least the agreement that's been reached on this item?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That was a good way to end. At least there's one of the items in that list is off, and the rest we'll continue to discuss. So thank you all so much, and we will move on to our ag panel now. Mr. Morrison, you get to stay.
Yeah.
Mr. Feinstein, you get to stay as well. Kim, come back. Come join us. Carrie E. Fisher from California Farm Bureau Federation will join us, along with Peter Prowse from Briscoe.
Peter couldn't come, so Tess is going to.
Tess is coming back. Good. Another MVP. Welcome all. Again, this is the ag panel, and if you have any cards, if you would like to speak, please get them to Janine right away, and that way we know who we have. And I was going to have some discussion with my fellow board members about a break, but let's just continue to move.
Yeah.
And I will give one after this panel.
Yes. Okay. What page are we? That's 9.
Oh, yes. You may begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Feel free to jump. Okay, Clark Morrison. I'll lead off for ag on the on issues 7, 8, and 9. Prior converted croplands. This has been in here for a while. We had asked for, and there's been some changes made to the language in response to prior workshops, and we think there was very productive. We eliminated the requirement, the affirmative requirement for certification, and we moved to qualification language, and we thank staff for that. It's very helpful. The one thing we wanted, and we mentioned this at the workshop, was specific language acknowledging the 5-year abandonment period that exists under federal law. And we've probably been bouncing back and forth since 2017 on language, trying to define what exactly that abandonment period is, and I think we kind of gave up and came up with a generic statement that is reflected here in 7A, which we think gets at it without having to haggle endlessly over what precise words to use for abandonment. So we're very supportive of 7A. 7B, we are also in support of that. It is our view and our hope that ag under the state policy would be treated the same way it's treated under federal law to the extent we can. Under federal law, PC is actually not a water of the U.S. Here it will be treated as a water of the state, and we're willing to acknowledge that. But we would like our PC protection to be parallel to that of federal law. And under federal law, there is no loss of PC due to conversion to a non-agricultural use. So we are resistant to that restriction and supportive of the change. That said, perhaps the more important issue for us, and it's actually critically important, is that we do not lose PC status based on crop-to-crop conversions. There was discussion of that this morning. It's extremely important to agriculture. It's probably the most important thing on the list here today, and others can comment on that. But so obviously that has an effect on our views on item D below. So that's item 7. On item 8, we've gone back and forth, I think, on the language for this particular item. We're supportive of 8A. All we wanted to do here was respond to language that's been in the procedures, simply that has stated that the exclusions here don't prevent the water boards from regulating ag in a different way. And we thought that statement was rather overbroad, and so we thought it should be clarified to be limited to other ways to address issues other than the discharge of dredge for fill material related to agriculture. So I'm moving too fast here. The upshot is that what we're asking for is a statement that these procedures are the means by which the water boards will regulate discharge of dredge for fill material for agricultural purposes. Without this change, it sounds as if the state board can go back and say, okay, well, you're excluded from this policy, but we're going to adopt a different policy to regulate the same thing that you're excluded from. And so we viewed this as actually kind of a clarifying change. It got moved into the policy category, but we think it's a clarifying change, and we're supportive of that. Item 9 requires a little bit of background. The procedures provide an exemption for routine agricultural activities under Section 404F of the Clean Water Act, and we're obviously very happy about that. Section 404F has its limits, though. It does not allow a grower to newly impact waters of the United States, or in this case, waters of the state. And there are very many types of agricultural facilities that might otherwise qualify as a water of the state: irrigation ditches, artificial ponds, stock ponds, that sort of thing. In the 1986 core regulations, the preamble in the Federal Register, there's a statement that these kinds of artificial features are not ordinarily considered waters of the U.S. And that's been an important exemption for ag because of the limitations under 404F. And so ag has been relying on this exemption for about 30 years. In fact, when the Obama administration promulgated its own clean water rule, it took these exemptions from their preamble and actually put them into the regulation itself. So even the Obama rule recognized the importance of these exemptions for agriculture, and so we're asking that they be put into the procedures, essentially a companion to make 404F work as a whole for agricultural interests. So that's the reason for that one, and I can answer any questions on that. I think that's it.
Yeah, this is Carrie Fisher from the California Farm Bureau Federation. And in the interest of time, because I know we all don't want to be here forever, I'll just echo what Clark said. And then the only other one was 9B with regard to the discussion that was had earlier regarding rice. We were looking to expand that to include other agricultural crops that require similar wetland conditions so that other crops that are currently grown or will be grown in the future that are in similar situations such as rice also are treated the same way.
Sorry, just on that, are there other crops?
Similar situations on where things that are grown in the delta and just the water table, some asparagus if it continues to be grown in California, things like that.
Ms. Dunham.
Tess Dunham, so Max Simmons and Dunn, and I won't try to recreate everything that was said this morning other than with respect to the comments that Mr. Johnson made earlier on this, ag to ag conversion. Because rice is a wetland, if rice is not allowed to be able to have some flexibility with respect to converting from ag to ag, what you may end up doing is basically making it uneconomical to continue to grow that 800 acres of rice, because you can no longer get to the 200 acres of almonds that helps to support maintaining that 800 acres of rice ground, which would have that habitat beneficial. And I know Kim made the comment in our previous panel, but, well, you just have to go through the dredge and fill, and you just have to do compensatory mitigation. Well, just do compensatory mitigation after the conversation that was just had, when you're talking in several hundred acres, we do start making then even that conversion to almonds, going through the procedures, potentially unaffordable. We're not going to houses, we're staying within ag, and there is only so much that we can afford to do, even for a higher value crop like almonds. So I think, we can't forget that compensatory mitigation is a huge impact of applying that dredge and fill procedures when you're going from ag to ag.
Can I just ask something on that? So is that, I understand, economies and crop values and needs on farms in terms of what they want to grow and how they want to grow it change and evolve over time. But is the issue here that, though, once you change from rice and make the changes you need to be able to change to like an orchard, that you can't go back to rice because you can't go back to that wetland very easily? It's because you've had to really change the whole nature of the land? Or it seems like is that sort of the core of the concern and the challenge here is that you can't, and maybe this is also a question for the environmental groups, but is that it's a little bit more permanent than just changing, like, let's grow this, now and change later.
I'll let them respond with respect to their perspective, but from mine, going from rice to trees, trees are like a 20-year commitment, right? When you go into an almond or something, you're not even going to get production for 6 to 7 years. These are long-term commitments. So I think some of the environmental interests may have said, well, then you go to trees and then you next go to houses because you've taken away that wetland function. Well, if I'm going to trees, that's a 20-year commitment, right? These are not short-term changes, and you're doing it because you need to diversify in order to stay economical. And so I think that is, part of it. If you go from trees, can you go back to rice? I have no idea. I would have to ask a farmer. I don't know the answer to that.
Can I just on that point? So I think what we're really, really trying to get at here is that for agriculture that occurs in a wetland setting, so these are formerly they were wetlands, they've been converted to agriculture, but because of their wetland features, they sustain agriculture that is wetland-like, like rice, very soggy asparagus. And the point is that when we have a state policy of no net loss of wetlands. We have these fields provide some wetland function. If we're going to adhere to the no net loss policy, we need to figure out how we're going to deal with crops that once converted to a non-wetland agriculture and all the wetland features. And what I'm really getting at is really where you have hard pan underlayer and you've deep ripped them. So it will never go back to a wetland. That's what we're trying to get at here. I totally understand Mr. Johnson's point about the need to have an economic rotation in crop. I get that, you know, that and farmers are always looking to figure out what's the next thing and make that change. All I'm talking about here is trying to figure out a way to not have these types of wetland lands get deep ripped. So if there's a way that we can write something into the provision that would just get at that particular point, and that is all that we're looking for. Because if it goes into houses or stays into trees for the next 100 years, this problem still is we've completely lost the wetland values of that habitat or that land. And it's not just from a habitat perspective. Those lands also, because of their wetland value, provide flood control and water quality. I mean, so it's not just, you know, I'm defenders of wildlife and I only care about wetland or habitat. It's these other aspects that are there. So we'll get into this discussion about 404F. So this goes to, do we want to write a recapture clause that gets at this particular issue and then apply it to either to both prior converted croplands and rice?
Can I respond to that?
Yes, by all means.
I think this is a policy question for the board, if you guys want to step into the role of regulating agriculture and dictating what farmers can do on their land.
Well, I think, to be fair, I think the request here is obviously because of the special nature of rice, we don't want them to have to follow these policies and procedures. Allow them to, as long as it's not a discharge, at least I'm speaking for myself here, at least it's not of a discharge, and if that continues to be regulated under Port of Cologne. But within the 4 squares of their, so for that though, it's because they're rice. But if they're not rice, then, and so I think it goes to the heart, I think Ms. Delfino said it very well. You know, I think we don't want to, we're giving this special, and I won't even call it special. We're acknowledging the benefit of rice, and so. But if you fall out of that, then are you wanting that benefit essentially to carry on with you at that point, and we just continue to kind of turn a blind eye? I don't want to dictate what a grower does on their land. That is not what this board wants to do. But again, when we're talking about wetlands, and in this specific case, acknowledging the great benefit and that rice as a surrogate, and I know that Mr. Johnson didn't like that it's surrogate wetlands, but they contribute to a net loss ultimately if we don't have some consideration here. I think is what I'm kind of feeling, but.
Maybe I can respond, because the PC discussion is more than just rice, and
yes, sorry, not to conflate.
Primarily not rice, but one thing I think we lose sight of when we talk about PC and carving back on it is the reason we have prior converted exemption under federal law is because law recognizes that whatever wetlands were there before were eliminated prior to 1985. They were already gone. And so that any wetlands that have appeared since that time are an artifact of an ongoing agricultural operation. Essentially they're gravy and a product of the land management that the farmer has undertaken since the wetlands were originally created. And so the existence of those wetlands for some period of time is really a temporal benefit that's recognized under federal law, and farmers should not be penalized because of the fact that wetland features are developed on their property during routine agricultural operations. So that's why it's there. And so we think that crop to crop, I think the comments that Mr. Johnson, I think, made this morning were very cogent, and I think we ought to stay with PC as it was envisioned under federal law, particularly for crop to crop. Obviously, we don't like ag to non-ag. But we're willing to live with that as a compromise here. if we're able to maintain flexibility on crop to crop. But I do think we have to keep in mind why PC exclusion is a part of the law. And it's because the wetlands are accidental and bonus. And the law recognizes that the original wetlands were wiped out a long time ago. So,
I believe
Sorry,
I believe there's a response. I believe there's a response. I will let.
Well, I thought, based on the prior conversation when Clark started out, that I wasn't going to have to reiterate that PCC wetlands do, in fact, maintain the hydrology and wetland criteria. I want to make clear, when we're talking about PCC wetlands, we are not speaking about dry land where agricultural water was applied and wetland characters have subsequently appeared. We're talking about those instances where hydrological modifications were made prior to December 23rd, 1985, but they were not sufficient to remove all of the hydrology, sufficient to meet the criteria for the Water Board's proposal of a definition of wetlands, the Corps' proposal, and the NRCS's proposal. PCC wetlands are a policy construct, a federal policy construct that don't necessarily reflect what is on the ground. That was pointed out in 1995 by the National Research Council when they looked at wetland characteristics and boundaries and made the point that wetlands that occur on agricultural land should not be defined differently or regulated differently than those that occur on lands that are not agricultural lands. And so I want to reiterate that there are lands that do retain wetland character. I know of a spot in Newark, in fact, that we have the advantage of having a PCC determination with a 404 delineation, and you can see the differences that would have resulted had the Corps elected to go with the NRCS's PCC determination. It would have resulted in the deregulation of 100 acres of land that support endangered species.
Board Member Diodano.
Thank you. So go ahead. I'll let you continue, and then I'll jump in.
I mentioned before that it's useful for regulations to have some internal consistency. And this is one that has no logical consistency whatsoever. If you have a prior converted cropland under this process, then you're assuming and you're calling it a water of the state, then it's a water of the state. So the concept that it's actually not a water is this artificial construct that was politically motivated back in Washington, D.C., and had nothing to do with science or wetlands. And definitionally makes no sense at all. It was just something that the agricultural lobby was able to put forward. So what you have, according to this process, is you have a water of the state that you have decided you're not going to consider a water of the state, although you are writing regulations on this water of the state. And then you're trying to decide what to do with it. And one of your options is to ultimately say, well, it may be a water of the state, but since we have labeled it a PCC, you can do whatever you want with it, even though it's a water of the state. And what does that say about all the other waters of the state? Oh, I have a PCC here. Just, it's sort of doesn't make any logical sense. And granted, at one point it was, you had to use it agriculturally, consistently. That was the whole point of that. But then you could have 404F serve the exact same purpose, which is if you want to continue to use this site for agriculture, it could easily be regulated under 404F. You don't need PCC unless you ultimately want to turn it into something else, which would go against the intent of the regulations you have, which is to preserve the wetlands of the state. So it's a very confusing concept, confusing because it really is nonsensical in a lot of ways and logically not consistent with what you're trying to do. Thank you.
I think there's a little bit of confusion about what PC actually is, and I want to clarify that. There was a comment made that if a wetland wasn't converted before 1985, that it would be considered prior converted and therefore exempt, and that's not true. I don't have the exact language of the cases or regulatory guidance letters in front of me, but the definition of prior converted cropland is an area and this is a paraphrase, which has been so fundamentally altered that it no longer exhibits wetland characteristics. So prior converted cropland is an area that before 1995 was turned into agricultural use and the wetlands were eliminated. The reason PC protection is important is because if an area has been in continuous agricultural use since that time, meaning once every 5 years at least, and wetlands features have appeared on the landscape because the grower is applying water to the landscape, and sometimes wetland features develop, that the grower is not penalized by that essentially accidental wetland or artificial wetland appearing on the landscape. And so that's the reason for it, is that there are wetlands that have appeared after the original ones have been wiped out and are just an artifact of the farming operation. And the reason for the exemption isn't just purely political, it's so that farmers aren't incentivized to wipe out wetlands on their property. So there's actually a good policy reason for it.
And just to add on to that, PCC and 404F are two completely separate things. And as we've had many discussions with your staff recognize that, and that's why they're both in there.
So, if I may, I think it's important to go step back for a moment and recognize what we are doing here to begin with, and sort of the history and how this process has evolved. And so I don't claim to be the one that can define exactly what our role is, because our role seems to have changed through time. But I can say that when I came on the board, and 5 years ago, when I first heard about this, there was an effort to close the gap between what was being proposed federally and the decisions, the Supreme Court decisions, in order to make sure that we were protecting what would be no longer regulated under federal law. I was also told that we were not, at that point anyway, we were not going to be regulating agriculture any differently than under federal law. And so from my perspective, the role that we have right now is to determine whether or not there's some change being proposed by the federal administration that would be, let's just paraphrase, a giveaway to agriculture above and beyond something that they may have right now that is in their current regulation. But from my perspective, as long as what we're doing is consistent with the long-standing practices, then that is consistent with what we have been telling stakeholders. And our document, this in the staff report, I'm looking for it, there's a provision in here that says there's no significant impact to agriculture. And if we change this long-standing policy, there is a significant impact to agriculture, because of it will lock in what you can use, what sort of practices you can engage in on your property. And so that is something that if this is really where we want to go as a board, I think we would need to take a pause and look at this from a broader perspective and analyze the impacts. But if we are continuing forward as we have been to protect these long-standing provisions under federal law, then I think all that is really before us is maybe some nuanced issues about how is PCC different from 4F, and what are they doing at the local core office. Those are, I think maybe things that we could talk about to better understand what is currently being regulated, and then also understanding what the Trump administration is proposing, because we don't want to just say, let's do what they're doing under federal law if there is some overreach going on. So I think it's important for us to understand historically what those protections have been, what, if any, changes are being proposed. And if we do, from a policy perspective, want to go and unwind the protections that have been there, then I do think we're going to have to go back and analyze the impacts, because we have not done that in the staff report.
So I don't disagree with Board Member Diadama on some aspects, but I do want to say that the way that conversion has been treated by the Corps is not consistent. And so it's not a question of a longstanding practice that has changed. It is a unclear practice that has been done in different ways at different times.
And then, sorry, for maybe to both of you, can you just clarify what you're referring to? Are you referring to the conversion to non-agricultural?
That's what I was referring to.
Okay. And Dee Dee, were you also referring to non-agricultural use, or were you referring to different changes in crops and the PCC elimination of PCC?
Well, what I'm referring to is that I understand that there are some activities where core district offices are treating things differently. And I would just reference the practitioners to maybe help highlight that. But I think that's a legitimate discussion, because then we could, if we as a board want to maintain long-standing practice with respect to agriculture, I think that the question really is, what has that practice been? As opposed to, do we want to unwind something that has been there? I mean, maybe from a policy perspective, we want to do that. But if we do, then I think we've got to go back and analyze whether or not there are significant impacts.
If I could just add on to what you were saying, what we had commented back when the 2015 Obama rule was on the books compared to the 2019 draft with this administration, 404F and PCC has not changed on the federal law. So neither administration or neither rule has changed that. So there has not been a change in either one on PCC or 404F. The only thing that this 2019 draft does is codifies the PCC for the very first time with the exact same language it's always had.
There are certain Corps officers who, in my view, overzealously try to regulate ag to non-ag conversions. That's not consistent with the law. The Corps, some years ago, adopted a policy to do that. It was challenged, it was thrown out by the courts as not complying with administrative procedures. So there is no Corps policy regulating ag to urban. That doesn't mean there aren't individual Corps members who would like to do that and try to do that from time to time. But we have not seen that kind of a movement on crop to crop. Carrie's right about the law on prior converted and 404F is not changing.
I just, as a response, I understand the comments made by Board Member Diadamo. I fully understand the policy perspective of where she's coming from on that. I would make a notation, though, that that if we were really going to be following that to its logical conclusion, we would not be proposing the kinds of language we're proposing on rice. Rice currently is regulated. It is a water of the United States, and it is not a PCC. But we are proposing to apply PCC-like applications to rice. And look, we've had that conversation, and I think we're all, well, no, we're all on the same page. But I do think that to a large extent, there is consensus that we do not want to burden the rice industry with getting a permit for discharges of dredged materials as they're doing their work inside the rice fields, or to conduct the farming the rice operation.
I have a question, though, to clarify. Aren't we having to do, maybe I'm confused, but aren't we having to do that because of the 2-parameter, which is a change from federal law?
No, rice is considered a farmed wetland. Rice, this is a point of contention, at the federal level right now. And so, yes, the industry beyond California is asking for clarity that rice is not considered, that rice is not going to be regulated or considered a water of the U.S. So, I'm just saying that we do have to think about that. And the other thing is that on the there have not been changes necessarily to PCC and 404F. There is lack of clarity over this application of recapture. So it's just not, it's not so black and white. I would just simply urge, and the only point I was trying to make back to the board is there's this policy issue that I really do think that you should be thinking about with respect to cropping, that it provides wetland functions, that is a wetland and it's providing wetland functions, and giving them a pass to deep rip and remove the wetland function. If that's the case, then we're going to be having to make up the no net loss somewhere else, I guess.
Thank you. I think sometimes my frustration around PCC generally is because we don't know where we have PCC or who's in PCC. And so all of these this long discussion we're having around PCC, kind of unfortunately rests on some pretty flawed things on the federal side with PCC to begin with. And I'm not here to fix the federal system, and I don't know, I just feel that this particular issue just gives me a little, I don't know, frustration, just again, because it's all in the abstract, because we don't know who's PCC and who's not. I'm sorry. Board Member Firestone, I think you were you? No. Well, I'd like to actually pivot
Can I
to.
respond real quick?
Of course.
At workshop last year or the year before, Board Member Diadamo did ask me to follow up on PCC, and I tried my darndest to get that information for you, but as you all know, that is protected information and no one can get it, not even general information. But what I was able to glean from federal agencies as well as consultants throughout the state of California who do jurisdictional determinations, pre-jurisdictional determinations, is PCC is not very prominent in California. It was mostly used in the Midwest to East Coast, and as you moved west, folks just didn't go through the process to do it or didn't want to do it, or for whatever reason. So the acreage, I know in previous workshops, some groups have thrown out numbers such as millions of acres of PCC land in California. No, we're talking, maybe 20,000, 50,000 at most. So a lot less than any number has been ever tossed around here.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Appreciate that. Yes.
Anecdotally, I don't know anyone that has PCC determination, so I don't know if you...
I think that's because PCC is a USDA program crop determination, right? And the few program crops we have in California is rice, which isn't a PCC.
Well, in the San Francisco Bay Area, there are PCCs. We know where they were proposed, and because we had a unique 3-agency process going on, a lot of them didn't get through the whole process or approved. The EPA, Corps, and DA, USDA were all working together on it. But we did see that there were quite a few applications for PCCs. I'm sort of surprised to hear that. I mean, this is all anecdotal, so I'm really sort of disappointed to hear people throwing out numbers. We know that it happens in the Bay Area. I would urge you to listen to any number with great caution until the USDA decides it can actually tell us.
Yes.
Well, and I just want to make a point though, because this is an important one.
Yes.
When this PCC piece got put in, I can't remember how long ago. Maybe it was from the very beginning. My memory is faltering, but we had understood it as being defined as PCC certified by NRCS. You have changed that in this version. So it may be that Carrie is correct, that the secret number of PCC certified by NRCS could be as low as 20,000. None of us know because that's confidential information. But what this version says is that it is an area that qualifies as PCC. And now the regional boards are going to I guess, be asked to decide what qualifies as PCC or doesn't qualify as PCC. I don't know how many acres that is because it's left up to the regional boards, and no guidance has been given by the staff in terms of what relevant documentary evidence would actually make something a PCC. So one of our big concerns about this is this could be something that could be heavily abused So I just wanted to point that out because, you know, it's trying to be made out as like, oh, this is such a minor thing. It could only be 20,000 acres. I don't think that's an accurate depiction of what it might actually be.
Thank you, Ms. Delfino. To Mr. Bishop and then to public comment.
It'll be very short. I just want to remind people that PCC, what we're talking about is that, that the land that is farmed at this time is left or converted by our proposal, and a wetland feature appears. That's not every piece of land in the state. That's not every piece of land that was converted. If you drain the wetlands and you've moved the rivers that fed that, it'll never come back.
I'm sorry to drag this out, but I just need to get in and make clear that if you look at the definition of what qualifies to be considered PCC, absent the cropping history, absent when the modifications were done, it doesn't pond water for 15 days. It could have saturated soils to the surface, but it doesn't pond water. If it ponds water, it's a farmed wetland. It is regulated. If it is a PCC because it doesn't pond water, it is exempt from regulation. So we are talking about features that could be wetlands under the state definition, and we are not talking about areas where it was dry land, water was applied for agriculture, and wetland features appeared. We don't think it would be fair to regulate that in the same way, but we want a recapture clause at least for PCC wetlands.
Okay, thank you. And I actually I've been sitting on this, I have this up my sleeve. Our first public comment is actually from Jennifer Kavanaugh from USDA NRCS. Sorry, but you may as well just come up now. Thank you.
I actually didn't have anything prepared for this. I was just in the audience today, but hearing the discussion, I kind of feel the need to at least offer a little bit of clarification.
Thank you, that would be fantastic.
There's been a lot of interpretations being shared about PCC and what the definition is, and farmed wetland and what the definition of that is, and that it revolves around the Corps' definition of PC and what constitutes that. So PC and farmed wetland are defined in the National Food Security Act manual. Okay, they are defined in they're defined in statute, they're defined in regulation. So they're not, and not written by the Corps of Engineers. Okay, so they are using the same definition that is in statute and regulation that NRCS uses when we make a determination of PCC. I did see the language change in the current version that talks about, and I don't have it in front of me, but that PC or PC-like, and it can be issued by NRCS or the Corps or EPA. And in fact, only NRCS, only USDA can issue an actual certified wetland determination with the designation PCC on it. So any producer can obtain this and come into the NRCS office, and we can provide that to them. In terms of what PC really is, I was going to try to read the definition to you, but my iPhone's not functioning very well today. But it's an area containing a wetland that was converted prior to 1223-85, which is the date of the Farm Bill, for ag production, was used for such ag production. It was maintained, at least it was in ag production again on 1223-85. And those conversions, the conversion activity that happened are things like draining, dredging, filling, leveling, or otherwise manipulating the hydrology such that you could plant a crop. And a crop can be anything, right? Rice is one of them. So when we make a determination of PC or PCC, we have to look at what that manipulation was prior to 1985. So a PC determination would be applied to a piece of property that was no longer wetland, 1223-85. Now, granted, we have a high rainfall year, you're on tight soils in rice land, and the water might stand there for a couple of weeks. That does not negate a PC determination. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there was clarity on that because it kind of sounds like we're not sure where these things are and where this is codified. So there are real definitions of this. And I wanted to just make the point too that there is a separation between PC and the 404F exemptions, but what they've been acknowledging as PC, the core under the 404F, has been as defined by USDA, the definition that we all are using. And so I recognize that there's always individual inconsistencies with individual staff, and I don't think we'll ever resolve that when it comes to these types of regulations. But I know that, you know, the services that we provide to the agricultural community, you know, we pay specific attention. We do pay particular attention to the wetland status of the parcels that we're working on. And I fear that, and they recognize that they have this PC exemption under 404. And I fear that if that is not observed here, it's going to be extremely problematic, not just for the rice community, but it's going to be problematic for much of the ag community, including rangeland, where they may have a little piece of commodity crop, and they're going to be afraid to work with us. And what our agency does is we help producers improve their operation or alter their operation to make it more natural resource friendly. And without our help, you know, it's important that they get our help. Let's just say that, because then it's happening in a very conservation-minded way. And so if suddenly their PCC determination means something else under state law than it meant under federal law, and we, myself and RCS, we can't interpret when they need a permit and when they don't, which is not something we do for them, but we do try to understand these laws so that we can help them understand what their obligations are. We certainly don't want anyone to be in violation of state law. We work very hard to prevent that. And so I think before you make a final decision on this particular issue, I think it'd be important for everybody to really familiarize themselves with the statutory regulatory language of what PCC is and how that can be managed in the future.
Thank you.
Could I ask Ms. Kavanaugh, I mean, I think there's important distinction. She talked extensively about the PCC definition. There's also the definition of a farmed wetland within the regulations. And I must tell you, I have looked at those over and over and over, and I find it very difficult, especially for rice, to determine between those two where it falls. And that is clearly a huge determination with respect to this policy as well as the Water of the U.S. policy.
Yes. There's, so what's your question?
So the question is, if you're talking about rice in California and you have the definition of prior converted cropland versus the definition of farmed wetland, how do you make a determination where it falls?
So if prior to December 23rd, 1985, a wet area, a wetland, was manipulated only to the point that, or was not fully hydrologically manipulated, okay? So it still retained some wetland characteristics, then, but it also was able to produce a crop. So rice would be an example of this. In some circumstances, they may not have manipulated the area enough to completely drain it and remove all the hydrology. That would be a farmed wetland. But in some of our rice fields, some of our rice areas, they have been leveled for a particular, you know, type of flood irrigation or what have you. If they shut that irrigation water off and what they've done to the landscape out there, those wetland characteristics from pre-agriculture are likely will not return or may not return. There's always exceptions, right? But, you know, you can't take into account everything.
Thank you. Really appreciate your time and engagement today. Next, we'll have Michael Miller from the California Association of Wine Grape Growers, and he will be followed by Brad Goring from Goring Farms, and that will, I think there's maybe one more speaker for the ag item, though. Would it be okay if we switch Michael and I? Of course, by all means.
So there was quite a bit of discussion here. I'm just chomping at the bit back here to jump in this discussion. I'm wondering if I could get a few extra minutes to touch on Board Member Firestone's question that she asked about soils and didn't quite get answered, I felt.
You have 3 minutes on the clock, and we'll see where you're at after 3 minutes. How's that?
Okay. So anyways, soils can return back to their original states, and really it's based on two factors: the soil type and/or the restrictive layer in the soil called hardpan. Hardpan is a sedimentary thing. That's really not what they have up in the rice area. We have to go through and kind of chisel up our vineyards because tractor paths compact soils, rain compacts soils, rain, freeze, thaw cycles, they all kind of compact soils. So part in farming is you want nice loose soils for root development to grow. So in rice, it's kind of the opposite. You want soil sealed up. Well, with certain clay types, a lot of clay types, I mean, there's 3 basic soil types. There's clay, sand, and loam. Those comprise all of your soil types. Some are 100% clays and others are mixtures. So in the rice area, they've got a preponderance of clay. That seals. You can deep rip that, you can do anything you want to it, and over time it will seal back up. So I hope I've answered that question. Anyways, I want to thank you to the board and staff. We've been working quite hard with you guys past couple weeks, and this document has come a long ways and really appreciate that. I've got 2 concerns that I'd like to go over. First, and Board Member Diadamo just touched on it, was what I'm concerned with is the current language relative to areas which lack vegetation. And the problem is, in weather like this that we're having right now currently, everything I farm is a wetland. Okay, and especially under the proposed definition of what lacking hydrophytic vegetation. There's a strict reading of the language on lines 34 through 38. A mud puddle, which is everywhere right now, could be considered a wetland. I appreciate that this isn't the intent of the board or staff, we've heard that, but it still states in the wetland definition in item number 3 that the area's vegetation is dominated by hydrophytes, keyword, or the area lacks vegetation. So which one is it? To get a clear standard, we need to get rid of the subjunctive word or, because how will a regulator or how will a farmer know which one it is when the word or is used? Now, there's several other clawbacks mentioned on hydrophytic vegetation throughout the draft. Like I said, it's gotten better, but lines 82 through 84 and lines 347 through 50 also contain clawbacks that concern me and concern agriculture. So I would recommend taking out the phrase or the area lacks vegetation, or clearing up the clawbacks. And you know, there's reasons for the maxim that hard cases make bad regulation, but not every isolated condition deserves to be regulated. So if we're truly concerned about those truly isolated circumstances, which would be mudflats or playas, you know, I have yet to see in all the wetland delineations that I've been part of, excuse me, an area lacking hydrophytic vegetation. So why don't we just follow either the Army Corps manual or subpart E of the US EPA's 404B1 guidelines that states you use the hydrophytic vegetation except in those circumstances, not by the subjunctive word or. Okay, that's my first concern. Second concern.
Do try to wrap it up in a
I can pull another blue card and go into other policy issues, but I'll try to wrap up.
You could. Thank you.
I'm pretty incensed that the fact that anybody, as suggested here today, would want to affect how I could use my land by rotating crops. I'm putting that very mildly. I want to just talk to you about things that affect crop rotation, not to mention that we should be responding to market pressures by planting crops that produce the best prices, providing the best returns. We have to pay for our land. We have to pay for a living. That is our living. Our land is our asset. this year. We've got a lot of rain coming. We've got water allocations that we have to contend with. Are we going to get water? Are we not going to get water? Is it going to be rain and the timing of events affecting early or late season planting decisions? And some of those factors, for examples, that you guys can see, everybody can see, what happened to Campbell's Soups here in Sacramento? Processing tomatoes took a dump, and Campbell's Soups in Sacramento went away. Peaches almost went away in California. Right now in Fresno and Kern counties, wine grapes hardly exist anymore. We can't even find board members to put on wine grape boards because they're being replaced with more profitable crops: citrus, pistachios, walnuts, almonds. Just the cuties mandarin thing you've all seen in the store has turned a revolution and a market opportunity for farmers. So how can anybody say what we can and can't plant in order to maintain our lives and keep feeding you? Sugar beets have completely left California. Cotton used to be 1.6 million acres at its peak, and just a few years ago it was 162,000 acres. Last point, asparagus in San Joaquin County was 60,000 acres, and today, due to cheaper labor and less regulation in Mexico, it's down to 3,000 acres. And the fact that some people don't like agriculture doesn't give them the license to make life impossible for us farmers and eliminating the ability to respond to market conditions and provide for our families and for everybody else in this room.
Thank you, Mr. Goring.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, come from the California Association of Wine Grape Growers.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Miller, California Association of Wine Grape Growers. Congratulations, Chair, new Vice Chair, and new member. It's quite an exciting time you're here to see. I want to align myself with the testimony that you heard here about ag interest and the previous two speakers. The significance of not being consistent with federal law relative to PCC and other issues can be a very, very significant effect on agriculture. Very costly and have a lot of unintended consequences. So I hope that we seriously look at trying to be consistent and always possible. I appreciate the work of staff and working together with everybody. I think we've come a long way. I do have 4 more minor issues I want to just bring to your attention. On line 44, we've removed the reference to historic definitions of waters of the U.S. However, in footnote 2, there are 3 references to that. I think there needs to be consistency there in striking the definition of historic, or striking historic from the definition. Page 62 refers to crop irrigation as an artificial wetland. I think that might need some clarification on what crop irrigation is. Are we talking about water conservation methods such as micro irrigation? That kind of thing. I think we need to be really clear that we're not intending to include that. Line 493, we talk about non-agricultural use, but there's no definition. In our minds, non-agricultural use, it needs to be clear. For us, we think that things like a storage shed, a loading area, restroom for workers, food safety, compliance, that kind of thing should be considered agricultural use. And we might want some clarification there. And then on page line 505, the definition of abundance, I appreciate the difficulty in defining abundance, but from my perspective, abundance is the opposite of scarcity. But the way that it's written, it says it's an estimate of. I think that needs some clarification to make it clear to everybody what abundance means, because how we apply that definition elsewhere in the document is very important. Again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well. There's one more public speaker card. I don't think it was specific to the ag panel, but Jay Ziegler, if you would like, from the Nature Conservancy, to come up now and provide some remarks. And then we will go on a break, and actually we'll have a discussion as to how we're going to proceed with the rest of the panels here. Just trying to plan out the evening here. Mr. Ziegler.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the board today. My name is Jay Ziegler. I'm the Policy Director for the Nature Conservancy. Greatly appreciate your attention and forbearance in this long day, and you're hearing lots of information today, and at this point in the day probably are feeling like you've heard everything, but there's one more person here to say it, so I thank you for your time and forbearance. On behalf of the Nature Conservancy, I strongly encourage adoption of the policy. California needs a science-based approach to wetlands conservation, and you have a very thoughtful policy before you today a comprehensive framework that really recognizes both the interest that we have in protecting this intersection of aquatic and terrestrial habitat values that benefit mammals, fisheries, invertebrates, insects, and all the flora and fauna that tie these unique habitat types together. Ultimately, also, we all have a strong people reason to adopt this policy. And candidly, wetlands are, the fundamental green infrastructure asset that we will increasingly need across the variability that climate change is going to bring us. That is, wetlands are the intersection that help us bridge droughts. They help us collect water in groundwater systems. They help keep streams alive across the duration of both an individual and multiple water years. Wetlands also provide the buffer zone that we will increasingly need in wet years to absorb increasingly heavy torrential short-term storms, as well as wet winters, such as we are hopefully continuing to experience today in a way that can actually control and modify, even out the benefits that we all have. And so wetlands really provide that place that gives us flexibility to combine both structural assets as well as natural lands for so many benefits that all of us count on over time. So I thank you for the board's, for the staff's work in developing really a comprehensive framework to assess and tackle very complicated policy issue. The Nature Conservancy strongly urges your endorsement and affirmation of this policy. And we do need a California directive on the importance of wetlands conservation in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ziegler. Quick board discussion. We have, we still have our climate change panel. We have new applications and effective date, EREPs, and other procedural elements, and still other policy issues. So we're going to have a lengthy. So I guess I'm trying to time out. We'll take a break. We'll probably. I guess my time's up. Can I get a few more minutes, Janine, please? No. So we'll try to knock out some of the panels. I imagine we're going to have to eat at some point, and then we will finish this off because we need to. These are important discussions, and we'll continue to work through the evening here until we're done. But we will have to very much limit our conversation and start to really. I will do a better job of trying to police, or else I don't think we're going to get out of here before 10 o'clock. Mr. Bishop.
So just to give you a little encouragement, I think we have tackled the most contentious items, confidential items, and I think that we can move more rapidly through the others. I would encourage that folks don't need to repeat the same issues. If we can be a little more succinct, I think we can move faster.
You're here. Thank you. And we will then come back at, do you want 15 minutes, 20? What do people want? 15 works? Short's fine. Okay, we'll do 15. And we'll come back at 5:05, or we'll just say 5:10. Thank you. Okay, we're going to gather back together, everyone. I am 2 minutes, 3 minutes off when I said we would start again. Please finish up your conversations, or if you need, you can take them outside. Thank you. Okay. We are now moving on to the climate change panel. On the climate change panel, we will have Mr. Morrison once again, Keith Garner. Thank you again both for joining us. Kim Delfino, and Brian Nowicki from the Center of Biological Diversity. He may have. I'm with you, Brian. I'm with you. Kim, if you want to just switch your nameplates, and then otherwise we're good to go. Thank you, guys.
This is climate change.
Yes, climate change panel. Thank you. And who would like to take the lead?
So I'll make this quick. For the Building and Industry Coalition, it probably will not come as a surprise that we support option C, which is the proposal to delete the climate change analysis. Climate change is already analyzed in the CEQA process. The water boards are responsible agencies, and as such, they always have the ability to comment on specific issues and direct our request that those issues be addressed as part of the CEQA process. I would also just like to point out, consistent with my prior remarks, this is yet another area where there would be a difference in the permitting processes between the Corps and the Water Board, with this being an add-on for the mitigation component. The corollary to that, we oppose options A and B. Option A, we would strongly oppose. It would require climate change analysis even where those impacts are not reasonably foreseeable. It's not clear what such an analysis would look like, and it just seems like that's an extra cost with very little practical benefit. Option B is to revert to the 2017 language. As a practical matter, I'm not sure that there's a great deal of difference between option B and what the clarified language from February 22nd is. The only meaningful difference that I saw was a return of the case-by-case language, and in our prior 2017 comments, we objected to the case-by-case determinations, and so I think we would prefer not to see that. Option D, I call that one the kick the can down the road option. Again, we think that our proposal, our preferred option is option C. We don't believe this is necessary, and so option D would similarly be unnecessary as well. So with that.
Thank you.
So it's like we're the mirror image here. Not surprisingly, option B is not our choice. I'm sorry, option C. So let me just back it up for a second. We do think that there is value in having the regional board include climate change, have the permittees include an analysis of climate change to their project. Because there are, climate change could address how it could impact the hydrology of the site, changes in magnitude, duration, and intensity of the water movement, how the effects are being addressed to ensure viability of the compensatory mitigation. Further, the state board has 2 resolutions that it's already enacted that talk about requires sustainable water management resources and climate change considerations to be included in all policies. That's Board Resolution 2008-0030 and Board Resolution number 2017-12 that requires a comprehensive response to climate change that will enhance ecosystem resilience to the impacts of climate change by, among other things, protecting existing resources and facilitating restoration. So with that being said, we do think that then it makes sense for you to be including this in your in your procedures. So we would, of course, like option A, which would be required. Option B, I think I would agree, it seems pretty similar. It's a case-by-case basis. That would be our second most favorite. And option D would be our, third most favorite, and option C would be not a favorite at all. I guess what I would just say, I think it's getting late and I'm getting tired. The point is that we would like you to do some level of analysis for climate change, please. We think it's consistent and smart.
That's appreciated. Yes.
Sorry, I have a question.
Of course.
So these projects it sounds like what you all are saying is that a project's already going to do a climate change analysis in CEQA or other permitting documents, or am I misunderstanding? Maybe can you clarify how you are doing that analysis already, and this would be duplicative, or whether, and then maybe Kim, how you think it is it?
There's been a lot of jurisprudence in the last few years on CEQA and climate change analyses, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court, as lawyers in the room know. We are irrevocably committed to having to do climate change analyses in our CEQA documents. These permits are subject to CEQA. So we've seen no reason to duplicate that analysis as part of the permit process outside of the CEQA context. It just is duplicative.
And we would say that while, yes, climate change analysis is done under CEQA, when you look at those analyses, rarely are they as focused as we would like to have them be on the water component, the hydrology, the various issues related to climate around the wetlands, conservation, and the impacts to waters of this. It's not, they don't do it at the same level of analysis and really, I think, rigorousness, or frankly, barely cover it at all sometimes. And so we think that it makes a lot of sense for the board to do that. And frankly, if the regional staff believes that there's sufficient CEQA analysis that's done by a project applicant, they can literally cut and paste it and stick it in their application and say, done. And we're fine with that. But if they don't do a good job with doing their analysis in their CEQA document, then I do think the regional board should be able to ask for some additional analysis as it relates to the public trust responsibilities that the board has.
I guess I just don't know what the climate change analysis is, other than the impacts of the overall project on climate change and the amount of carbon it's contributing to the atmosphere. I don't know how you possibly take a global problem and find an isolated analysis to one particular wetland. I just don't think it's susceptible to that kind of analysis. And if we require it beyond what's required in CEQA, we're just going to be chasing our tails. The analysis is not going to be valid, and it's just going to be a litigation target. And so I just don't see how we even do the analysis.
Well, just to be clear, what we're talking about is looking at adaptation and impacts to hydrology, okay? And also I think that at a minimum, option D, so let me revise what I'm saying. I think at a minimum, it's probably wise for staff guidance to be issued on this point to get to the very issue that Clark just raised about lack of clarity about what's really being asked. I think that's a smart thing to do. But independent of that, I think besides giving staff guidance, I think that also there should be some level of climate analysis done. So that's just, I think that's that's what's being asked of everybody. I think it's smart. It's acknowledging the real world that we're living with right now. And and it's consistent with board resolutions.
What is it that it has to be conducted in the context of CEQA? So what would be missing that a regional board might ask for otherwise, or?
Well, the typical climate change analysis in a CEQA document is how much carbon a particular project is contributing to the atmosphere because of vehicles or construction equipment or so on.
Not like what does the project look like due to sea level rise, or say you're doing, I don't know, say it's a tidal marsh habitat project or something, and not really the types of projects I think you're talking about largely, but whatever it is, you know, you wouldn't look and say, well, yeah, in, you know, 10, 15 years, this is all no longer, you know, above ground or whatever. I don't know. Does that make sense?
There's a
Mr.
fierce
Morrison?
debate
Sorry.
about whether CEQA requires you to analyze the impacts of the environment on the project, so that impact of climate change on a project it's not clear whether it's cognizable under CEQA. What you probably don't do in a CEQA analysis is evaluate what's the effect of climate change on this particular reconstructed wetland you're, you know, proposing as mitigation. I don't know how you really do that analysis, except maybe at a watershed level. Maybe your watershed analysis should, you know, when somebody does a watershed plan, they might look at it. But I just don't see how you can validly take a global problem and analyze how it's going to affect, you know, one particular wetland in one particular landscape in the, you know, within the state. So I just think it ends up forcing everybody to chase their tails, and nobody's going to know what it means, and it's going to create risk.
Mr. Bishop, do you have any?
I just want to remind the board that the proposed language that is there is about the impacts of climate change on the mitigation. So is the mitigation going to be successful in light of climate change? I agree that that's not easy. That was what we were proposing.
Fellow board members?
Yeah, can I just say, so, and we didn't agree, just to be clear, I know it's confusing. We felt that that was too narrow of a recommendation. At a minimum, for sure, you should be thinking about your compensatory mitigation and climate change impacts, but we actually think you should be looking at the project itself in terms of alternative analysis, avoidance and minimization. Those types of things you should be factoring in the climate change. And, you know, it's not like there's not science and information being developed all over the place looking at locally impacts of climate change or impacts on California. So we do think information's out there, but I just wanted to be clear that we weren't just wanting this to be applied to compensatory mitigation.
And am I right in it's not as if through that analysis the project is being asked to be changed or anything, but it's just give some thought to what the impacts are on climate change? Is that the sort of scope, I guess, of what we're really looking for?
Well, with the sea level rise one, I actually think that might be something that they might have to factor in. So this, again, I think that guidance by staff, the recommendation of guidance by staff is a very smart thing to do, whether it's being applied to the whole project or to the compensatory mitigation component alone.
Board Member Diadamo, I'm sorry, I think a moment ago you wanted to say something.
Do any of you have a specific example at the regional board level in which a climate change analysis was required, not just on the impacts of the project, but on mitigation, and how that process went? I guess I'd be concerned about resources and the amount of work that would be required, but I wouldn't know unless maybe hearing an example.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, same.
I mean, I'm obviously new to the board, but I know we do have a resolution on climate change, and it is important that we assess this as a board across our program. So I do feel like it's important for us to be thoughtful, to have some kind of analysis, but I think to your point, it's not something that I think anyone has a lot of experience in. So I think it would make sense to be able to be more thoughtful about how to do this and factor in. It just seems like a link needs more discussion. Less stuff.
The other point too is I know on, say, NPDES permits, that would be part of included in a CEQA analysis. But then there are some regional boards that are undertaking broader policies. Say, for example, Region 3 with respect to wastewater treatment facilities that are in the coastal area. So I just don't know enough about it. I suspect in many instances a CEQA analysis would be fine, but I agree we should be more thoughtful, and I think just maybe understand how this would play out in practice.
So just want to make sure that I didn't miss you. Under MPDS, they don't have to do CEQA analysis. For our MPDS permit, they may have to do CEQA analysis if they're building a new plant. And the I think what you're talking about was they were proposing to rebuild a plant that would be it was projected to be inundated under sea level rise, and the regional board asked them to look at it. And in the end, they proposed a new location for that plant. That's the kind of analysis that I would imagine for these projects, is that you would look to see if there's if on one hand, if your project's going to be inundated, did you take that into account in the analysis? We don't necessarily want to destroy a water body for a project that will in 10 years be inundated and abandoned. On one hand, on compensation mitigation, there may be sea level rise. It may be that it counts on groundwater resource that for maintaining that wetland in the future, and that groundwater resource is going away because of the change in rainfall event, or it's projected to have trouble. So you'd want to have a backup plan for how you were going to keep the water in that. Those are the kind of things that come to mind.
Yeah, to me, I mean, thinking about the climate change impacts of the longevity of a compensatory mitigation project makes sense on some level. I think having, like John said, having that assurance and understanding of what the long-term impacts may be is somewhat reasonable. I do have questions about looking at the project as a whole, and it does seem reasonable that if it's already included in the CEQA analysis, I wonder why we would need to expand that and perhaps add additional overlapping layers of evaluation to the project that aren't necessary. As much as I am fully supportive of doing a rigorous climate change assessment, and so I appreciate the comments.
I would actually think that, I think the groundwater example maybe is a good one. I would imagine that that would come up in evaluating, without having to do a separate climate change analysis, that would come up in discussions over the adequacy and durability of the mitigation anyway, without having to conduct a separate analysis. So I'm just worried about creating a new thing that nobody knows what it is we have to do, and somebody's going to sue us over it because we got it wrong. And we've been going through CEQA litigation on climate change for a decade now, and we still haven't figured it out. And it's holding up a lot of projects for a global problem. So that's what our concern is.
I'm going to quickly go to the one card we have, I believe, and please do get your card in if you want to speak on this item, sub-item. Mark Strudley from Santa Cruz County Flood Control. You can go for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I agree with the board and staff that climate change analysis is a good idea. I agree that we should be designing and building and maintaining projects that are consistent with expected effects of climate change. But what I would suggest is that the science is not quite there. For example, asking for an assessment of the hydrologic impacts associated with climate change on, for example, mitigation requirements. What mainly affects mitigation sites and flood control facilities from unraveling themselves are atmospheric river events. We have one going on now down south. One came up just to the Russian River just last week. January 4th, 82, Love Creek Slide in Santa Cruz Mountains, October 13th, 2009, 24 inches in 24 hours. These are the kind of events that unravel mitigation sites. The science is not there. I worked at NOAA, at the National Weather Service, before I was with County Flood Control. With the exception of sea level rise analysis, the analysis of the direction and magnitude of climate change effects as they pertain to the hydrologic cycle, especially away from the coastal areas, the science is not there to support the climate change analysis. And the aspects that I think are being requested, as stated by the panel, I think are duplicative with CEQA in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions. So if the science was there, I might be in support of it, but in this case, I'm strongly against a climate change analysis that just really won't provide any additional clarity, and in fact may guide staff to recommending such resilience against climate change that it would take those mitigation measures in a direction that your board and staff, I think, are intending not for them to go into more hardened types of solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the board? You know, my personal sense is that it is a worthy endeavor and discussion, but it is, I think, going to require more discussion to kind of figure out. And I don't know. I think it's hard. I don't want to kick the can down the road because I think for folks that creates still yet uncertainty, right? What will the board come back and do at that point? But I think at least to Board Member McGuire's point around mitigation, you know, I think there's something worthwhile having a discussion there insofar as being able to take into account climate change impacts. But we'll just leave it for further discussion, I think, unfortunately. And we should move on to the next panel now. So next panel, we have Daniel Kozad, sorry. And just for edification as well, this next panel is on new applications and effective date. I think it's up behind us, but just to create some time. We have Clark Morrison, Keith Garner, and Kim, yes, and Jeremy Jungreis, sorry. Thank you, Jeremy. Will be joining our power team. Thank you, guys. I don't think your mic's on.
Business and industry likes 16A. I think this language came from the water agencies, so we'll let them comment it more specifically. 17A is language that we had proposed. The idea is, as the procedures were published in January, it was unclear whether you had to have your application complete in order to not be subject to the policies when they become effective, or instead, whether you could just have them submitted, and there was some ambiguity there. And so we talked to Jonathan. His view, I think at the time, was, well, we have a 6-month period so people have a chance to get their applications complete. Our response to that at the workshop was, well, gee, it takes sometimes a lot longer than that to get your applications complete. So can we have some grandfathering for somebody who started the process before, say, this November, when the procedures become effective? They've gotten incomplete notice, they've responded, so they've invested some time and energy in their application without having to go back and restart it in November just because we have a new policy. And so that's what that language was intended to get at, and we support that, obviously.
Okay, good evening, board members. I guess it's evening now, or almost. Just briefly about 16A, it was really intended just as a minor clarification. Staff, who's been meeting extensively with the water agencies and stormwater agencies, which we really do appreciate, had already provided one clarification regarding if the expiration date of a existing 401 or other order, regional board order, was going to expire. It was not, that alone would not trigger a requirement to obtain coverage under the procedures. What we're recommending here is for those applications not otherwise excluded, if there is an existing 404 or 401 permit, just a slight expansion where the regional board would have the authority, though not the requirement, to extend, renew, or reissue the existing order without requiring new application, where there's no material changes to the character, location, volume of discharge. Essentially saying the regional board, if it, it certainly would have the authority, if it wished, to require coverage under the procedures. But to the extent that nothing is really changing and you have existing 404, 401 in place and the regional board is comfortable with that, they have the authority to allow that to continue forward. And just I wanted to have Daniel Kozad, who runs a water agency and groundwater recharge facilities, can maybe talk about some of the significance of being able to have that change in place.
Great. Good evening. I guess it is evening. We'll call it evening. Board member Firestone and your new chair. That's great. Wonderful to be here. Sorry it's so late in the afternoon. I will be fairly quick. We support this change primarily as not to trigger the or signal a trigger of mandatory review of all existing permits under this or rush them to that process and allow the regional boards the discretion to be able to go forward with that. That's important to me. I have a restoration project that I just got a brand new shiny in December 401 certification. I'm still waiting on the 404 and the 2081 and the 1602 and the others to be able to do this restoration project, which unfortunately would have been completed with the rains we just had. But the regional board did the best job of all the regulatory entities. It still took about 1.5 years to get through that. We would hate to, of course, have to trigger that all over again. And I think your comments, Chair, earlier, we need to look at and figure out ways of getting restoration projects through more easily. The actual permit writers who are writing those have to do just about as much work on some of the restoration projects as they do. I've never built a highway, but I'm presuming as a highway. So we certainly support this, hope the board will support it and think that it uses the kind of the trigger language in Port or Cologne. So that should be familiar and easy for modifications of permits and think that makes sense.
So the concern we had with policy option 16A is that it appears to allow an existing order to just keep going with no opportunity. And now it says it is limited to unless there's a material change, but which we appreciate. But there is a question about what if there's ongoing maintenance and operations that could be done that are not being considered in the way we would have wanted them considered under the new procedures. So I think there's just some issue about things that maybe fell into the old order are just never going to be brought into the new level of analysis and the approach in terms of how we're looking at alternatives and mitigation and all that. So that's just, it's a concern. I'm flagging that for you and letting you know. So we were fine with so we don't like the change language. On policy option 17, we're fine with it. It read like something Clark wrote. Just kidding.
We'll take it. We'll take it. Thank you.
Well, just maybe I could respond just very briefly. I understand the concern about things going on forever, but I don't really think that's the intent here, or really what's going to happen with the regional boards. It really just gives the regional boards the ability to exercise their discretion. So if a regional board, in Daniel's example, has recently issued a 401 cert, it would be perfectly logical for them to say, okay, well, I've just reviewed everything, and it makes a whole lot of sense for us to be able to continue to continue as the existing regulation, as the existing permitting exists. I just said exists a lot. I'm going to use other language here. So I don't know that there's any real concern. It just really gives the regional boards the opportunity to exercise their discretion in a way that they think is protective of the environment without necessarily creating additional work for the regional boards that might take resources away from other projects where they need those resources. Do you have anything else, Daniel?
I was just going to say there's lots of high priority permits we want them to be working on, and we don't want them to feel like they have to go through and redo it if they don't believe it's necessary. So there could be some maybe compromise language where it's clear that the regional board can, if it's not clear from this, that they can ask for that, and they should if they believe anything's changed. But if they don't believe there is, they should have the discretion to pass on those and just continue them the way they did. Some do contain maintenance and all that stuff, the more recent ones, and so it'd be a shame to pick those back up. But if there's old ones out there that don't, I think that's reasonable.
And a lot of regional boards are very actively involved in some of these projects. So they're not going to be surprised. It's just, it allows them to continue the current regulatory relationships that exist without having to go to an entirely new system that could be disruptive, potentially slow down important projects.
Board member thoughts?
I have a question.
I live for those.
Excellent. That's for you, Mr. Bishop. So we use the words amend. So the permitting authority may amend, and then additional words were added to include extend, renew, or reissue. Are those all current? Is that all the correct vocabulary? Are there any concerns with those terms being used in this context?
So I think that those are all 4 different situations that applies to. Amend describes that you can extend it, which I don't believe anyone would have any issue about. That's a time extension. Renew would mean that you essentially take the same permit and renew it without any, because of the later stuff, without any real change. And reissue is similar. Reissue would be exactly the same. Renew would be a change. So they are different situations in my reading of it. They're all qualified by the not material change, and they all start with may ahead of it. So I think it's discretionary to begin with. They may exclude them or require them, is the way that I read it. Since you asked me a question, I would say that the way we read the application language now is that applications that are filed after the date that this becomes effective would follow this permit. So the language in 17A, which describes a process for allowing more time for that, seems unnecessary, and I'd like to understand why.
I may have misunderstood the intent of language. Pardon me. The original language said applications submitted after the date would be subject to regulations. So the question was, what about an application submitted before the effective date that was not yet complete? If the answer is that submitted yet incomplete application can continue to proceed under the old rules, then we have no need for the change.
And I'm going to turn to my chief counsel. That's the way I understand it. It reads.
Certainly, the way that we currently have it crafted, if there is a concern about incentivizing sort of dilatory conduct by an applicant, which I don't think was what staff was really trying to address with this, we could certainly look for alternative language to address that issue. But John has correctly summarized the way that it reads.
So then I guess if that's the way it's intended to read, just maybe some clarity because it seemed not clear. But we like that result.
Yeah. Figured you would.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess part of the concern is that you just have these zombie permits out there that have, been given everlasting life and renewed over and over and not ever reconsidered. But I don't think that that's really going to be the case. But perhaps we have to make sure that doesn't become the case and it be abused. So
I've yet to find a client who wants to drag out the application completeness process. Just my luck so far.
Fair. Well, great. Let's move on. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I think I did have one other comment from Joan Vale from Riverside County Flood on this item. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. I'll be brief. So my name is Joan Valle. I'm with Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. I certainly appreciate the efforts by the board, the staff, and all the stakeholders on this very important procedures. And my comment is regarding new applications, not necessarily the effective dates. However, we are concerned that the amount of time expected to get permits under the proposed procedures will cause serious delays. As you know, flood control districts provide a vital service to public safety. I'm concerned that the lack of deadlines will add unpredictable and limitless delays that will impede us from protecting the public. As a public agency, we have a lengthy, open, and transparent budget and planning process, and we really need some level of certainty when we're doing our budgets and doing this very lengthy planning. Other agencies like California Department of Fish and Wildlife have deadlines for various permit milestones, and it's incredibly helpful to develop a somewhat reliable schedule. So therefore, permit timelines are not only respectful to the applicants and everyone involved, but in our case, they can be a matter of public safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we will now transition to our next panel. And just for a matter of timing, I'm going to try and get us out of here by 7 o'clock. That's my goal. No lunch and then come back. I think we can do it. There's only 3 panels here. We have board discussion to happen. We may even get out before 7, but don't hold me to that. Okay. So we have Hal Holland from Westerville Ecological Services coming up. Brandon Dawson from Sierra Club. Welcome back, Brandon. Kim? Oh, Kim. Oh, no. Well, oh, no, sorry. I jumped over to the next panel at that point. Sorry, Kim. Take 5 minutes. You'll be back. Brandon will keep your seat warm. Hello. Mr. Holland, thank you. I'm sorry, your mic's not on.
Okay, there we go. Thank you again, members, for the opportunity to talk on the issue of compensatory mitigation. And I would start by saying that we agree with the language that's proposed for item 20. And I stated earlier that Westerville Ecological Services does large-scale habitat restoration. Within California, we've done 33 mitigation projects. And we started by doing advanced mitigation exclusively with mitigation banks. And in recent years, we broadened out to work with the in-lieu fee program, as well as doing large-scale permitting responsible mitigation. We do quite a bit of mitigation projects for state infrastructure projects, including Caltrans, high-speed rail, Department of Water Resources. The projects that we work on align with the definition of EREPs. They're high-quality ecological beneficial projects. We take a watershed approach in selecting our sites. We focus on multi-benefit. Most of our projects have species as well as wetland functions associated with them. And a lot of the work that we're doing is targeting degraded or wetlands that have been historically lost, and rehabilitating, enhancing those wetlands is doing reestablishment. So the definition of EREPs aligns with the work that we do, but the previous language, which had the requirements of voluntary and not applicable for compensatory mitigation, really put the work that we do in a separate path. And there's 3 key elements to this. The first one is the streamlining with the alternatives analysis that EREPs don't have to follow. A lot of the work that we do with our advanced mitigation has a very rigorous process with mitigation banking. In-lieu fees have a very similar process. Multi-agencies, including state board or regional boards, are going through that analysis to make sure that we're doing all of the work that the alternatives analysis would need to do. But the 2 key issues that are fundamental to what I want to talk about are, first, the issue of functional lift, which I mentioned previously, that we really want to incentivize individuals, project applicants, to go in and restore the degraded wetlands. Financially, applicants are going to go the least cost path. And if we have no value for functional improvements of wetlands, there's going to be no one that's going to want to undertake that effort. And the second part is that when you're working in wetlands, if we don't have the EREP path or a similar path, then there's not clear language as to whether you have to mitigate for your mitigation. It's considered a temporary or a permanent impact, even if you're converting between wetland types. An example would be something that was historic floodplain. It's now a degraded seasonal wetland. You're converting it back to riparian habitat. that is a permanent impact, therefore you could have to mitigate for your impact. And there's not sufficient clarity. We've worked with regional boards where there is a requirement to mitigate for your wetland restoration activities. That disincentivizes individuals or entities such as our firm to go in and do advanced mitigation. It also makes it very challenging for project applicants that are looking to do projects in those areas, because when it comes to the mitigation, they're going to opt to build wetlands where they didn't historically exist, because it avoids the issue of having to mitigate for working in wetlands. I think it's the financial element of this is key, because people will look for how they can get their projects across the finish line fastest. And so we want to not disincentivize the work in the wetlands. What I didn't mention in my previous comments is typically most applicants are nowhere near a 1-to-1 mitigation ratio for their projects. I'm sure that most of them would like to be a lot closer to that. Typically when they do buy bank credits or in lieu fee credits, it is very close, or it does hit 1-to-1, but oftentimes they're looking at multiple acres to one. And when you talk about functional lift, it's a component of that. You might not get full value of 1 acre to the acre that's restored on the ground. You may get only a partial value to that, but that's kind of a portfolio of all the wetlands that are being restored to offset as part of the mitigation. So I think keeping functional lift is a critical component, and the EREP is the path that allows that. And then the second part is avoiding having to mitigate for the work that we're doing in wetlands. So I think that there's one other distinction that's important. You spend a lot of time in this procedure talking about advanced mitigation, which are banks and in lieu fees, but there's a lot of high quality work that is done on a landscape level when you're looking at other large projects. And so whether that's folded into EREPs or whether there's some other path that we can avoid having these issues of functional lift and compensatory mitigation, I think we can work on an alternative, but I think that the language as it's proposed with this change allows advanced mitigation to have a much more streamlined process that's going the direction that the board would like.
Thank you, board. To no one's surprise, we're actually on the opposite side of that spectrum. So in our view, we actually oppose the new language, and we think voluntary is a very key proponent in this language. Compensatory mitigation projects, as we all know, are voluntary, and they're used for providing offsets for unavoidable adverse impacts to wetlands, in some cases, preservation of wetlands. When you do an EREP, you're voluntarily going in and you're doing actions that are good and that enhance the wetland. So these must be done with consistency with restoration practices, avoid or minimize incidental impacts, and then you also have to make sure that they result in measurable environmental benefits. And so when you're doing compensatory mitigation projects, you're ordered to do these projects. And while we appreciate that some firms automatically consider doing these EREPs by themselves and these mitigation projects and they go outside of the way, that's because they're ordered to. That's not necessarily because they are they're not inclined to do so unless they want to do an EREP. So where EREPs are not judged to the same standard as compensatory mitigation projects, in the sense of EREPs don't necessarily have to do an alternatives analysis. They don't have to do restoration plans for temporary impacts as well, and then they also would not be subject to the same monitoring plans. And so if you have compensatory mitigation projects folded into EREPs as a definition, then you're automatically exempting all of these requirements that would usually be required for a compensatory mitigation project, but now wouldn't have to because it's now considered an EREP. So that's where we as the Conservation Coalition kind of stands.
If I could comment on that?
Yes.
So I would say that compensatory mitigation banks are completely voluntary. We are a private firm and we're investing in conservation and mitigation in California. When we go through the process, we're securing the land, we're doing all the permitting, we're doing the construction. All of that is before we're getting credits released. So there is no one that's using the mitigation before we've done all the voluntary work to establish these projects. These projects are large in scale, oftentimes between 200 to 1,000 acres in size. There is an end user that is purchasing the credits to offset their impacts, and that has a lot of benefit that's spelled out in this procedure, that there's been a longstanding practice in California for the past 2 decades to encourage mitigation and conservation banking, both to streamline the permitting process for the regulatory agencies and for good advanced planning. But that work is being done voluntarily up front.
Thank you. Any discussion from board members?
I just
before I go to
I
public
want to
comment?
make sure I understand it. Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
So what is, are you saying, are you saying that the projects, if they are not, what is the difference in terms of the requirements for compensatory mitigation versus what you have to do to get qualified as or what are the sort of functional pieces that are missing? And I think you mentioned, for example, monitoring and some alternatives analysis and things like that. And Hal, are you saying that you do that as part of the setup for your mitigation bank, and therefore you shouldn't have to do it again as under this? Or maybe I'm missing. Sorry, it's late in the day, so I want to make sure I'm really understanding what this issue is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is a complicated issue. I think that there's 2 things that are maybe separate, but they're overlapping because of this EREP issue. The requirements for compensatory mitigation are much more rigorous than what is spelled out in the EREPs, but the issue is that under the EREPs, there's no requirement to compensate for any of the impacts within wetlands for the work that's occurring, and it avoids the complications of the no net loss rule, which currently is just acre per acre rather than allowing for a functional benefit. When we do compensatory mitigation that's with advanced planning for mitigation banking, that has a very rigorous, it's a 2 to 3 year approval process where state board or regional board members are looking at all the aspects to ensure that we're not having any detriment to the wetlands, that there's a functional lift. Currently, under the current operating processes, we don't have any requirements for mitigating by the state or regional boards, and under the Army Corps, we use Nationwide 27, which exempts having to mitigate for any impacts when you're doing a restoration project. It doesn't have a distinction of voluntary or compensatory. So we're looking for a similar standard on the state side, and right now the only avenue is the EREP process. So if we don't want to fold it under EREP, then we need to figure out a different parallel path that really gets at these 2 issues of functional lift and no compensatory for permanent and temporary impacts.
So I'm sorry, but I have to say that our reading of the requirement is that it's a minimum 1-to-1 that replaces the function. So if you need to do more than 1-to-1 to replace the function, I think that is the same thing as a functional lift. The difference is if you're in a hypothetical situation, 0.5 acres to 1 would provide the same functional lift. We say you still have to do 1. So it is a floor, and I recognize that, but it does not discount the need for functional lift.
That's fair. By all means.
I'm not really following that. I think that the argument that you're making is that you want to your clients and your company want to undertake these projects where you can restore, and you want an incentive, but without getting credit for a functional lift. You wouldn't have the incentive otherwise to undertake these specific type of projects.
So an example was a large-scale vernal pool restoration project we did north of Chico. It was about a 400-acre site where we received 40 acres of credits for the vernal pools that we restored. For the vernal pools that historically existed and no longer existed anymore, there was no wetlands. We got a 1-to-1 value for what we restored. For the things that existed in a degraded value, so it was a vernal pool, but now it's a seasonal wetland, it doesn't support any of the endangered species, When we did the restoration, we got a 50% value. And for something that was existing wetland, but it had berms or other things that hydraulically separated it, when we removed the berms and reconnected the watershed features, we got a quarter value. All of those folded together to the credits that we were able to generate on that bank, and then we were able to sell them to applicants. You would want people, when they're doing a restoration project, to do the rehabilitation, the enhancement efforts, because otherwise what you're going to get is people still building the vernal pools, but they're not going to be hydrologically connected across the site because they didn't do those other activities. There's no language in the rule right now that gives credit for functional lift. It just talks about that the compensation under the no net loss has to be by acre or linear foot. And what I'm saying is advanced compensatory mitigation, because there is a banking process, the state board has signed on to it with the MOU, can give that functional value, and we're asking for that consideration because it has a true landscape benefit, and it mirrors what's being envisioned with EREP type projects.
But otherwise, you would stay away from those types of projects. It'd be just easier to do the one-to-one without undertaking a functional lift where you're not getting a full credit.
We are a business, and I would say from the credits we generate, no one's going to pay for something that they don't get credit for. And so there's no financial incentive to go in and restore degraded features if you can't generate a credit out of it. And there is a fair amount of cost that goes into.
We think that maybe we've got a version control problem because I think we addressed his issue. So we would like to have a conversation with him and staff because the blue line version talks about functional lift.
Okay. Well, then it might be good for you guys to connect. And do we want any further discussion on this issue? Well, actually we do, because we have public comment. So sorry about that. I'm going to limit it to 2 minutes. And we have Virginia Getz to start us off with Ducks Unlimited on this item. And maybe while we're going through public comment, you two can sidebar and make sure that we're actually maybe already have that functional lift issue off the table. After Virginia will be Kim Delfino from Defenders of Wildlife, and then Ellen Weir from Grassland Water District.
I have 2 comments.
John, sit down if you can.
Sorry. 2 comments, and one is related to the definition of EREPs, and we've worked, long and hard with staff and the board to get that to where it is. And overall, we're very pleased with it. We have one minor addition that we would request, and go to lines 530 through 532.
I'm sorry, can I get clarification? Is this a revision to what's being proposed in 20A or?
No.
No.
No, so on the February 22nd version on lines 530 through 532. Do you have it? Okay, and so what we are requesting is, it's been added there at the very end on line 532, between the real property interest owner, and we're asking for insertion in there of or the entity conducting the habitat restoration or enhancement work. And what that does is it really provides clarity in how these types of projects are done, how they're actually implemented. The reality is that the public funds for those projects, rarely do they go directly to the landowner, or in this case, as it now reads, the real property interest owner. In most cases, the landowner or real property interest owner is not eligible to directly receive those funds, and in most cases, they run through a state or federal resource agency, or they run through an NGO. So it provides clarity for staff, for regulatory staff, when they're dealing with these projects. It provides clarity in what they're going to see in the binding wetland agreement that is provided to them. And I can provide that in an email or whatever if it's easier than just having me speak to it.
If you can, yes, if you can provide it in writing or go
I'll do that
right now to Mr. Bishop as well.
Okay. Can I go on the next one quick? And
Yes.
all it
try to
is
be.
is for,
Sorry, I'm not
we
trying
talked
to rush
about
folks, but-
temporary impacts, and the language that's in the February 22nd version was a bit confusing to some of us in the sense that the projects themselves, the EREP projects, create some impacts while they're being built. And in talking to staff, I understand the intention of that is really meant to refer to what I'll call ancillary features of the projects, maybe staging areas or access routes or whatever, and how they're treated. And so I understand the intent, but maybe a little bit more clarification, since we were a little confused about that, just some additional edits to make it clear about what we're talking about in relation to temporary impacts for EREPs. And again, we'll be happy to work with staff to try to get to that point.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Getz. Ms. Delfino, followed by Ellen Weir, as I said, from Grassland Water District, and then after her will be Jeffrey Volberg from the California Waterfowl Association.
So on the point that Virginia was making about the change in the language regarding the environmental community worked it out and we're good, and actually the board staff has that language.
Okay.
So on the issue of allowing compensatory mitigation projects to qualify as an EREP, so this is where the way it's written now is it would be all compensatory mitigation projects. It's not just limited to a mitigation bank. So I get the point that's being made about the mitigation bank, but this is a much broader ask than just simply, because they're deleting the word voluntary. So I think that there's some problems related to that. The other issue is that my understanding right now, well, there is some concern about when compensatory mitigation is being built. A lot of times they're changing one wetland value for another. So there is some need to look at that and to address whether or not that is an appropriate change, and if that change should be analyzed through the alternatives analysis and then potentially mitigated. Because one of the problems what we see is that you can have a lot of different, you may not be necessarily, it may be acre to acre, but this function issue, you could be doing, well, seasonal wetland for, I don't know, deeper water wetland. So I think it's a little more complicated than simply eliminating the word voluntary and then calling it a day. And so I think that for that reason, I don't think we're okay with sort of blowing open the EREP definition and saying all compensatory mitigation now will qualify as an EREP. There are some values associated through alternatives analysis, compensatory mitigation, monitoring plans that we think compensatory mitigation projects should be required to follow through on. So I'm not sure that gives you a clear idea of where to maneuver the path is. I'm just simply saying that just deleting the word voluntary is not the right fix.
I'm kind of struggling with this one because generally speaking, it just seems one-to-one, just keep it simple. But where we should see, and I have seen projects where, you want to incentivize certain activities, and I think I heard you earlier say that where you can to restore is, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but did you go as far as to saying that it's a slight preference?
Yeah, I mean, actually our preference would be go buy a really intact piece of landscape and conserve it. Then you don't have to worry about the fact that it's, once you start meddling around with degraded wetlands, you don't know if you're compensating an intact wetland with a degraded wetland, that's definitely not, apples to apples.
I guess I'm just looking for a better understanding and maybe flexibility where there are, I don't know how to define it, but good projects where we want to incentivize those projects. And I am concerned that if we're so strict on this that we may forego those opportunities. So to the extent that Mr. Holland's clients or potential clients, wouldn't be interested because from a economic perspective, it just doesn't pencil, it doesn't make sense. That's the kind of thing that I think we want to try and avoid. And I don't know how to put that in writing.
Right, I understand what you're saying, and all I was saying is that, you know, it's kind of like the fix was,
Yeah.
you know, overkill.
Reach. Got
And
it.
so maybe, you know, looking at how the Corps has treated this through, what was it, nationwide 27, that could be something to consider. But this is honestly the first time I've heard this issue being raised, so I haven't really thought through like how to fix it, and, you know, so.
Let's continue to
Yeah.
noodle on it, maybe, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
And
no, don't be
just to
sorry,
kind
Mr.
of go
Dawson.
off of that,
Yeah.
Just to go off of that again, so a lot of the projects Mr. Holland was talking about was advanced mitigation projects, whereas when we see this, we're talking about all compensatory mitigation projects again. So that's the reason why we had to oppose the language that's as written.
Any
So it sounds like we
finishing
can
thoughts, Mr. Minister?
look at potential for seeing if there is a way to carve out advanced mitigation projects that are going through a rigorous process when they're being developed. That's what he described. That's similar to what an ERIP does. But we are very concerned about compensatory mitigation. That is, no one does that because they want to. They only do it because we order them to, and they are always going to look for the least expensive, least practical alternative. And so we want to make sure that there is a floor for that.
Mr. Holland,
Can I
yes?
make two points?
Of course.
One, to the comment earlier about the red line or blue line version, it could be a very narrow interpretation because there is language in the general procedure that talks about restoration and function, but the beginning of the sentence that leads into that says a minimum of 1-to-1 mitigation ratio measured as area or length. And so that's the trigger that has us concerned that if people view it very narrowly, even though there's following language that talks about function, that can be a challenge. And so we're happy to work with staff on a minor modification on it. The other thing I just want to point out is for banked credits, the credits can only be sold to offset permits for which a regulatory agency has signed on. So if we were to develop a mitigation bank that wanted to allow applicants to offset their requirements under the state board's policy, the state board or a regional board member would be on for that full analysis. So it's not like it would only go through the Army Corps and then kind of backdoor in to try and cover the state's mitigation needs.
Thank you. Ms. Weir?
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and congratulations. I think there was a miscommunication, and I was supposed to be on another panel at the end called Other Policy Issues.
You are.
Would you prefer me to just
Oh.
come back with those issues or address them now? I don't want to interject into this issue.
Oh, yeah, if you don't have any comments on this particular issue, yeah, you'll be for the next panel.
Okay.
You were in my EREP personal comments,
Thank
so
you.
we'll preserve you, and
I'm bringing EREPs back soon enough.
you'll be back in a moment. Okay, thank you. Jeffrey Volberg from the California Waterfowl Association. Did I already? No. Oh, he left. Arthur Feinstein from Sierra Club, and I think that is the last public comment on this item. Thank you.
Hi, this is going to be a little repetitive, but very just little with something else. I know you don't want to hear repet. So for the advanced mitigation, for compensatory mitigation, the people doing it are getting paid for doing it. And if you do a mitigation bank, you do sell the credits. So it's not, I mean, it's nice that you do more work, but you are getting paid for the work you're doing. So it's a little bit different than entities going out and doing it because they're looking to, you're doing it as a business, as opposed to others doing it because they're inspired to improve. It's just a way of viewing how things are done. So, but it does reflect on what gets done. And there may be companies, and yours may be one, that really does great jobs for mitigation banks. There are others, because if you look at the analysis of success of mitigation banks, it's mixed. It's usually mixed. You don't always, even with all the reviews you get, a lot of them don't work. So because wetland restoration continues to be something that is not a, it's a science, but it's a hit and miss science. So from my perspective, if somebody is doing it because they're inspired to do something good, you want to help them do it. If somebody's doing it to make money and you don't know whether it's going to work or not, well, let's do the most we can to make sure that it is going to work, because for one, in compensatory mitigation, it's making up for lost wetlands. So the ones that compensatory mitigation are doing had better be good ones. And so you want the full level of review. So that's basically it. I think what everybody else said, leave it voluntary and let compensatory mitigation go through the process it does now so that we can feel reassured that it's actually going to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Board members, any further thought? Great, we will move to our next panel now. This is titled the Other Procedural Elements Panel. And Kim, come on down. I don't know if you're actually, are you joined with anyone? It says Kim and individual proponents. So come, just take a seat. Okay. Oh, and here, I have these for you. Thank you. She's on the panel.
Well, so this is funny. Because we've got policy option 3, policy option 14, 15, and 19, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I'd say,
So, and some of them aren't ours.
I would say you're playing cleanup, but there's still yet one more panel.
I know.
So you're not.
I'll be quick. Policy option 3 would want the board to review jurisdictional framework to exclude wetlands that were created by a modification of surface water to the state on or after a certain date. I don't know who asked for this. We don't support it. I mean, I understand the dates that were chosen because they tracked with legislation that was passed at some point in time. But the fact is that I think you can go back beyond 1949 to show a modification of the surface water of the state. I mean, I just did like an internet search last night and found, a Fish and Wildlife Service document talking about status and trends of California wetlands in the Central Valley that went back to 1939, but even talked about evidence that showed, prior to that. I found a historical report done by Dames and Moore tracking the historical significance of RD1000 infrastructure that was created back in the early 1900s. They did that to fit into a state historical site category. I mean, I think my point, and then I found a wetlands study done for Southern California, historical extent and change over time, that tracked a review of T-sheets where they went and did an overlay over mapping that went all the way back to 1851. So my point is that I think that I think it would be a mistake to try to tag a certain date because I just think it would miss wetlands that had been modified prior to, say, 1949, if we chose the most recent number or the latest number. Policy option 14, additional timing flexibility for restoration plans for temporary impacts, we're fine with that. Policy option 15, removal of the case-by-case requirement for wet season supplemental data to substantiate dry season delineation. We would strongly object to that. Because we believe that the regional board should always be able to, on a case-by-case basis, supplement dry season delineations with field data from wet season. Frankly, we wanted it to be an absolute, but the document the current version would allow staff discretion. That we're fine with that, but we're not okay with taking out. Anyways, this has been late. The point is that you guys have spent a lot of time and money and energy developing a wetland delineation guidance manual with a technical team. And in it, it goes through why the reasons are that you should at certain times have a wet season supplementation, particularly in California. And so because your own experts that you had, that the board retained and then went through peer review made this recommendation, we don't think you should be walking away from that recommendation. Further, there's two reasons why the technical advisory team said that you should do this. It said, one, it was to minimize uncertainty of wetland identification and delineation and help minimize the failure to identify wetland areas, and two, to minimize the uncertainty in regional and statewide assessment for net changes in wetlands. And so that's the reason why we would strongly urge you not to adopt that policy option. Finally, the public meeting requirement for MOUs with state agencies, that was our recommendation. It's, we think if you're going to be using these MOUs as a alternate pathway for the procedures, at a minimum, you should have a public meeting associated with the MOU. We think that's a reasonable request. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Delfino. Board member comment on any of the items? Ms. Getz, Virginia Getz from Ducks Unlimited. You are our speaker on this item.
I'm going to speak to item 15, and I had spoken with staff, and I'm not sure if the suggested text in option B is a product of that, and if it is, it didn't exactly reflect what I had, what the concern I had raised. So what I had requested was that in cases where we had waters of the U.S. that were also waters of the state and a wetland delineation that had been verified by the Corps was provided, that staff could not on a case-by-case basis turn around and take that verified delineation and ask for supplemental wet season information, that they would accept the delineation that had been approved by the Corps. In the case of waters of the state that are not waters of the U.S., I was not requesting that that staff would not have the ability to ask for additional wet season information.
Okay.
And that would be my request for how the language would read. So we don't just have duplication and layers of something that isn't necessary. It's already been verified.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Delfino. I think we'll move on to our last panel. Other policy issues. Is there anybody left to be on the last panel? One moment. Ellen, this is your time to shine. And individual proponents is what is who is supposed to be next to you. So you're actually up there by yourself. You replaced Kim. Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you. Ms. Weir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Weir, General Counsel for the Grassland Water District in Merced County, and when I was told that I would go last under other issues, I thought, oh boy, I'm the closer. So I will try to be brief. And with that, hearing no
Thank you for your time, Ms. Weir. We really enjoyed your... Oh,
thank you very much. I think that ends the hearing.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry about that. That was my fault. I didn't stop this timer thing for Ms. Getz's comments. Please continue. Sorry for the disruption.
No, it's been a long day, and I will try to be as brief as possible. I think the reason that I'm here under other is that the managed wetlands in the Central Valley don't neatly fit into these discussions and potentially don't neatly fit into this policy. So nobody knows what to do with us. We are the remaining 5% that you hear so much about, and we've been growing wildlife, food supplies, and inundating floodplains since before it was cool. I have 3 things to bring up. Staff does have all of this language, and so hopefully you can give them direction to move forward and we can end on a high note. My district provides water to 60,000 acres of wetlands. We also provide water to 40,000 acres of adjacent wetlands in state and federal wildlife refuges and wildlife areas. And so 3 quick things. We've worked hard with Ducks Unlimited, Cal Waterfowl, and other restoration groups on the EREP carve-out for this. That's where that originated. And the small change that Virginia mentioned was to simply make sure that EREP agreements can be made with the entity conducting the restoration work. It's just a little tweak that will make sure there's no issues there. The second thing is to ask staff to make clear somewhere that temporary impacts means impacts from staging areas, parking lots, the real temporary impacts. We're concerned that EREPs, because they're temporary in nature, that might swallow the rule for EREPs. And so staff has offered to make that clear in a staff report, and we hope they do that. And then the third item is forward-looking. We would like you to ask staff to put into your adopting resolution or some other formal document language that keeps the door open for how this might be, these procedures might be implemented for managed wetlands. We have been working with the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, which has convened a managed wetlands stakeholder group and has agreed to move forward with the development of a strategy for regulating the 227,000 acres of managed wetlands. We're subject to numerous policies, but like this policy and similarly with the irrigated lands regulatory policy, which we're also subject to, we are not a good fit. And so I think we hope to bring back to you in the next year a framework for regulating managed wetlands because they are so unique. We've provided language of that resolution that would acknowledge that this process is happening and that the implementation of these procedures to managed wetlands may change as a result of the adoption of a future managed wetlands regulatory framework. And also asked for some sort of recognition of the longstanding state policy to continue protecting, restoring, and enhancing managed wetlands and the critical nature of that. I also just briefly want to say thank you to Board Member Doduk for coming out with us and offer a standing invitation to the board members to come down and experience the grasslands firsthand with us in Merced County. Thank you.
It was my best tour to date.
Wow. We'll be following up for appointments soon.
Question, I wanted to know if Mr. Bishop had any immediate responses to Ms. Weir's request.
Well, my immediate response is that I have no problem including resolution language. I think that they are a bad fit to irrigated lands, and I think they're a bad fit to this process, which is designed for building infrastructure and other things in wetlands. And but I'm not sure best how to deal with that. And so I think her approach, if Region 5 is going to move forward with a proposal, I guess that I hate to do this, my staff will hate me, but I would include in that ask that we report back through the ED report in a certain period of time on the success of that endeavor at Region 5, so that
I think,
and I don't know what the timing would be, but we can check with.
That would be great. Yeah, we can follow up with Region 5 and see what the expectation is for a timeline on that group. Thank you. We do have a few cards around other policy issues here. 4, and then we'll get to board member discussion here, and I think we'll make it by 7. We have Pat Mapelli, is it, from Granite Rock Company? And then he will be followed by Keith Garner, and then followed by David Lemon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. Thanks, staff, for working on this. I'm Pat Mapelli with Granite Rock Company. We're a family-owned business that's been in California since 1900. We have the second oldest state license in the state. And we're a aggregate materials and construction company within the Monterey Bay and San Francisco Bay Area. For many of us, we've been involved in this policy for the last decade or so. Our understanding was that at the beginning, the intent by staff, and the board, was to write a policy that would provide more clarity, direction, and most importantly, some consistency amongst the regional boards. Some of the comments that we were hearing was that there was inconsistent interpretations by the different regional boards. Right now, just doing kind of an informal survey, I'm hearing, even in today, I'm hearing words like vague, unclear, not sure, interpret, concern, lack of clarity. And if I were to put this into a math equation, that equates to an unintended set of consequences. And so what I'm asking is that the board and staff consider allowing the public to comment again on this policy rather than this, what I perceive as a piecemealed approach of certain comments getting inserted in certain areas. But when you read through the red line document today, it is very, very confusing. It is very unclear, and it's hard to interpret what is it really telling us. I can only imagine what staff's going to have to go through to try to figure that one out. I've even heard things today like, let's leave it to the discretion of the regional board staff. Well, I thought that's what we're trying to get away from. So again, I just want to emphasize and plead with the board and with staff to allow the public to review the document as after today's comments are inserted, so that we have the opportunity to really digest it and give the board feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Keith Garner. And as I said, it'll be David Lemon and then Adam Harper. Let me reset that clock for you. 2 minutes.
Sure. Thanks. This will be brief, and I apologize in advance if there's a little bit of lack of clarity. I am relaying some comments from Clark and Maryland, both of whom have already left. And as the last person standing here, I get to pass these on. I will also add, my understanding too is that this may have been discussed with Mr. Bishop, and so he may have a better sense of what I'm getting at. The comment deals with a potential discrepancy with the treatment of certain exclusions that appear in the wetlands definition at line 55 in the red line.
So I do know what that is about.
Okay.
And there's a concern that the way we've written it gives more regulation to small wetlands than big wetlands. And so we are going to sit down and walk through that language with the folks and make sure we understand how they're reading it. That's not the way we read it, but maybe we've read it 1,000 times, so we may be skipping a word here or there that causes problems. So we did not intend to give more regulation on small wetlands than large wetlands.
Yes, and for the record, that is my understanding of the concern, that we just want them to be treated the same, and small wetlands not to be regulated more intensely than larger ones. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. David Lemon? Okay, not here. Adam Harper.
Chair, members, Adam Harper, California Construction Industrial Materials Association. I wanted to bring up an issue with the consistency changes for clarity, specifically page 3, line items 58 through 60. This is the discussion of stormwater. This is another example of where you create specificity. You may create exclusion, and to explain that, the industrial stormwater permit, stormwater regulations are a permit system, which often it's called a regulatory system, but it's a permit system. And you need to have a permit if your materials, if the stormwater comes in contact with your industrial material and you discharge it. That's where you end up in the program. There is plenty of stormwater in this state that may not be discharged, and including by people that are not in the permit system, because they do not discharge, but they're still managing stormwater. As you had it initially written, where it was just stormwater detention, infiltration, or treatment, it was extremely broad, but I think it created some issues for the MS4s and some of their more complex compliance options in their MS4s. But when you write them in people that might be a notice of non-applicability, for example, that are not discharging and are not specifically registered in the system aren't there. So I guess the clarity is, by that language, do you mean they have to have a permit? And then are you intentionally excluding everyone that is managing stormwater so as to not discharge it that doesn't have a permit, which I don't think would be the intent. But it is an issue of kind of clarity, and maybe clarity could be created in the staff report, or maybe the MS4 issue needs its own bullet item in there and the other kind of stormwater can be kept alone. It's a good example of a complex document taking incremental changes, often for specificity to keep people like me happy, that may create other issues. To go back to what Mr. Mapelli said, I think you've done I think it was beneficial that you stepped back and kind of create a quilting project where we created squares of this policy and that policy. Now we're getting back to reassembling those squares into one complete quilt. I do think this document would benefit, and this policy would benefit from going through a process of another comment. I've been doing this since 2004 on this policy. It's not really what I want to do in terms of another letter. I mean, a lot of the issues will be similar for staff, but really a final run through of what is selected with comments and responses. I know your staff's responded to what will be some of the same responses a lot of times as well, but for something this important, it seems like the correct decision. So thank you, and appreciate the opportunity to comment here today, and appreciate all the work with staff.
Thank you. We have one final speaker, appropriately Ms. Kim Delfino. Take us home.
I can't help myself. Because like the gentleman who just spoke, I have been working on this issue from the very beginning. So first let me just say thank you very much for running what I know felt like a very, very long day, but it was through a lot of very complicated issues. And Chairperson Esquivel, you've done a brilliant job chairing this. And by the way, congratulations as well, and to the newest board member. So I have a letter here. I had hoped to bring you copies of it, but when I was photocopying it, I realized I did not do the double-sided copying. But you should have a copy of it already. It is a letter from Senators Ben Allen, who's the chair of the Senate Environmental Quality Committee, Senator Henry Stern, who's the chair of the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee. These are the two committees that would have jurisdiction over an issue like this. And then Senator Bob Wachowski, who is the Senate Budget Subcommittee Chair for the State Water Board, and who has a lot of interest in this, urging you guys to adopt regulations on April 2nd, and commending you for doing a good job in threading the needle through a lot of complicated issues, and saying that they strongly support the current definition of what is a wetland and a commitment to a firm one-to-one floor for compensatory mitigation. So here's a copy of it, but I believe it was already transmitted to you via fax yesterday. But the point of this, and I actually have a couple of other letters from builders here in Sacramento and in Chico that talk about how, while they're sensitive to regulation, they do believe this is an important policy and procedures to pass, and don't think that it will cause a shutdown of the housing industry in the state of California. But really what I want to say is that I think that and I counted this up, after more than 12 opportunities for public comment over since 2007, I think that this policy has been chewed over quite a bit by the board, staff, stakeholders, and the public. And I think that and it is complicated for sure, but it is time to wrap it up and finalize it, I believe. And I think that, I want to commend the staff for threading the needle through many complicated issues, but I do believe that it will get put together, and I really strongly urge that you move forward, get this on the calendar. It's on the calendar for the 2nd, but do the vote. And again, it would be really nice to actually finish something. But no, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Delfino. I feel after today, lengthy discussion that this is definitely a manageable universe of issues. I think there was good consensus on a number of issues here. There's obviously going to be further policy discussion at the adoption hearing where we're going to have to make just some final calls on what are, sticky issues that have been around for a while and well chewed over. That's why they're so sticky. But I open up to general board comment for now. How we want to sort of proceed, I think, from here is kind of key. We could just go through and identify the ones that we obviously feel we heard consensus on and tick those off. Try to drill down to a smaller subset of these issues that we direct staff to work on specifically, or how best? Thoughts, general thoughts from either members at this point?
I have a suggestion. We had a number of areas where there seems to be agreement. Maybe if staff could just walk us through. It's so late, and I think we're tired also. I don't know that there's a value in each one of us saying where we think we heard agreement. So maybe if you could summarize, and in those areas, maybe it helps us to kind of put a check mark by those areas, and then just know where there might be further discussions with some of the stakeholders to button up if you don't have quite an agreement yet, but it seems with another discussion that you'll be able to get over the finish line.
I'll turn on my mic first before I start talking. I will give a first shot at that. Let's start with the fun. I think that there is consensus on rice, a path forward for that. It is not anyone's preferred alternative, but I essentially heard that all of the board could live with option B. And there seems to be consensus and support for the operation and maintenance.
Sorry, can I just ask, I feel like I want to understand better that, definitely I agree on B, but I think that the issue of the converted to non-ag use, I think I just want to hear more about, and I don't know that, I think there was some discussion about whether once you change rice to a non-wetland, is it excluded? I think, maybe I'm wrong, but.
So I think we can have a longer discussion on that. I believe that there was a lot of discussion that went between PCC and rice.
Exactly.
And our rice proposal and the proposals that we've seen are really silent about conversion. And I would have to think through, is there anything in this that would preclude it or allow it? It wasn't part of the discussion until it got brought into the PCC discussion. I'd hate to do it off the top of my head. I'm
just flagging that as a remaining issue, I think. That's all.
Can we, just for the sake of kind of mapping out how we get from today to April 2nd, my understanding is perhaps the plan is to produce a new updated version of the procedures.
So
and share those.
Yeah, so let me walk through. There's two parts. We are going to, my staff and I are going to sit down, and I had two people taking notes. We'll see if they agree, and with what our memory, and
it's going to be.
We will put together a proposal out of all of these documents. We will meet with each of you to see if you heard the same thing we did, or if you disagree with that, or if you have additions. We will also then put that out as a final staff proposal. It will include all of the clarifying changes. It will include all of the agreements that folks have come to. It will likely include a few where we're close, that we we're talking about today that we might just need a little bit of language change slightly to get there. And we would send that out a minimum of 10 days before the April 2nd. So there will be an opportunity for people to see it all in one document laid out. We're not proposing an additional written comment period. It's not because we don't like to hear from people, but an additional comment period will add many, many months to the process, because not only do we have the comments, then we have the response to comments, then we have a discussion about those at another hearing. That's not our proposal. Of course, that the board can decide differently if they'd like. In the interim, while we're doing this in the next couple of weeks.
I'm sorry, John, before you move on that topic, let's be very clear here that people will have the opportunity to comment on that final draft at the board consideration meeting. So it's not like there's no more opportunity for.
I'm sorry, wasn't clear. I meant no written comment period, but there would still be, of course, the opportunity at the adoption hearing to comment on the document, on changes that we made or changes that we didn't make.
Yep. And obviously, all these changes, well, any changes that you would be including in this final draft are in response to the many written as well as verbal comments that we've been receiving the last 10 years.
That is correct. We are also have a number of issues where we think, and I'll use the most recent one because it's easiest for me to remember off the top of my head, on the one-to-one mitigation and the functional lift. There is they are separated by two sentences. Is it do we need to refer back in the first sentence to one-to-one minimum compensation that must provide functional equivalent functional lift also, or something? We'll have to talk about how to make that happen. It's also clear that there was a concern about advanced mitigation that goes through a lot of a rigorous regulatory process. That's not the same thing as a compensatory mitigation on a project on a one-to-one basis, not one-to-one. Compensatory mitigation that is individual to the project is different. So we'll have some of those conversations in the interim as we're moving forward. If you'd like, I can go back to where I felt that we had some areas of.
Yeah, thank you. I felt like that is important to set the stage as to where we're going over the next few weeks, and so that does really help me understand how this might move forward productively.
Yeah.
So under the alternatives analysis, I don't think we came to a consensus, but I do think that my impression was that the extremes on either end were not popular, and that we needed to look at the more nuanced pieces of that, and we will be talking to all of you and thinking about that. We just talked about compensatory mitigation.
Sorry, are we gonna just comment on things as you're going through, or are we gonna then later comment? Because maybe I'll just flag as you're going through things, just efficient.
That would be great. That works.
One thing that was discussed in the alternatives analysis that it would be great if you can clarify and discuss with stakeholders more is the idea around, is there kind of a tier one, a scaled down alternative analysis, and just understanding that option better for some of the,
So there was and I'm glad you brought that up. There's potentially, and I'm not, it's potential at this point, that there may be a way to describe the avoidance minimization portion that is separate requirement in the permit that will take away some of the anxieties around alternatives analysis. But I'm not sure that's there or not, but we will work on it. We also had a agreed upon settlement for the watershed plans, so that's nice to hear.
Give the number, if,
That was number 12. I'm sorry. I was reading it. I knew what it was. Number 11, I don't believe that we had any, I didn't hear any consensus. We will be looking at the comments that were raised and trying to analyze what those all mean. Number 13 is, I don't believe there was any consensus. That is the issue about additional timing beyond the issuance of the permit, or right now it's actually beyond the start of construction. We've actually, in the proposed document that staff proposed, we allowed them to go beyond the issuance of the permit, but not beyond the beginning of impact. I know these aren't in order, but I'm going down the sheet. On agricultural issues, I did not see any consensus on any of those. I would say that staff felt like they tried to thread the line in what they proposed, but it didn't get there. On climate change, it seemed to me that that there was no consensus on making any of the changes either way, which will lead me to tentatively go with what we already included. Because that's for your consideration when you think about it. But if we do that or make any changes, staff thought they heard that development of guidance, if there's going to be any requirement to do climate change analysis of any sort, there should be a resolution item that directs staff to work on guidance on how that actually would come about. I think that I heard that as a commitment. We are going to clarify on the issue, or excuse me, number 16. I'm not sure if this is a consensus or not, but I kind of think I heard that the idea of giving, requiring applications for extensions was not an issue with anyone. And there may be some issues with renewals of it, or reissuances about this, do we really want to keep a permit that goes that's been in place for many years continuing in the future? And I didn't hear consensus, but I think we need to explore those.
Well, was anyone concerned with that?
I think Ms. Delfino expressed concern about, permits. Yeah.
I think that we, number 17 is actually, we will confirm with Clark, but I believe that we've taken care of that. We might need to spell it out a little clearer with words, but our interpretation of that, what we wrote is that the applications submitted before are not subject to the procedures. It's a pretty standard way that we do things. And so if we need to make that clearer, we might, but that's what we had already said. I'm sorry, but I don't remember coming to any conclusion on ERIPS. The issue is voluntary and non-voluntary. I think that is part of this issue about the advanced mitigation, and we need to look at that. But that's different than changing ERIPS, essentially giving the same break to compensatory mitigation as to ERIPS.
Yeah, I think on that one, we felt by and large advanced mitigation, yes, but compensatory mitigation, no. So, and trying to thread that somehow.
Yeah.
And maybe just striking voluntary wasn't enough, but.
I believe that, I didn't hear anything from the board, but I also heard what I think is no objection between the folks that wanted it and the NGOs for number 3. No, excuse me, not number 3. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. On number 14 for flexibility about the timing for temporary impacts to when they actually, before they impact as opposed to before the permit is finalized. The other items under other procedural elements, number 3, I don't believe we had a consensus on, but I will have to look back with my staff to make sure of that. I didn't hear any concern by anyone about the requiring MOUs to be at a public hearing of the state board. So if I don't hear anything from any of you, I will likely go forward with it since no one seems to object to it. And I think we have consensus on the issue that Alan Weir talked about, which is the needing to put resolution language in, encouraging these managed wetlands and recognizing that there is a process going on that may require us to change this policy or some other procedure to get them into place. And that's my summary as best I could.
Very good summary. And it, again, feels actually quite manageable. Board Member Diadamo?
I was just going to add, I didn't hear you mention item 1. I thought I heard a consensus on that one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. So I didn't call it item 1. I called it operation and maintenance, but yes.
Okay.
I have 2 minutes. Yes, thank you. No, we have more. Of course. But no,
In
really
addition to that, all sounds great. I think I just really appreciate all of the work that stakeholders did and staff have done on this, because it made this, I think, just much more manageable, even though it was a long day. And I think one thing I'd like to hear more about, just less about language and more just from staff in terms of implementation and kind of performance goals, is just how we can think about just permit timeline and cost, and how we can continue to assess how that's being implemented in regions. And is that, I think just tying it back to some of the things in the morning, I really appreciated, again, this is a really mature program, but the underground storage tank just has been able to reflect on, okay, this is where we're having problems, this is how we're doing in terms of timeline and closing things and moving forward. And I think this type of permit program is such it affects so many people and is so many regions. So I think just really thinking about how we might be regularly assessing how the time and cost for these permits is implemented would be helpful for the board to understand, and sort of continue to check that the intent is working the way we intend. And then similarly, I think just thinking about, I think more generally, I would love to also have some understanding of the context of how wetlands, the outcome and impact on wetlands in the state is changing over time, in terms of the goal of this is obviously to not lose more wetlands than we already have, to the extent we possibly can, minimize or avoid, minimize and mitigate that. And I think having that context for the board to just over time have some reporting on those outcomes is helpful for us to just, again, see if the intent of this is implemented. I know we're not there yet. We still haven't adopted anything, but just in terms of thinking from staff about how implementation with this would work, I think that would be helpful.
So we'd be happy to report back. We have metrics that we've been keeping track of over the years on our how long it takes us to do an application, what are the outliers, those kinds of things. And I think it makes a lot of sense to see how that changes come 6 months from now when this goes into effect. I would caution that that this has got an adoption effective date of 6 months out, and so we won't be able to give you any reflection of that for at least a year and a half from now, so that we actually have some to measure against. But I think it would be worthwhile for you and any other board member that would like it. We can go through what we've learned in our analysis of timeframes, and we had a, just for background, we had a audit on our process a few years ago, and we implemented some changes, and so giving you some of that would be useful.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Firestone. I think you'll find Board Member Dodek a strong ally as our performance report definitely was instituted by Board Member Dodek, but speaks to, again, I think you'll find the ethic here of doing that sort of, data check, and we can always improve. And so I'm fortunate that we're fortunate to have you here as an ally on a lot of that work too.
But let me build upon that, because the key word I thought I heard from Member Firestone was outcome. And so in addition to measuring the time and the numbers and all that, we really need to engage our Office of Information Management and Assessment and Mr. Gerhardt in looking at things from an outcomes perspective, either through some, I think we do actually have a wetlands database, and looking at, in the long term, the true outcome of these actions that we all hope will result in the improvement in this number of wetlands that we have in the state.
Yeah, so I think at this point, maybe closing thoughts.
Yeah, it's more closing thoughts. But just to piggyback on what's already been talked about, I appreciate you, Board Member Firestone. First of all, your engagement on your first hearing. It's a very meaty item to have on your first hearing. So I appreciate your engagement on this. I would like to hear from a quantitative perspective, not just on wetlands, but also on permit processing. And I think that it's going to take a while after this is adopted. There's the ongoing permits that haven't been processed. So I think aside from just the performance report and also a report in the executive director's report, to bring it back just to give us an update on how things are going. We have heard from the regulated community concerns about cost and resources at the regional board level. I think on the one hand, things should go more smoothly because of the consistency, but then again, there may be other regional boards that weren't undertaking these provisions, and so there may be some regions where it's taken a little longer to get permits processed. So I think hearing back at the appropriate time, whether it's a year and a half, it might be 2 years, by the time you have enough information that would provide for a meaningful report. I remain concerned about some of these issues, but I think just need to sleep on it and have that opportunity to dialogue with staff. And just in closing, I really want to thank all the stakeholders and the staff. I have not been, in the past, I have not been happy about this process. I didn't feel that it was robust enough. I haven't been there, as long as Board Member Dodek, Ms. Delfino, and others that have been involved since day one, but have been for several years, and we've been through some bumpy parts of the road. And I think over the last month, just taking that extra time to meet with the stakeholders, I was on the phone for, I think, every single stakeholder meeting, and the stakeholders had an opportunity to ask their questions, good discussion. Staff got back to them. There was lots of conversation in between those stakeholder meetings. I was here for the full day workshop, and I thought that one was really good also because for the most part, people left their talking points to the side and they just talked about the language. And so I really enjoyed that. And for the most part, today has been that way as well. So thank you, thank you. This is exactly what I'd like to see on these controversial issues where, you know, just give folks the opportunity to get a little extra time to get closer. And the last time we got together, I did ask that staff sit down with stakeholders and ask for them to talk to each other. And look what we have as a result of that. And I just really want to thank those of you who maybe that wasn't the thing that you were looking to do, but then once you sat down and did that, the outcome is just terrific. So I think we have a better product as a result. So thanks.
Yeah, I just want to echo actually all the comments I think were spot on, and you stole my thunder in 3 different ways, but that's okay. I want to acknowledge that there's no way we can have perfect foresight as to how this policy and the procedures are going to play out at the end. And so I can completely concur that we're going to have to, we're converging, I believe, on a productive outcome here, and hopefully, after April 2nd, we can move forward. But having a solid understanding is really going. It will take some time and some effort. And I do have concerns about the level of resources, staff resources at different regional boards, and where they've been engaged in the 404, 401 program historically or not. I know there's been different levels of resources, and so that is definitely a concern that I hope we can address, going forward. But beyond that, and I just hope over the next few weeks on some of these unresolved issues that stakeholders continue to talk and hopefully are able to resolve some more of them as we move on, and look forward to the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much, board members. I'm not going to add anything more. I think I appreciate everyone's contributions, and I think again we have a pretty good subset of issues to deal with here, and I think we'll have a successful adoption hearing insofar as we'll have our vote. And I think again, just appreciate everyone's incredible time and efforts, staff, stakeholders, board members, all around to get us to this point. So I will, is there anything I need to say to close out that item? I know we need to move forward. What I'm going to propose is actually we push our board member reports to after tomorrow's workshop item. I don't think we need to delay that. And then otherwise, the water fix closed session item is not going to be happening, correct? And then we have 2 other items that we will also move to tomorrow.
Correct. And just to be clear, what we'd be doing is reordering the agenda so that items 10 and 11 are heard tomorrow after item 12. And then the board may as well go into closed session tomorrow. And I think at this point, it would only be on the personnel item.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you for making sure we're clear. Well, and with that, thank you everyone again. Get home, have a great dinner, and we will see maybe some of you tomorrow, at least staff tomorrow morning for the workshop at 9:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, John.